Hi everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. Thanks for joining me for another collection of paranormal stories. Before we begin, turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. And please, give this video a like if you enjoy the stories. Our first story comes from someone who woke up during the night and saw the Hat Man standing near the stairs. They weren't in sleep paralysis, but they felt like someone or something else was controlling their movements. It's a strange experience that they still think about years later. Let's begin, and I hope everyone has a peaceful night and sleeps well. I've spent years trying to understand what happened to me that night. I've read so many stories about people seeing the Hat Man, and parts of their experiences sound familiar. But there's one detail in mine that I rarely hear anyone mention. I could move. The problem was, it didn't feel like I was the one moving my body. This happened during the summer before I started high school. I was around 14 at the time. My older sister had already moved away for college, so most days it was just my mom and me in the house I'd grown up in. That house had always felt strange. I'd seen shadowy figures there before, caught glimpses of movement from the corners of my eyes, and often felt like someone was watching me when no one else was around. Then my mom and I had to leave. She was raising us on her own, and money had always been tight. After we fell too far behind on rent and bills, we temporarily moved in with my grandparents while she saved money and searched for another place. Their house was only a short drive away, but the move still felt like my whole life had been pulled out from underneath me. My mom and I slept in the basement. She used a pull-out sofa, and I slept on an air mattress beside it. Near the foot of our beds was a bathroom, an old storage room filled with antiques, and the staircase leading upstairs. One night, we had dinner with my grandparents, went downstairs, got ready for bed, and eventually fell asleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I opened my eyes. A little moonlight was coming through a narrow basement window above my mom's bed. It wasn't enough to see clearly, but it cast faint shapes across the room. At first, I was lying flat on my back, staring at the ceiling. Then my body sat up. I need to explain this carefully, because I wasn't frozen. I didn't feel pressure on my chest, and I didn't feel trapped the way people often describe sleep paralysis. I simply didn't feel in control. It was as though I was watching through my own eyes while something else operated my body. I could feel every movement, but I wasn't choosing any of them. I sat upright facing the wall. Then my head slowly turned to the right. My mom was still asleep. I could see the edge of her bed and her feet beneath the blankets. She was snoring softly, completely unaware of what was happening. And beside the bottom of the staircase, someone was standing there. It was a man-shaped figure, darker than the basement itself. Not shadowy or faded, he was completely black, as though every bit of light disappeared when it touched him. I couldn't see a face, I couldn't see eyes, but I knew he was looking directly at me. He wore a tall, old-fashioned hat with a wide brim and a long coat that flared slightly near the floor. Both of his hands rested on the handle of a cane. His hands looked smooth and dark, almost like they were covered by polished gloves. He didn't move at all. There was no shifting of his weight, no rise and fall of breathing, no movement in his coat. He looked less like a living person and more like a statue carved out of pure darkness. I stared at him for several seconds. Then my head turned back toward the wall. Without deciding to do it, I lifted the small blanket from my body. My hands folded it carefully into a square and placed it beside my left hip on the mattress. The whole time, I continued staring straight ahead. Then my head turned toward the staircase again. The figure was still there, still watching. A few seconds later, my body lowered itself back onto the mattress. The moment my head touched the pillow, everything went black. It felt like someone had flipped a switch and shut me off. I didn't wake up again until sunlight was pouring through the basement window. The memory came back immediately. And then I looked beside me. The blanket was neatly folded into a square next to my left hip, exactly where I remembered placing it. That was the part I couldn't dismiss. Maybe seeing the figure had been a dream. Maybe my half-awake mind had created the whole scene. But at some point during the night, I had physically sat up, removed that blanket, folded it, and placed it beside me. During the encounter, I never felt afraid. I didn't feel comforted either. There was no sense that the figure wanted to harm me, but there was also nothing kind or peaceful about him. The only thing I felt was his presence. It was heavy enough to fill the entire basement, almost like the air had become thicker around him. I had never heard of the Hat Man before that night. I only discovered the stories later when I started searching for descriptions of what I had seen. That's when things became even more confusing. Most people described seeing him during sleep paralysis, when they couldn't move at all. My experience was the opposite. My body moved easily, but none of those movements felt like mine. It felt like my body had become a vessel, and I was only a passenger watching from somewhere behind my own eyes. Something else changed after that night too. Before the experience, I usually remembered pieces of my dreams when I woke up, even if they faded later in the day. Afterward, I began remembering dreams less and less. Now, I almost never remember them. But I remember every nightmare. I'm older now, and that night still returns to me with the same sharpness. I can picture the basement, the staircase, the folded blanket, and the outline of that motionless figure. I've had other strange experiences, both before and after that one. Many of them were frightening, but this encounter never felt evil to me. It only left me confused. Sometimes I wonder whether the figure appeared because my family was going through such a difficult period. Maybe it was something spiritual. Maybe it was a warning, a guardian, or simply something my mind created while caught between sleep and waking. I honestly don't know. What unsettles me most isn't that I saw him. It's the feeling that, for those few moments, something else knew how to move my body better than I did. And all I could do was watch. Hey, I want to share some stories with you. Real experiences that have stayed with me. Moments with a line between the living and the beyond felt impossibly thin. They're not just spooky tales. They're memories that remind me there's so much more out there than we understand. Let me start with the first one. It began with death. Back in my senior year of high school, we lost a girl named Talia. It was a car accident. Sudden and heartbreaking. I'd seen her in the hallways just weeks before, said a quick hello. We weren't close, but we had a few mutual friends, including this guy named Eric. He was a few years older than us. After Talia passed, the whole community felt this heavy sadness settling in. Eric, especially, was devastated. He even met with her family for the first time after her death. Now, here's where things get strange. I have this thing with lucid dreaming. Like, I'm aware I'm dreaming while it's happening, and I can sometimes control parts of it. It's more vivid and sometimes scarier than you'd imagine. That very night after Talia died, she came to me in a dream. I was sitting in a classroom, but it wasn't one I was in for any real class. Across from me, I saw her, Talia. I called out, "Talia? Why are you here? You shouldn't be here." My friend Jade, sitting next to me in the dream, turned her head and asked, "Who are you talking to?" But when I tried to point out Talia, she vanished. Suddenly, the scene shifted. I was outside in the local graveyard, standing under a sprawling old tree on a hill. There she was again, crying softly. "I'm so scared. I'm so cold. I don't know why I'm here. Please help me. I want my mom. I want to go home." My heart pounded as I tried desperately to comfort her, words caught in my throat. And then I woke up. A few weeks later, the entire school attended her service. I saw Eric there, and he told me they had chosen the most beautiful spot for her burial. Right on that hill, under the very tree I'd seen in my dream. I had no way of knowing this then. It felt so real, like she was reaching out through my dream, crying out for help to someone who might hear her. It left this heavy, somber feeling in me that lingers to this day. I've had a few other eerie experiences, but that one always stays with me. It's a reminder that there's more to this world than we can ever fully grasp. And sometimes, the fear and sadness we feel aren't just in our heads. They're real. Now, let me tell you about another night, one that involved a flickering light and something I can't explain. I was 13, staying over at my friend Liam's house just down the block. It was late, and we were all gathered in the living room, playing video games. Liam's older brother had recently told us stories about this abandoned psychiatric hospital nearby, Pilgrim State. He said that when he and his friends tried to explore it, the lights inside the rooms would flicker on as they passed, but they couldn't leave the way they came in. It sounded wild, probably just rumors, but it set the mood. So, there we were, and there was this light next to the futon where I was sitting. It was flickering, just this little novelty beer glass with a light inside. Not your typical lamp. It had one of those wheel dimmer switches on the cord. We joked and told the light to stop flickering, and to our surprise, it did. Then we told it to flicker again, and it obeyed. It was weird, but we thought it was just a coincidence. Then we started testing it, asking it to turn on and off in specific patterns, like stay off for 5 seconds, blink 3 times, stay on for 7 seconds. And somehow, it did exactly what we asked. Perfectly. Every single time. For hours. It wasn't just random flickering. It was as if someone was controlling the switch remotely, but there was no way to do that. The dimmer was manual, and no one else was in the room messing with it. We even asked it to blink 300 times in a row, and it did, blinking so fast it was almost a blur. When I said stop, it stopped instantly. It was like the light was listening, responding in real time. We were blown away. Of course, we thought maybe Liam's brother was pulling some prank, or maybe his neighbor, who was a cop, had some equipment to control the light remotely. But the alarm clock plugged into the same outlet was running normally, so messing with the circuit breaker wasn't an option. We tried to rule out every logical explanation. To push it further, we started asking the light questions, things only we could know, like how many kids my Aunt Joan has, or the number of letters in her oldest child's name. The light would respond by blinking or staying on or off for exact amounts of time, perfectly matching the answers. Liam asked questions about people I'd never heard of, and the light answered those correctly too. We were quiet. The TV was loud, the AC humming in the background. It would have been impossible for anyone to hear us clearly enough to fake the responses. Plus, Liam and I held hands the entire time, so there was no sneaky button pressing going on. That night, with the flickering light communicating silently in patterns only we could understand, I realized that sometimes the most ordinary things can become vessels for the extraordinary. It was haunting and beautiful all at once. These experiences have stayed with me, moments when the unseen world brushed against our reality. They remind me to stay curious, to listen closely, and to remember that fear often comes from the unknown, but sometimes the unknown is just waiting to be understood. Hey, I want to share this strange, kind of spooky, but mostly heartwarming story with you about something that happened while I was living in a house with some friends. It's about a ghost we named George, who turned out to be, well, Casper's just as friendly cousin, I suppose. So, a little about me first. I was in the military at the time, and though I was separated from my spouse, we weren't divorced yet, so I was still allowed to stay in the house we had. Honestly, living alone wasn't my thing, especially since money was tight after my husband left. So I invited my friends Kevin and Lola to stay with me. All the names I'm using now are changed, but the story is real. Now, earlier that year, in 2019, Kevin went on leave to visit his girlfriend. When he came back, he brought along something unexpected: a ghost. Yep, a ghost that had apparently been hanging around his girlfriend's place too. At first, I was furious. I used to be absolutely terrified of ghosts, any ghost, nice or not. Except for one special ghost, my old puppy who had passed away. He used to follow me everywhere, even to the bathroom, and sometimes I could hear his dog tags jingling when I was sitting on the toilet with the door closed. That was comforting, not scary. At first, nothing happened after Kevin brought this ghost home. I was relieved and happy about that. But soon enough, all of us, the roommates and even guests, started noticing weird noises. It was usually shuffling sounds or footsteps when everyone was asleep, or sometimes even when no one was home. It was creepy at first, I won't lie. But then Kevin told us something that made us laugh, a little ghost humor, if you will. He said the ghost started bringing him cans of Coke in the middle of the night. And let me tell you, Kevin drinks pretty much nothing but Coke, so this was kind of hilarious. So we decided to give the ghost a name: George. George kept up with the footsteps and shuffling, but we didn't have any solid proof he was really there. Just noises and the occasional can of Coke appearing mysteriously. Then one night, 4 of us, Kevin, Lizabelle, Lola, and me, were hanging out in the kitchen, drinking beer around the edge of the bar counter. On the other end of the counter, about 6 feet away, there were 3 wine bottles and a plastic water bottle that had been sitting there untouched and completely still for months. We were all getting louder and louder, talking over each other, laughing and yelling as the night went on. Suddenly, that plastic water bottle, which had never moved before, flew right off the counter. It didn't just fall, it flew across the kitchen into the dining room, landing about 15 or 20 feet away. We were all staring in its direction, but no one was close enough or touching the counter to have knocked it off. No one hit the counter or bumped the table. We just stood there, shocked. I picked up the bottle and said, "Okay, George, you don't like loud noises, huh?" From then on, we knew George was real. A month later, I was home early from work, and everyone else was still out. I was in my room getting dressed for a college class when I suddenly heard movement coming from the kitchen. It sounded like shuffling and plates and cups being moved around, like someone was doing the dishes. But no one had come in. I didn't hear the door unlock or open. The house is small, and you can hear everything going on from any part of it, so I know for sure no one had entered. Plus, my housemates had already told me they wouldn't be home for a few more hours. I got scared, grabbed my revolver, and methodically checked every room to make sure no one was hiding anywhere. When I confirmed I was alone, I called out to the empty dining room. "Oh, George, it's just you. You scared the living daylights out of me. I thought someone had broken in. Next time, just give me a heads up, okay?" But George never did warn me before making noise. He just existed on his own terms. Time went on. We kept working, kept drinking, and George kept shuffling around, but nothing new happened. Then in July, Beatrice and her daughter Elsa moved in. Beatrice's girlfriend Zelda, our friend Mikey, and Lizabelle started staying over more often too. Lizabelle told us she heard George every single time she stayed over. By August, these friends were there almost every night. One night, Kevin left his room in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom while everyone else was asleep. He saw a black figure of a man standing by the bar. Kevin just casually said, "What's up, George?" and went about his business. Another night, Lizabelle had fallen asleep on the couch, but woke up to sounds coming from the corner of the living room. She turned over and saw the same black figure standing there. She said, "Hi, George," rolled over, and went back to sleep. It was like George had become part of the family. Toward the end of August, Kevin was discharged from the military and went back to his home state. After he left, none of us saw or heard George anymore. Kevin said he hadn't experienced anything either. We didn't know where George had gone, and honestly, we were a little sad. Not because he was scary, but because he was part of the house now. A few weeks ago, at the end of October, Kevin came back to the house to gather his last belongings and visit. Still no sign of George. But then, during the week between Kevin leaving again and everyone else moving out on November 1st, George made himself known again. One time, Lola was home alone, and suddenly the water faucet turned on by itself. Another time, the same thing happened while Beatrice was there. Now, Kevin is back in his home state. Beatrice, Zelda, and Lola have moved to another place. Vinny and Lola are back in the barracks, which is kind of like a dorm, but for military folks. And I'm traveling across the country to my home state since I've been discharged too. We don't know where George is now. Maybe he left with someone, or maybe he's still in that old house, shuffling around quietly. But we all still wait and hope he'll make his presence known again someday. If he does, I promise I'll update you. Because honestly, as weird as it sounds, George became a little friend in the house, a ghost with good intentions, just wanting to be part of the family. You know, before my husband and I tied the knot, we actually shared a house with his brother and sister-in-law. It was this cozy, single-family home. Nothing fancy, but it was ours. And let me tell you, that house had its own stories to tell. When I worked from home, especially when I was by myself, there was this creeping feeling, like someone was silently watching me. Now I get it. Feeling watched isn't exactly rare when you're home alone. But this, it was different. One corner of my room, a specific corner, felt heavy. Not just in an emotional way, but physically darker, like it swallowed the light. I swear, the rest of the room had a soft, even glow, but that corner was perpetually shadowed, as if it was a portal or a void. I'd catch myself waking up in the dead of night, eyes drawn straight to that spot, heart pounding, though I never knew why. There was this one night, I was deep asleep, or so I thought, when suddenly I felt this paralysis, like I was awake but couldn't move a muscle. My eyes were shut tight, but I was so aware. And then, out of nowhere, this terrifying scream, loud, raw, and right in my face. I could almost picture a man standing over me, shouting. I jolted upright, heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. My husband woke up startled, and I just whispered, "It was a nightmare." We tried to shake it off and fell back asleep. A week later, and I kid you not, my husband shot up in bed, eyes wide, and said, "I swear someone just yelled in my face." Even now, thinking about it sends a chill down my spine. Then there was the night when the house truly rattled our nerves. I woke up to a noise from downstairs. The bedrooms were upstairs, the kitchen and living room on the main floor, and the basement beneath that. My husband? He was out cold, not a stir. I cautiously opened our bedroom door, and right at that moment, so did my brother-in-law. We exchanged glances, both knowing we heard it. Footsteps and shuffling sounds coming from below. His wife was still asleep, oblivious to the disturbance. We listened intently. The sounds echoed softly but distinctly. Our hearts pounding, we woke our spouses, locked ourselves in a room, and called 911. The police arrived, scouring the house, but found no intruder, no sign of forced entry, and nothing stolen, which was odd because we had plenty of valuables out in plain sight. What stood out was the basement. It was a mess. Boxes we'd stored there were tossed everywhere, but nothing was missing. The strange thing? We barely ever went down there, and both the basement door inside the house and the external bulkhead were locked tight. We moved out a couple of months later. After settling in our new place, we learned that our old house was built on the site of a multi-family home that had burned down years before. Whether anyone died in that fire? We never found out. But knowing that, it made the unsettling experiences make a little more sense. Now, shifting gears a bit, my in-laws had their own eerie experiences in their old two-family home, perched right next to an ancient graveyard, separated only by a towering stone wall. This was New England, after all, where history runs deep, and the past sometimes lingers a little too close for comfort. The graveyard itself was a haunting sight, weathered tombstones so worn that deciphering names and dates felt like reading faded dreams. The day they moved in, we all toured the house together. The first floor was pretty normal. Upstairs was fine too, but then there was the attic. Oh, the attic. It had this old chain lock, one of those door chains you might bolt to keep an extra layer of security. It felt a bit excessive, but we shrugged it off. 4 of us climbed the stairs, one by one. I was second to go up. The attic was split into 2 halves. On the right, a tiny miniature room with low walls that didn't even reach the ceiling, a small window, and a little door. On the left was a loft, open and empty except for a single, broken rocking chair sitting dead center. As I glanced toward that chair, something strange happened. A white orb of light, like a glowing ball, zipped past my head, nearly brushing me. It darted right toward the chair and disappeared. I was frozen, heart pounding, but no one else seemed to notice. I kept quiet, too afraid to cause a panic that might send us tumbling down the stairs. My father-in-law mentioned wanting to get rid of the chair to make space for storage, but my sister-in-law suddenly blurted out, "Don't touch that chair." We left the attic, but that image stayed with me, lingering in the back of my mind. Over time, more odd things unfolded. My brother-in-law was just a kid, around 8, when we found crosses drawn all around his bedroom walls. The thing was, he didn't really understand religion, so the drawings felt eerie. When we asked why, he said they were for protection. From something he described as the card players who hung out in my sister-in-law's bedroom. He even recited their names and described their old-fashioned clothes, as if he'd seen them himself. He insisted they wouldn't bother us, but the whole idea was deeply unsettling. My sister-in-law's room was right next to the attic door, with a window facing the graveyard. My brother-in-law also talked about shadowy figures standing behind him in the mirror. Not the card players, he said, but something else entirely, shadows that followed him everywhere. One night, while we were alone at my place, he confided in me about these shadows. Kids have a way of making the supernatural feel all too real. Then there was this one visit when I headed straight to my sister-in-law's room. Passing the attic door, I noticed it was slightly ajar, just enough for that chain lock to allow. The attic was pitch black, but I swear I saw a pair of eyes staring back at me. I thought it was a prank. My sister-in-law didn't like the attic either, so I called out, "Very funny. You know I don't like that attic. Stop messing around." But when I went downstairs to complain, my mother-in-law assured me my sister-in-law had been at work all day. No one else was home. Needless to say, I cut my visit short that day. Another time, I was using the upstairs bathroom. As I reached for the door handle to leave, the door suddenly shook violently. My heart jumped into my throat. I yanked it open, but no one was there. If someone had been playing a prank, I would have heard them running down the creaky stairs. The rooms around were all open and empty. After that, I never went upstairs alone. The part that haunts me most? My sister-in-law was at a friend's house once when the friend's mother hosted a medium for a small gathering, a read-the-room kind of party. The medium, who had never met my sister-in-law, pulled her aside and said, "You're right. Tell your dad he's not crazy. He shouldn't touch that rocking chair." That sent shivers down all our spines. Now, as for me, my own brushes with the unexplained started when I was about 10. I was lying on my top bunk, back resting against the bars, when I suddenly felt a heavy poke in my back. The room dropped to an icy coldness, and I lay there, frozen, terrified, wide awake. Nothing else happened that night, but that chill lingered. After my parents divorced, we moved to a flat. My mom started hearing people calling her name. Later, she found out that someone had hung themselves there years before. A friend who stayed over once left early after being freaked out by something in the bathroom, though he never told me what exactly. Between the ages of 14 and 16, living in a council house, I'd often wake up to complete darkness, pitch black, like the lights had been swallowed whole. And in that darkness, I'd see the silhouette of a man standing at the foot of my bed, silently watching me. But the real ordeal began after I bought my first house with my ex. One night, I was visiting my mom when she called, panic in her voice. "Get home. Something fell downstairs and I'm not going down until you're here." Being the believer but not wanting to scare her, I rushed back. She said it sounded like a marble rolling on the tiled floor, though we never owned marbles, and nothing seemed out of place. Later that evening, she headed to bed, while I stayed in the kitchen with the dog. Suddenly, I heard her gasp. Slowly, almost hesitantly, she backed down the stairs, tears streaming, telling me that something had knocked on the spare room door as she reached the top of the stairs. Back in the kitchen, the dog went absolutely wild, barking, whimpering, but standing her ground. The room itself seemed to darken gradually, the shadows deepening until the entire kitchen felt swallowed by darkness. My ex stared at me, wide-eyed, like to say, "What the hell is happening?" I mustered all the courage I had, trembling inside, and went to check. The cold hit me like a wave, icy, bone-chilling cold, unlike anything I'd ever felt indoors. I tried to chalk it up to exhaustion or heating noises, not wanting to scare her more, but I knew something was off. Before bed, I went outside to bring the washing in. We had a tiered garden, 3 levels, and I had to reach the top to get the line down. As I glanced at the house, I noticed the top 2 windows, the landing and the spare room, were bare, no curtains, and the landing light was on, casting a faint glow into the spare room. And then I saw it, a figure lurking in the far right corner of the room, staring right at me. It glided silently through the room, into the landing, then the bathroom. I saw my ex downstairs with the dog, and suddenly she shouted for me to get inside. The taps upstairs were running on their own. I was petrified, but as the man of the house, I felt I had to be brave. Honestly, every time I went home, I was terrified. Other odd things happened too. The Xbox would randomly turn on by itself, TV channels flipping, washing draped over chairs falling off without explanation. The waste bin would be found in the middle of the kitchen floor in the morning, even if we'd been home all night. And if we were there while it moved, we'd hear it shifting. Our cross-trainer upstairs would start rotating gently, completing full circles without anyone touching it. One night, while watching TV, the dog was with us when we heard a loud bang and scratching sounds above us, where our bedroom was, across the laminate floor. Items would be pulled out of cupboards, but not the front-facing ones, things from the back, where the dog couldn't reach. Taps and showers would turn on randomly. Classic haunted house stuff. Our in-laws were skeptical, dismissing it as imagination until they stayed over one night and witnessed a sugar jar flying off the counter and smashing on the floor. Another Christmas, my mom stayed with my brother at that house. She didn't sleep a wink, too scared. My brother woke up multiple times, both of them haunted by noises and shadows, while I was miles away in bed. That guilt still weighs on me. Eventually, we called a medium to clear the house. They sensed a troubled soul, a man who'd committed suicide or overdosed there, a deeply troubled spirit causing havoc. The medium said they'd cleared him out, and the disturbances lessened. Living with the unseen isn't easy, but sharing these stories with you helps keep the memories alive. And maybe, just maybe, it reminds us there's more between this world and the next than we sometimes want to believe. Hey, I want to share something pretty extraordinary that happened during my night shifts at work. It's a story that's stuck with me, and honestly, it still gives me chills. So maybe I'll dive deeper into other stories later, but for now, let me tell you about this little girl someone said was following me around during my shifts in a certain part of the building. First off, I work in 2 different buildings, and I do a lot of night shifts by myself in both places. One of these buildings has a reputation for being haunted, while the other one, well, it wasn't really known for anything spooky until just a few years ago. The first building is really old. It was opened sometime in the 1930s, before World War II. Where I live, the area was heavily bombed during the war because it was a major dock supplying the Navy and Army. This building was even used as a mortuary for some of the locals who tragically lost their lives during those bombings. It has this grand old hall and an old crown court that's no longer used. The atmosphere there is thick with history. I remember the first strange thing I experienced there. I was watching the CCTV and I noticed this orb floating around. At first, I thought it was just dust or maybe a fly, but this orb didn't behave like that. It was prancing and moving around in ways no dust or insect could. It was eerie, but fascinating. Then there were the noises. You know, old buildings make noises, creaks, bangs, the heating system kicking in, but some of what I heard was different. One night, I was on patrol, and I reached this door that needs a code to open. I punched in the code. Beep, 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 beep. The door opened, and I stepped inside. But then, just a few steps later, I heard the same sequence of beeps again, the code being entered from the other side, but no one was there. The door didn't swing open, only the magnetic lock was released. I was frozen for a moment, holding my torch, heart pounding. I told myself to keep moving, so I continued my patrol. Later, as I walked through the old courtroom, past the dock area, I suddenly heard this huge banging coming from the cell area below. No way was I going to check that out. Nope, not happening. I quickly made my way back to the office, and when I got there, I got a phone call telling me I was probably suffering from sleep deprivation. I wish it was just that. Another time, around 3 a.m., I was standing outside, looking up at the central block of the building. The lights suddenly flicked on. These lights are sensor activated, so it could have been a fly or something falling, right? But then I saw someone up there. It was definitely a person, not a shadow or trick of the light. I thought maybe someone was working late without me knowing, so I made a little announcement just in case. When I went to check, there was no one. Nothing. I logged it and kept going. One night, I was sitting at the reception desk doing some paperwork. The reception area is huge, with grand steps right in the center. Suddenly, there was this almighty bang right on my desk, and I nearly lost it. I sat there in shock, heart racing, trying to process what just happened. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something drifting through the top foyer area, like a ghostly figure gliding past. I opened the front doors to get some fresh air and calm down. Later that night, I glanced at my torch and it looked dim, like the batteries were dying. But here's the thing. My torch wasn't even on, and the batteries were brand new. I started thinking, could the spirit have used so much energy when making that bang that it drained my torch batteries? Is that even possible? The most recent incident was when I was opening the gates around 7:30 a.m. From there, you can see the frosted, misted windows in the cell area of the courts, which are below the dock area. As I opened the gates and turned to head back, I heard the sound of a bicycle coming into the yard. I turned around to acknowledge the cyclist, and that's when I saw someone standing in the cell area of the courts. When I got back to my desk, I asked my colleague who was in the courts. He said no one was there. He went to check and found nothing unusual. Later that morning, around 10 a.m., a contractor came in to do some work in the courts. We gave him keys, my ID badge, and the codes he needed. After a while, he came back, looking pale and sweating, almost like he'd seen a ghost. He told us he wanted to sign off the job as a two-man task from now on. When we asked why, he explained that while working in one of the courtrooms, he heard a shout coming from the cell area. He went down to check if another contractor was there, but no one was. Then he heard another shout leading him further into the cell area. That's when he experienced a severe chest tightness and a panic attack. What shook us the most was what he said next. The first cell door was slightly ajar, and standing in the gap was someone with wide eyes staring him down. We never saw that contractor again. That pretty much sums up my experiences in that building. Now, the other building I work in sits on the site of an old monastery from the 1800s. It's usually very quiet, but every time I go through a certain part of it, I feel this tightness in my chest and a mild anxiety. It's not a dark or malevolent feeling, just something off. I talked to a medium friend about it, someone who doesn't know me well enough to know where I work or what the place looks like. When he described the decorations, the exact part of the building, even the color of the carpet, I was stunned. Then he said something that really freaked me out. A little girl follows me around that area because I make her feel safe from the others. He didn't elaborate on who the others were, but said my aura was strong enough to keep them at bay, so I wouldn't notice them. I was absolutely terrified. So this little girl has been following me around at work during the night. That explained those tired, flickering shadows I sometimes catch out of the corner of my eye, like a kid running past. I asked my medium friend to help her move on. As he did, I was suddenly surrounded by the most beautiful scent of flowers. Even my friend noticed it. Apparently, it was her way of saying thank you for looking after her and helping her on. Not long ago, some out-of-hours staff working on the third floor called me in a panic. They always travel in pairs to the bathroom because they're scared of the building. They told me there was a little girl on the third floor, hiding around a corner, and she kept staring at them. Normally, I'd dismiss something like that, but I went to check it out with them. I didn't see anything, so I went back to my office. Then, one night, they reported seeing someone staring at them from a third-floor window while they were having a cigarette around 2 a.m. They stayed outside for about 15 minutes, then came to the office and asked if I had seen them making jokes at me. When I told them I'd been inside the whole time, their faces just dropped. After that, they refused to work the night shifts again. So yeah, that's the story. The little girl who follows me around, the strange orbs, the eerie noises and shadows in old halls. It's made me think a lot about the unseen and how sometimes, even in the quietest moments, we're not alone. Thanks for listening. I hope I didn't scare you too much. Hey, I want to to share some stories with you. Stories that have stayed with me. Stories about ghosts and strange happenings that felt so real, they almost became a part of who I am. So, let's start with the first one. Something I call the bonnet. Now, this goes way back to when I was just a baby, about 1 year old. It was late at night, and as babies do, I started to cry for no real reason. My mom came into my room to comfort me, her voice gentle, the house quiet except for the soft creaks of the old wooden floor. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something. A young girl, maybe around 12 or 13, standing in the hallway. She was wearing this old-fashioned bonnet and clothes that looked like they belonged to another century. And she wasn't just there. She was angry, her eyes burning with a fierce kind of rage. Suddenly, she charged at my mom, her form flickering like a candle flame in the wind, and then just disappeared. It was terrifying, especially since my sister hadn't even been born yet, so it was just my mom and me in that house. Fast forward a few years, I was about 8, sitting at the breakfast table, the smell of toast and eggs in the air, getting ready for school. I overheard my mom and brother talking about seeing an old man strolling down the hallway, just leisurely like he belonged there. I hadn't seen him, but hearing about it sent a chill down my spine. It's one thing to hear ghost stories, but quite another to know your family has experienced them firsthand. Then there's the time my brother was sleeping with his door open. His room connects directly to the hallway, and in the dead of night, he felt this cold presence staring at him. He opened his eyes, and there she was again, the girl in the bonnet, standing silently, watching him. He was frozen with fear, his heart pounding so loud he thought she must hear it. Then, to his utter horror, she whispered, "Hello?" Just that one word, soft but chilling. Ever since, he's kept his door firmly shut, afraid of what might be waiting just beyond. One evening, my family was watching America's Funniest Home Videos, our little nightly tradition. We paused for a break. Bathrooms, laundry, you know how it goes. Only my sister and I were left in the living room. Suddenly, a haunting melody filled the air, a girl's voice singing, "La la 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 la," like a twisted version of Ring Around the Rosie. My sister swore it wasn't her, and to make it worse, she saw the girl in the bonnet swinging gently on a swing in the hallway. That image has haunted us both ever since. These experiences made me a believer in the paranormal, especially when I learned the previous homeowners had seen the exact same spirits. Now, here's a story my grandmother shared with me about a year before she passed. She was a Seventh-day Adventist, very devout, but even her faith didn't shield her from the strange occurrences on their farm in Fairhall, New Zealand, back in the 1980s. They moved into an older home, not ancient, but definitely with history. Right away, clocks would stop ticking simultaneously, and their new washing machine would start on its own. Sounds like old house quirks, sure, but then my grandma awoke one night to see a woman dressed in Victorian clothing, standing at the foot of her bed with 2 children. She prayed every night afterward, and the strange happenings ceased for a while. But she was the only one who saw them, even though my grandpa was in the room. Later, when she met the neighbor, the woman casually asked, "Have you met the ghosts yet?" That confirmed it wasn't just her imagination. What puzzles me is why Victorian-era spirits would linger there, in a place that wasn't settled until the mid-1800s and was once Maori land. Grandma grew up surrounded by her church and spirituality, so these experiences, while unsettling, were part of her life. And then there's the story of her uncle's house in Marshlands, a place held by 4 generations of family. When the uncle and aunt left and returned, they found the house a mess, as if some unseen force was angry. Why would a ghost related to the family torment them like that? It's a mystery that still lingers. Now, onto something that's been gnawing at me. I'm 18 now, and a few months ago, around 10:30 p.m., I was lying in bed with the hall light on and my door open. Suddenly, I saw this black figure staring at me. It looked human, but all I could make out was its head and shoulders, with scraggly hair falling over its face. Imagine a male version of Samara from The Ring. I was pretending to be asleep, wearing a sleep mask I could see through, which is how I noticed it. The moment I looked, it sprang back and quietly shut my door. Now, my door is creaky and the handle clicks loudly when closed, but there was no sound. I asked my parents if they'd come in, and both said no. I thought it was sleep paralysis, which I've had before, but this felt different. The next night, same time, same place, the figure returned, this time holding something like a bottle. I couldn't see clearly, but it was there. I was able to move my arm, so it wasn't paralysis, and it left, again shutting my door quietly. Since then, it hasn't come back, but I can't shake it. I've been watching urban legend videos, and the boogeyman came up. Similar description, except he's usually cloaked and goes after kids younger than me. Could I have encountered the boogeyman? Or was it something else entirely? I'm still trying to figure that out. And finally, there was that eerie moment in a cemetery in Salem, Massachusetts. I felt something grab my arm, cold and sudden, making my heart leap into my throat. The chill of that night air, the crunch of dead leaves underfoot, and the silence broken only by my own sharp breaths. It's a moment I can't forget. These stories, these moments of fear and wonder, they remind me that sometimes the past isn't as far behind us as we think. The whispers of those who came before still echo in the shadows, waiting to be heard. Hey, I want to share a couple of experiences that have really stuck with me. Moments that felt so vivid and strange that I keep thinking about them even now. Both involve encounters with something beyond the usual, and though they're very different stories, they both left me feeling a mix of awe and comfort, even fear, but mostly a deep connection. So the first one happened just recently, in October, and it's actually the first time I've had an experience like this during the daytime. I've always been drawn to the eerie and the spooky, especially anything connected to the Salem witch trials. I even collect original photographs from the late 1800s and early 1900s, a habit that started after my very first paranormal encounter, which I posted about before. When it came time to pick a spot for my high school graduation trip, my parents gave me the choice between Rhode Island and Salem, Massachusetts. And well, you can guess what I chose. Salem, aka Witchy Town. We planned the trip for the week before Halloween. Originally, we wanted the week of Halloween, but my dad and I had a concert on November 1st, and none of us wanted to be rushing back home. I had an itinerary mapped out almost by the hour because there were so many places I wanted to see. One of those was the Howard Street Cemetery. I initially wanted to visit the old Burying Point Cemetery, but it was closed for renovations, so Howard Street was the next best thing. For those who don't know, this cemetery is said to be the site where Giles Corey was pressed to death during the witch trials. When we arrived, I was completely caught up in taking pictures of the gravestones that caught my eye. I tend to be drawn to the oldest, the broken, the ones covered in leaves and debris. It feels respectful to me to brush off whatever's covering them, like giving a little kindness to whoever's resting there. That day, I did that for several graves before snapping photos, not thinking much of it at the time. But then, as my parents and I were about to leave, I felt it, a gentle grip on my arm. Now, if you've read any of my other posts, you know I'm not a fan of being touched. It unsettles me for a lot of reasons. At first, I thought maybe it was a woman who just walked into the cemetery while I was taking pictures. I turned around, expecting to see her, but there was no one there. Not a soul. The cemetery surroundings were empty except for us three. My parents were in front of me, and the touch came from behind, so it couldn't have been them. My mom asked if I was okay, and I told her what had happened, explaining I thought it was that woman who had entered earlier. She said the woman had left quite a while ago. I was confused, especially since my mom was basically urging me to leave. She's not one for anything involving spirits or the occult. But the thing is, the grab wasn't forceful or angry. It was soft, almost like a gentle invitation, as if whoever it was wanted me to stay a little longer. I've been thinking about what that could mean, and I have a couple of theories. One, maybe one of the spirits wandering that cemetery was just happy to have company. Maybe it was someone from one of the graves I brushed leaves off of, someone who appreciated that I was showing respect. Or perhaps it was a spirit that was glad to see someone taking an interest in the cemetery, instead of it being used as a hangout or a drinking spot. There were quite a few empty alcohol bottles scattered around, which was a little sad. The second theory is a bit more personal and far-fetched, but my mom actually suggested it, and it really resonated with me. My favorite aunt passed away from cancer nearly 10 years ago, and losing her left a huge hole in my heart. She was the one who inspired my artistic side and my fascination with all things spooky and witch-related. After she died, my uncle, who honestly has never been a great person, went against her wishes and scattered her ashes somewhere along the Massachusetts coastline instead of giving her a proper burial. We think he did it to avoid dealing with the guilt of how he treated her in her final years. My mom said maybe it was my aunt, gently grabbing me to let me know she's still around. Even if it wasn't her, just thinking about it brings me comfort. She never even got to see me start middle school, but I've always felt like she's my guardian angel. Being in Salem during her favorite month, not far from where her ashes were scattered, it makes a lot of sense to me that she might have reached out in that way. I don't know exactly what happened that day, but I do know that the grab felt like a soft hand wrapping around my arm, and it definitely wasn't angry or frightening. It was warm and calm, like a silent hello from beyond. Now, the second story takes us somewhere very different, but is just as haunting. When I was about 5, my country was in the middle of a civil war. We lived in the capital city, and the authorities would shut off the power every night, probably to make it easier to spot any attacks or suspicious activity. One night, with the power out, my older cousin and sister lit a candle and took me to my parents' room to play. They were both about 4 years older than me and knew what to do if anything dangerous happened, like hiding under the bed. We also had a full-grown Labrador named Peggy who had just had puppies. She was incredibly protective of her pups and would bark at any little noise or movement. She even slept in the backyard to guard them from stray cats or other threats. But that night, something was different. We were playing in my parents' room. My cousin was perched on top of the bed, my sister was sitting by the window, and I was standing on the floor between them. Suddenly, my cousin asked if we could see that thing on the patio. At first, neither my sister nor I could see anything. It was pitch dark outside, and the window had a screen to keep mosquitoes out. Then my cousin asked again, and that's when we saw it. I'm struggling to find the right words to describe what we saw. This figure didn't have a clear outline. It was like a glow, a shifting haze of green and blue light, about 5 feet tall. The only definite features were 2 elongated, upside-down triangle-shaped eyes and a line that looked like a mouth. But the mouth was like TV static, flickering softly. It bent down and smiled at my sister, the mouth line stretching wider. Even now, just recalling it gives me goosebumps. And Peggy, our usually fearless dog, didn't make a sound. She was right there, and that thing was just outside the window, but she didn't bark or move. We all froze, just staring at this glowing figure. It made eye contact with each of us, its eyes moving, watching us intently. There was no mental communication or anything, just that eerie, silent stare. Finally, my cousin snapped out of the trance, grabbed my sister and me, and we ran to tell our parents. My dad went outside to check, but there was nothing there. I keep wondering, what was that? Why would something like that come to our backyard with a big dog in a war-torn city at night and just stand there silently watching us? It almost looked like a hologram, with all those glowing dots in its eyes and mouth. I never felt threatened by it, just unsettled and bewildered. After that night, I couldn't sleep facing the window. I would hide under the blankets, even though it was so hot, nearly 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I'd suffocate a bit, but I was too scared to look outside. I've never seen anything like it since. I'm 33 now, and I've searched everywhere, hoping to find someone who's seen something similar, someone who can help me make sense of it. If you've ever encountered anything like this, please reach out. I need to understand why it was there and what it wanted. These experiences, so different yet both so profound, remind me that the world is full of mysteries. Some are gentle and comforting, like that touch in Salem, and others are strange and silent watchers in the dark. But they all leave their mark on us, shaping the way we see the world and the unseen. Thanks for listening. I was about 14 when the first thing happened. That night, I had secretly left the house to meet the boy I was dating. The relationship was abusive, and he had been threatening me, so in my mind, not going felt even more dangerous than sneaking out. It was sometime after midnight, probably around 12:30. From the moment I stepped outside, I felt intensely uneasy. I kept looking behind me, even though I couldn't see anyone following me. As I walked through a quiet neighborhood, I noticed a woman standing on her porch smoking a cigarette. She had on a faded red hoodie, and her dark hair was tied up messily. I remember feeling relieved when I saw her. I thought, at least there's another woman nearby. If something happens, she'll see it. When I passed the house, I could still feel her watching me. I could see her shape from the corner of my eye. Then I turned around. The porch was empty. There was no woman, no cigarette smoke, nothing. I immediately tried calling my boyfriend because I was frightened, but he kept rejecting my calls. I started walking faster. To reach our meeting place, I had to cross a large field beside an old running track. It was completely dark, and I couldn't stop thinking about how that woman had disappeared so quickly. This next part is what people usually don't believe. I was looking down at my phone, trying to call again, when I suddenly heard a burst of loud static. It sounded close, almost as though it had come from right beside my ear. When I looked up, there was something standing directly in the path ahead of me. It was extremely tall and painfully thin. Its skin looked pale gray, almost colorless, and there was a large brown paper sack covering its head. The bag looked too big for its body. It was moving in this strange, unnatural way. Its arms and shoulders twisted slowly while its body swayed from side to side. The closest way I can describe it is that it looked like it was dancing, but there was no rhythm to it. Every movement felt wrong. I stopped so suddenly that I choked on my own breath. I pulled the sleeve of my sweatshirt over my mouth and tried to cough as quietly as possible. The moment I made a sound, the figure froze. Completely. I thought about turning around and running home. I really did. But at that age, I was more afraid of what my boyfriend might do than I was of whatever stood in front of me. So I kept walking toward it. As I got closer, the figure began to fade. It didn't step away or disappear all at once. It slowly became transparent, almost like smoke thinning in the air. The second I could see the path through it, I ran. I ran straight through the place where it had been and didn't stop until I reached the meeting spot. By then, I was shaking and crying so hard that I could barely speak. The second experience happened a while later. I had recently come home after spending several weeks in the hospital, and I remember being ridiculously excited to eat chocolate sandwich cookies again. One night, after almost everyone had gone to bed, I quietly went downstairs. My older brother was still awake in his room. I opened the pantry, stepped inside, and closed the door behind me so nobody would hear the packaging. I stood there eating cookies and scrolling through short videos on my phone. This was around 2020, when that app was everywhere, even though people still pretended it was embarrassing to have it. While I was standing there, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over me. There was no reason for it. Nothing had happened. I just knew I needed to leave the pantry. I put the cookies back, opened the door, and walked toward the living room. Near the hallway leading to the laundry room, I noticed what looked like a small black ball. There were 8 people living in the house, including several young children, so toys were always scattered everywhere. I assumed it was just one of their rubber balls. Then it rolled out of the hallway by itself. When it reached the carpet, it turned slightly, and I saw 2 tiny white dots on it. They looked like eyes. A dark shape began unfolding behind the ball. It had a strange, narrow body, and as it moved, I heard a sharp crackling sound, almost like dry branches snapping. Then it started crawling toward me. I couldn't move. My entire body felt locked in place. I remember staring at it and trying to understand what I was seeing, but my mind couldn't make sense of it. When I finally regained control of my body, I ran upstairs to my brother's room and burst into tears. My brother and I had experienced unsettling things in that house before. Our mother had been deeply involved in witchcraft and darker spiritual practices while we were growing up, so he didn't laugh at me or tell me I was imagining things. He also knew I had already been through a lot because of the abusive relationship. He spoke to me gently and said he would check downstairs. I was too afraid to stay alone, so I followed him. We searched the living room, the hallway, and the laundry room. There was nothing there. That night, he let me sleep in his room. My siblings and I saw many strange things while living in that house. Some of the stories are mine, and others belong to them. When I was 17, a court case resulted in my father receiving full custody of my brother and me. We moved out of our mother's house. Since the day I left, I haven't experienced anything like that again. Not once. So this started about 7 months ago, when I began staying at my boyfriend's place most weekends. Whenever we stay at my house, everything feels completely normal. I can step outside after dark, take the trash out, sit on the porch, whatever, and I don't feel nervous at all. But his house is different. My boyfriend works late shifts, so our schedule is a little strange. We usually sleep during the day and stay awake most of the night. He leaves for work at around 10:30 and normally gets home sometime between 3 and 5 in the morning. A few months ago, I started noticing something. Whenever I went outside after he left, I would get this intense feeling that something was watching me from a distance. I'm usually a pretty logical person, so at first I told myself it was probably an animal. There are raccoons, stray cats, and possums around the neighborhood, so it didn't seem that unusual. But then one night, something happened that I still can't explain. The raccoons had been getting into the garbage, so I brought out a few scraps of food to lure them away from the cans. I stood there watching them eat, but the entire time, I had this awful feeling that there was something behind me. Not one of the raccoons. Something else. I tried to ignore it, but the longer I stood there, the stronger the feeling became. Finally, I decided to go back inside. The second I turned around, I heard a heavy thud behind the neighbor's wooden fence. It sounded like something large had just jumped down from it. I spun around, but I couldn't see anything. I ran inside and locked the door. After that, the same feeling kept happening. Every time I took the trash out or stepped into the yard at night, it felt like something was nearby, just out of sight. Eventually, I decided I wasn't going outside after dark anymore. But that didn't stop it. Instead, I started hearing noises near the windows. Sometimes it sounds like slow footsteps moving along the side of the house. Other times, there's a faint scratching or tapping, almost like something is standing close to the glass. The curtains cover most of the windows, but there are still small gaps where someone could look inside. The house also has 2 skylights, and lately I've been hearing noises above those too. I've always been a little uncomfortable around uncovered windows at night, but this feels different. It doesn't feel like ordinary paranoia. It feels deliberate, like whatever is outside knows where I am. Tonight made everything worse. I had to take the garbage out because the bag was leaking, so I worked up the courage and rushed it into the garage. I tossed it into the bin and turned to go back inside. That's when I heard the same heavy sound near the neighbor's fence. A sudden thump, followed by something moving through the grass. I shut the garage door as fast as I could and hurried back into the house. A little later, I went into the spare room to look for a paintbrush for a small craft project. I couldn't find it, and I ended up getting distracted by a box of old family photos. After looking through them, I started putting everything away. That was when the noises began outside the window beside me. Soft at first, then closer. A scrape. A pause. Another scrape. And the strangest part is that it happens almost like clockwork. My boyfriend leaves for work, and about an hour later, the noises begin. It doesn't matter which room I'm in. Somehow, the sounds always seem to follow me through the house. I keep telling myself there has to be a reasonable explanation. An animal, a tree branch, someone walking through the neighboring yard. But deep down, I don't believe that anymore. Something comes around this house when my boyfriend leaves. Something that stays close to the windows. Something that watches. And even now, while I'm telling you this, I can still hear it moving outside. Ever since I was little, strange things seem to happen around me. Some of my earliest memories come from an apartment my family lived in near Anaheim, California. I can't explain exactly what was happening there, but I remember always feeling uneasy, especially at night. I had vivid nightmares, heard things I couldn't identify, and often felt as though I wasn't alone. Eventually, my family moved to a quieter area near Paris. At the time, my father was hiding from law enforcement, so we tried to stay somewhere isolated and out of sight. The strange activity seemed to calm down after the move. At least, I don't remember anything clearly happening while I was awake. The nightmares continued, though, and many of them repeated themselves over and over. About a year later, my father was arrested. My mother, my siblings, and I spent the next several months moving between relatives' homes while she worked to support us. It was a difficult and unstable time, but eventually, she managed to get a place of our own in South Los Angeles. That was when the strange activity seemed to return. One afternoon, while cleaning my room, I found a pair of dice from an old board game. For reasons I still don't fully understand, I decided to use them to try to communicate with whatever I believed had been following me. I know that sounds foolish, and honestly, it was. I don't remember every question I asked or how I interpreted each role. What I do remember is becoming convinced that the presence was dangerous and that it had been around me for most of my life. The thought terrified me. I started crying because, in that moment, it no longer felt like something I could dismiss as a nightmare or an overactive imagination. It felt personal. It felt real. A few weeks later, during the summer of 2012, I was lying in bed watching television. It was a bright afternoon, and sunlight was coming through the window. Nothing about the day felt frightening. Then I looked down for a moment. When I looked back up, everything had changed, but only slightly. I was still in my bedroom. I was lying in the same position, wearing the same clothes, holding the same remote, and covered by the same blanket. Everything looked exactly as it had a moment earlier. The only difference was that the television was off. I tried pressing the power button. That was when a small red figure appeared beside the bed. It looked humanoid, but something about it was completely wrong. It was short, thin, and almost sickly looking, with sparse hair and dark, hollow spaces where its eyes should have been. There was also a strange marking across its forehead, though I couldn't clearly understand what it was. Before I could react, it grabbed my wrist. My mouth opened suddenly, wider than I thought possible. I felt an intense pressure, as though something long and heavy had been forced down my throat and deep into my body. I couldn't move, speak, or close my mouth. The figure climbed on top of me and leaned close. Its own mouth was stretched open, and for one horrible moment, I thought it was going to breathe or pour something into me. But it didn't. It simply stared at me with those empty, unnatural eyes. The experience felt as though it lasted more than a minute, although I can't be certain. Then, just as suddenly as it began, I found myself fully awake. I was still lying in the exact same position. The remote was still in my hand. The television was on again. My mouth was hanging open, and pain seemed to be shooting through my throat and the rest of my body. For a long time, I didn't know what to think. I tried not to think about it at all, honestly. I was frightened, confused, and desperate to forget. What makes the experience even stranger is that after that day, whatever had been bothering me seemed to stop. Completely. I never saw the figure again. I never felt that same presence again. The repeated nightmares eventually faded too. But I was left with questions I still can't answer. Why did I experience it at such a young age? Why did it seem connected to my family? Was it really something that had followed me? Or was my mind trying to process years of fear, instability, and trauma? When I was around 16, both of my parents separately described strange encounters of their own. Hearing their stories brought everything back. Part of me felt relieved that I wasn't the only one, but another part of me became even more confused. To this day, I don't know whether what happened was paranormal, a vivid nightmare, sleep paralysis, or something else entirely. I only know that it felt real. The room was real. The pain was real. The fear was real. And whatever happened that afternoon, it was the last time I ever felt that presence near me. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe it was something my mind created during an overwhelming period of my life. Or maybe something truly was there. I still don't have closure, and perhaps I never will. But this is what I remember. Let me give you a little backstory, because otherwise none of this will make much sense. I grew up in a deeply Christian home. When I was a teenager, one of my relatives went through a severe addiction and ended up staying with my family for a while. Things became so frightening that my family arranged what they believed was an exorcism. Everyone who witnessed it agreed afterward that we would never speak about it again. Years later, in my mid-20s, I moved back into my parents' house. I slept in the same bedroom that relative had once used, and that was when the sleep paralysis started. At the time, I was also experimenting heavily with hallucinogens. I took acid and mushrooms, and my friends and I would visit abandoned buildings and places that were rumored to be haunted. Because of that, I was constantly watching for anything strange or paranormal. My wife and I have sometimes wondered whether I brought something home from one of those places. Other times, we have wondered whether it was connected to that old bedroom and everything that happened there. In the beginning, the paralysis was almost manageable. I would wake up unable to move, realize what was happening, and think, "Here we go again." I could usually wiggle my fingers or toes until my body finally snapped out of it. These days, I have stepped away from nearly all of that. I only drink occasionally, and I have started reconnecting with my faith. Strangely, though, the episodes have become more intense. Whenever my wife and I discuss the old exorcism, or the presence we believe we have felt in our home, I start sweating. I get chills, nausea, and sometimes violent trembling. We have also noticed that the activity seems worse when there is tension in the house. My wife and I have been struggling lately, and after particularly bad arguments, the episodes often seem to return. But last night was different. I dreamed that I was inside an unfamiliar house with several relatives who had been present during the exorcism. My children were there too, along with a group of kids I did not recognize. From the moment I entered the house, something felt wrong. We were all watching television when one of my uncles suddenly said there was a spirit trapped inside the screen. Everyone panicked and ran outside, leaving only my wife and me behind. For some reason, I sat down and started playing a strange video game that looked like a cheap imitation of a tactical shooter. Then my wife called me to come to bed. As soon as she did, the entire atmosphere changed. The dream began to feel less like a dream and more like something familiar. It felt like the presence my wife and I have sensed before while awake, the one we avoid discussing because acknowledging it seems to make it stronger. Suddenly, I was lying in bed beside her, wrapped in the same blanket I had fallen asleep under in real life. The room felt unbearably heavy. I started screaming and crying, begging my wife to leave the house with me. I kept saying, "We have to go. We have to get out now." Then she looked at me. She was smiling, but it was not her smile. Her expression was twisted and unnatural, as though something else was looking through her face. That was when I woke up. Except I was still trapped. I was lying on the couch in full sleep paralysis. My chest felt crushed, and I could barely breathe. My arms and legs did not feel numb or frozen the way they usually did. It felt more physical than that, as though an enormous weight was holding my entire body down. Then I looked toward my 8-year-old son. There was a dark figure hovering near him. Before I could react, both of our cats stood up. One moved near his head, and the other positioned itself beside his feet. It looked almost as though they were guarding him. A moment later, my son giggled softly in his sleep. Then the pressure vanished. I could move again. My son was completely fine, still sleeping peacefully. The cats had curled up beside him, but both of them were staring directly at me. I went upstairs shaking so badly that I could barely walk. I felt sick to my stomach, and at around 5 in the morning, I woke my wife. That was when she told me what had happened to her earlier that night. She said she had awakened suddenly because she felt something hovering above her. She was fully awake when she saw a figure standing on my side of the bed. She described it as a decaying version of me. It only had an upper body, and beneath it were legs shaped like the hooves of an animal. The figure disappeared when she sat up. Immediately afterward, she felt an overwhelming heaviness and barely reached the bathroom before becoming sick. Neither of us had spoken to the other before these experiences happened. I know sleep paralysis can cause chest pressure, hallucinations, and the sensation of being held down. But I have never experienced anything this intense before, especially on the same night my wife claimed to see something independently. Has anyone else had sleep paralysis that felt this physical? Have your episodes ever seemed connected to a particular house, room, or period of conflict in your life? And has anyone ever experienced something during paralysis that appeared to overlap with what another person witnessed that same night? Hey, I want to share a story about my dad from when he was a kid. It's one of those stories that stuck with him for life, even though he wasn't the type to believe in anything supernatural or religious. He was very down to earth, with a realistic take on life. But this experience made him pause and question a lot. So, my dad grew up in a little village and spent most of his childhood there, from elementary school until around third grade. He was about 9 or 10 years old when this happened, and it's something he only told his mom at the time. But years later, when he heard similar creepy tales from relatives about that same area, he started to think maybe what he experienced wasn't just a dream or hallucination. Their house was just outside the village, perched right on top of a hill. Getting there on foot was tough because the terrain was rough and steep. There was this shortcut, though, a narrow path that wound around the hill. People who knew about it sometimes used it because it was less rough than the main road, but it had a dark history and a spooky reputation. It wasn't a place anyone liked to use unless they really had to. The locals called that path kabatash, which means rough stones in Turkish, because the path was covered with sharp, jagged stones. But the real reason it had such a bad vibe was the stories passed down through generations. My grandfather told my dad about something that happened centuries ago. During the Mongol invasions of Anatolia, the Mongols attacked the village, killed everyone, and then impaled the heads of the victims on spikes along that very path. Imagine walking a road with such a gruesome past. No wonder it felt eerie. One summer afternoon, my dad was heading home and chose to take that shortcut because he was in a hurry. The path wasn't very long, and neighbors lived just past a fork at the end of it. He was walking along the stony trail when, suddenly he stopped dead in his tracks. Right in front of him was a stone wall that had never been there before. A solid wall made of rough stones, blocking the path. He wondered who could have built a wall there on such a narrow path. It didn't make sense. But then he noticed the path continued behind the wall, so it wasn't completely blocking the way. The wall was about 150 to 160 centimeters tall, and maybe 2 meters wide. For a kid, it was taller than him, but not impossible to get over. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows and a chill in the air. He figured he'd just climb up and go over, quick and easy. But as soon as he tried to grab the stones on top, something odd happened. No matter how hard he stretched or climbed, he just couldn't reach the top. It was like the wall was endless. He tried different ways, but his hand kept touching nothing. It was as if the wall kept going beyond what his eyes could see. He thought maybe his plastic shoes were slipping, or maybe he wasn't jumping high enough. But deep down, he knew something was wrong. A creeping feeling started settling in his chest, like someone was watching him, maybe even toying with him. The light was fading quickly, and the shadows seemed to stretch like fingers reaching out. He was scared now. The height felt dangerous, and the thought of falling made his heart pound. If I fall, he thought, I could break my bones, or worse. For a boy who hadn't prayed much before, this was the moment he silently asked God for help. Then, suddenly, the wall gave way beneath him. With a loud crash, it collapsed and buried him under a heap of stones. He hit the ground hard, and everything went dark. He must have passed out because he didn't remember anything after that. Hours later, his uncle was walking along the path and spotted something unusual. A small boy, half buried under rocks, motionless. Recognizing him immediately, he rushed over, lifted him up, and carried him home. When they got back, my grandmother saw him and sighed deeply, saying, "Oh, my son, were you so tired you had to sleep on that cursed land?" My dad told her everything he'd been through, about the endless wall and the feeling of being watched. People in that region still say if you wander alone in deserted places, you might find yourself caught in tricks, illusions that mess with your mind, like that never-ending wall. Some say it's just our imaginations playing games, but honestly, I'm not sure. After hearing my dad's story, I wouldn't want to test it myself. Hey there, let me share with you some experiences that have haunted me for over 2 decades now. Even though I'm naturally skeptical about all things paranormal, these incidents from my youth still keep me awake at night, puzzling over what really happened. So, buckle up and listen closely. These are the stories of 2 mysterious voices and a haunting presence in my home. It all started when I was around 13 years old, living in Manchester with my mom. We were in this cozy, semi-detached house, the kind where the walls hold memories, you know? We were gearing up to move to a new place nearby, so the house was half packed, half lived in. One evening, around 7 p.m., my mom and I were sitting in the living room watching TV. The air was quiet, except for the murmur from the television and the occasional creak of the old house settling. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. I got up, curious, and opened it to find a friend from the neighborhood. We started chatting on the doorstep, the cool evening air wrapping around us. Then, mid-conversation, I heard a woman's voice shouting from upstairs, clear as day, but eerie. "Hello, can you hear me? I'm over here, can't you see me?" I froze. Instinctively, I rushed back inside to check on my mom. She was sitting on the couch, trembling, her face pale and eyes wide with fear. "What's wrong?" I asked, heart pounding. She looked at me, still shaking, and said something that sent chills down my spine. She told me a woman's voice had whispered those exact words into her ear. "Hello, can you hear me? I'm over here, can't you see me?" The same words I just heard shouted from upstairs. I grabbed the first thing I could find, a tennis racket, and slowly crept upstairs, my heart hammering in my chest. I searched every nook and cranny, every bedroom, under the beds, inside wardrobes. The house was silent except for the creaking floorboards beneath my feet. No one was there. My friend, still waiting outside, didn't see anyone come down the stairs either. It was like the voice had come from nowhere. Fast forward a couple of weeks later, and another unsettling event unfolded. It was late evening, and I was back in the living room, flipping through TV channels. But when the remote vanished, nowhere to be found among the cushions or on the floor, I gave up and grabbed a comic book instead. You have to picture this. The main light fixture was missing because we were packing, so I moved to the far side of the room where a lamp cast a soft yellow glow. I was engrossed in my comic when suddenly the TV switched itself off. At first, I thought maybe the power had gone out, but the lamp stayed lit. I walked over to the TV, the old, bulky kind, and saw the red standby light glowing. Someone had turned it off with the remote, but the remote was resting right there, on the arm of the couch, pointing at the TV. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Deciding it was time to call it a night, I took my comic upstairs, heading to the bathroom to read. As I sat there, I heard movement outside the door. "Mom?" I called softly. No answer. The sounds stopped. I called again, and the shuffling resumed. I crouched down and peered under the door, and there, 2 shadows danced, like feet shuffling back and forth, blocking the faint light from the hallway. Fear gripped me like never before. "Mom, if that's you, please say something. This isn't funny," I whispered, heart racing. The shadows seemed to edge closer, and then, incredibly, the door handle began to turn downward, as if someone was trying to get in. I lunged forward and locked the door just in time. The handle twitched back up, and the footsteps retreated until... everything fell silent. I stayed on the toilet for what felt like an eternity, trying to calm my pounding heart. When I finally emerged, I checked Mom's bedroom door. It was firmly shut, and I hadn't heard it open or close throughout the whole ordeal. I dashed to my room, dove under the covers, and shivered there, unwilling to face what might still be lurking. I always wondered if Mom was sleepwalking, maybe not hearing me call, but I'm certain I would have heard her door open or close. Whatever it wasn't something I could explain. Years later, my mom and I moved into a peculiar little pink duplex house. The neighborhood was quiet, the kind of place where everyone waves when you walk by. The house was old, probably built before the Second World War, and had just been renovated. But strange things began happening about 5 months in. Pipes leaked, radiators dripped, water seeped from the basement floor, under the bathtub, even from cracks in the walls and ceiling. We called my dad, a plumber, to take a look. He tried fixing the sink and radiators but couldn't explain the persistent leaks. Meanwhile, I began waking up to a foul, animal-like smell that seemed to fill the night air. I felt watched, especially during those unsettling moments. Sometimes I'd sense something pressing down on me as I lay in bed. I was studying psychology back then and convinced myself it was sleep paralysis, trying hard not to let fear take hold. Noises from the attic echoed through the house, and I often felt phantom touches, though I always blamed my imagination. My mom and I argued over the porch doors, which had this creepy habit of swinging open on their own, even after I triple-checked they were locked tight. 2 years later, my grandmother and her partner came to visit. I was sharing a room with my mom, and they were upstairs. One night, I got woken by sounds from the kitchen. Curious, I got up to use the bathroom, passing the staircase where a light glowed, and I heard the clinking of a kettle or cup. On my way back, Mom asked, "Are they having a hard time sleeping or what?" I shrugged and went back to bed. But at breakfast, Mom asked the visitors why they'd been so noisy. They said, "We thought it was you." Mom laughed nervously. "Oh, so ghosts again," she said. A strange thing to say since we'd never talked about any of this before. Then, she confided in me that she had experienced some terrifying things in that house, so much so that she called 2 exorcists. The first helped for about a week, the second for nearly half a year. I was stunned. Mom was always the skeptic, the one who joked about paranormal stuff. But now, she was living the nightmare. She called the strange occurrences her burglar from the basement, and even slept with a knife for a while. Beyond the doors opening on their own, there was a broken intercom that seemed cut and useless. Yet guests reported hearing it ring, and the gate would open by itself without us knowing. There were countless odd happenings, but I won't bore you with every detail. Interestingly, the longer we ignored these disturbances, the calmer the house became. When we finally decided to move out, my mom asked an old neighbor if he wanted our garden table and chairs. He came by and, after some hesitation, shared the house's dark secret. He said none of the previous families lasted long, and most had serious family troubles. Then he revealed there had been a murder in the pink house. 2 men had held a girl hostage and done unspeakable things to her. Hearing this sent shivers down my spine. No wonder the house felt heavy with sorrow. Even now, I feel like something left that place with me, a shadow lingering at the edge of my thoughts. I don't know what it was or why it reached out to us, but these voices and shadows remain a mystery I carry with me. So, have you ever experienced anything like this? Those inexplicable moments that defy logic and chill you to the bone? If you have, I'd love to hear your stories. Maybe together we can make a little sense of the unknown. I was 18 when the main encounter happened. I'm 21 now, but I can still remember that night with uncomfortable clarity. The whole experience unfolded over several months, although I sometimes wonder whether whatever I encountered had been around much longer than that. Maybe I just hadn't noticed it yet. It began with a photograph. I'd taken a casual mirror picture after working out, mostly to track my progress. There was nothing unusual about it at the time. A couple of months later, I happened to look at the photo again, and that was when I noticed something in the background. Behind the bathroom door, close to the sink, there appeared to be a face peering toward the camera. I didn't remember seeing anyone there when I took the picture. Maybe I had overlooked some ordinary object or strange reflection, but once I saw the shape, I couldn't stop seeing it. It looked far too much like a face. That photograph unsettled me more than I'd like to admit. For weeks afterward, I struggled to sleep. Every small sound made me tense, and I constantly had the feeling that someone was watching me. Then, a few weeks later, the encounter happened. It was sometime after 2 in the morning. I had been deeply asleep when I suddenly snapped awake. There was no slow transition and no groggy confusion. It felt as though someone had flipped a switch inside my head. My eyes opened, and I could move immediately. At the foot of my bed stood a woman-shaped figure. She looked human at first glance, but only at first glance. Her skin had a pale blue glow, almost translucent, as though she wasn't completely part of the room. She had long hair, solid white eyes, and a wide smile filled with thin, sharp teeth. Instead of legs, her body tapered into something resembling a tail. The closest comparison I can make is a figure from an old storybook, something between a spirit and a sea creature. There was something graceful about her, but also something deeply predatory. She raised one hand and gave me a peace sign. Then she smiled. I was absolutely terrified. My whole body started shaking, and when she saw my reaction, she laughed softly. It didn't sound cruel exactly. It was more like she found my fear surprising or even amusing. I pulled the blanket toward my face and began praying. I avoided looking directly at her, but I could still see her standing there through the corner of my eye. She didn't rush toward me. She didn't threaten me. She simply remained beside the bed, calm and completely unbothered, until she gradually faded from view. After that night, she never appeared so clearly again. Still, whenever I meditated or closed my eyes while listening to music, I would sometimes see her in my mind. It was always the same image: the white eyes, the smile, and the peace sign. The final time I saw her was in a dream. She was standing in the same place at the foot of my bed, but this time she wore a dark crimson dress. She smiled at me for a moment and then disappeared. I remember searching the room for her. Somewhere behind me, a voice belonging to someone I trusted said, very calmly, "She's gone now." After that, I never saw her again. The feeling of her presence disappeared too. Looking back, I think the whole thing may have been too overwhelming for me at that age. Whether she was something supernatural, something created by my mind, or something I still don't understand, I wasn't ready for it. Maybe that's why the encounter stopped. There had been unusual experiences before her. Between the ages of 14 and 18, I frequently saw brief flashes of color, usually blue, gold, or white. I also dealt with persistent ringing in my ears, and occasionally, I would hear a voice just as I was drifting to sleep. Once, while half asleep, I saw the face of a blue-skinned man smiling at me. Another time, I sensed a tall, reddish figure wearing what looked like a wide-brimmed hat near my bed. I also had a handful of experiences that felt as though I had briefly left my body. After the encounter with the woman, I became fascinated with astral projection. I started practicing regularly, and that seemed to make everything more intense. While trying to project, unfamiliar faces would appear behind my closed eyes. One of them was a woman who repeatedly waved at me, almost as though she wanted me to follow her. Every time I felt myself getting close, excitement or fear would pull me back into my body. I also experienced powerful sensations moving along my lower spine. It felt like a current rising and falling through my back. Sometimes, while falling asleep, my entire body would begin vibrating so strongly that I would force myself awake just to make it stop. Eventually, work and everyday responsibilities took over. I stopped practicing and gradually lost interest in projection. These days, I still notice the occasional flash of blue, white, or silver light. The ringing hasn't completely disappeared either, but both happen far less often than they did when I was younger. Life feels quieter now, especially since I've been focused on building a career. Lately, though, I've considered returning to meditation. Part of me is curious about whether those experiences would return, or whether that chapter of my life has truly ended. That night changed me. It frightened me, but it also left me with a sense of wonder that I've never completely lost. I don't know exactly what I saw, and I'm not sure I ever will. But if it happened again now, I don't think I would hide beneath the blanket. I think I would look at her, raise my hand, and return the peace sign. Hey there. I want to share with you a story that's both chilling and deeply moving, about love, the trail, and the dark mysteries of a haunted village. So settle in and let me take you back to the early 1960s, to a small town where two teenagers, Carolyn and Reginald, met in high school. They were inseparable, truly each other's other half, the kind of young love that feels like it could conquer the world. But as their graduation caps flew into the sky, so did their paths. Carolyn dreamed of a quiet life in her hometown, while Reginald was drawn to adventure, eventually joining the U.S. Navy. Time and distance pulled them apart. After years of service, Reginald's life took many turns. He married once, but that chapter closed quickly, and eventually, he found himself working on the railroads in South Carolina, trying to settle down. Meanwhile, Carolyn's journey was far from easy. She married twice, both marriages ending in heartbreak. The second was almost fatal. Picture this. It's February 18th, 1987. Carolyn is at home with her 10-year-old daughter, Rhonda. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. When Carolyn opens the door, her second husband is there, but not for a visit. In a terrifying moment witnessed by Rhonda, he pulls out a gun and fires 6 bullets into Carolyn. The house is filled with the terrible sound of gunfire and Rhonda's frustrating gasps. After committing this horrific act, he flees and tragically takes his own life. Carolyn survives, but the bullets leave her with chronic pain and blindness in one eye. Years later, she's dealt another cruel blow. Liver cancer, traced back to hepatitis C, contracted from contaminated blood she received during emergency treatment. Despite all this, Carolyn, with her indomitable spirit, pushes forward. Fast forward to the year 2000. Carolyn, now working as a customer service rep for a television company, receives a surprising call. It's Reginald. Their connection reignites instantly, a spark that had never truly died. Within 6 months, they marry, and a year later, they decide to sell their home and retire together in Florida. Rhonda, though sad to see her mother go, feels hope bubble within her for the first time in years. But then, the darkness creeps back in. In July 2005, Carolyn stops answering Rhonda's calls. At first, Rhonda isn't too worried. After all, her mother and Reginald both had health issues. But as hours stretch into days, worry gnaws at her. On the 3rd day, she drives to their Florida home. The front door is unlocked. Inside, their dog roams free. A plate with leftover food sits on the table, and crucial medications lie untouched in their bedroom. This is not like her mother at all. Alarmed, Rhonda reports them missing. The police launch an investigation, quickly tracing the couple's car, found abandoned on a deserted road, its battery missing. Then, an anonymous call comes in from a young couple claiming to be Carolyn and Reginald. But the police see through the ruse immediately. Following the trail, they discover a man in his early 20s using their credit cards. The trail leads to a rental car booked under the name Tiffany Cole. At a local motel, police find Tiffany, her boyfriend Michael, and a young accomplice, Alan. Their room is crammed with recently stolen goods, electronics, clothes, even perfumes. Among the seized items are the missing couple's keys and personal belongings. Under interrogation, Tiffany cracks, revealing a fourth accomplice, Nixon. Nixon's confession is harrowing. Tiffany and Michael had known Carolyn and Reginald since South Carolina. They'd taken Tiffany under their wing, like family, after a traumatic childhood. When Michael was kicked out of his home, Tiffany and Michael showed up at Carolyn and Reginald's door, penniless and homeless. Carolyn welcomed them with open arms, offering food and shelter. But greed took root when Tiffany overheard Carolyn mention the large sum they'd gained from selling their house. A month later, the group hatched a sinister plan. Alan and Nixon knocked on Carolyn's door, asking to use the phone due to a broken-down car. Carolyn, ever kind, let them in. But they quickly overpowered her, binding her and Reginald with duct tape so tightly that the only air came through their nostrils. Michael and Tiffany ransacked the house, stuffing valuables into bags. Then, they shoved Carolyn and Reginald into the trunk of their own car and drove to a remote spot where they dug a grave. I want you to imagine the horror of that moment. Carolyn and Reginald, exhausted and scared, clinging to each other in that dark pit. The assailants began filling the grave with dirt and mud as the couple gasped for air. The cruel tormentors even forced mud into their mouths and noses to choke them, yet the couple's faint gasps continued beneath the earth. Nixon's confession broke the officers' hearts, tears flowing as the full nightmare unfolded. He was sentenced to life in prison, while Tiffany, Michael, and Alan faced the death penalty. Now, hold that thought as we shift to another story, set decades later in 2010. Dane, a passionate wildlife photographer, his wife Kate, and their spirited 10-year-old daughter Nancy embark on a vacation to a small village called Mayong in Assam, India. Originally planning elsewhere, they changed their destination under Nancy's insistence. Mayong is a place of lush greenery, rich wildlife, and deep culture. But it's also shrouded in eerie legends of dark magic, witchcraft, and disappearances. The village's history is steeped in tales of black magic, with practitioners known as Oja who have ghostly assistants. Some say human sacrifices to goddess Shakti are still performed here. It's a place where the line between reality and dark folklore blurs. After a tiring journey, the family settles into their resort. Early next morning, Dane sets out alone into the forest to capture the beauty of the flora and fauna. But the resort manager rushes to stop him, warning, "Sir, the things inside these woods are deadlier than any animal." Dane laughs it off, confident in his skills, but the words linger uneasily. That day, the family visits the Pobatora Wildlife Sanctuary. Nancy's eyes light up at the sight of the majestic one-horned rhinos. As dusk falls, they return to their room. Kate and Dane sit by the window, the moonlight casting silver shadows over the forest. As they lean in for a tender moment, Kate's gaze freezes on the tree line about 100 meters away. She sees two naked women, their faces wearing eerie, emotionless smiles. One gestures strangely, first to a baby, then mimicking cutting off its head. Then, just like that, they vanish. Kate is pale, trembling, and Dane, seeing her fear, looks through his camera to confirm what she's seeing. Kate breaks down in tears, confiding that the women showed her visions of their daughter suffering. The night stretches on, filled with restless tossing and sleeplessness. At dawn, Kate begs Dane to cut the trip short. Tickets are sold out, and they're forced to stay one more day. a day that will haunt them forever. They tell Nancy not to leave the room, but exhaustion overcomes them. At 4 p.m., Dane wakes to find the door open and Nancy missing. The door slams shut, trapped by some unseen force. Kate awakens, spotting Nancy walking in a trance toward the forest, drawn by the same naked women. Kate's heart shatters as she watches her daughter vanish into the trees. In a desperate bid, Kate jumps from the window, blood dripping from cuts caused by broken glass, and races after Nancy into the dense forest. She calls out, but Nancy seems distant, almost unreachable. Then, a chilling moment. Nancy's voice calls for help, yet when Kate pursues, she realizes it's a cruel illusion, leading her toward a cliff's edge. Suddenly, a hand grabs Kate's shoulder, trying to push her over. She screams, and Dane arrives just in time, pulling her back to safety. They try to open the locked door, but it won't budge. Frightened and desperate, they seek police help. But even with canine units, Nancy's trail runs cold as night falls. That night, Dane notices birds fleeing the forest, smoke rising in the distance. Trusting his instincts, he and Kate rush toward the source, only to be met by the pounding beat of drums and hear their daughter's screams. They find Nancy tied to an altar, the naked women from Kate's visions surrounding her. One blood-smeared woman carves strange symbols into Nancy's skin, pulling out her hair one strand at a time. Kate rushes forward, but the women overpower and bind her and Dane to nearby trees. The horrifying scene unfolds. The women drink Nancy's blood, force Kate and Dane to ingest it against their will, and revel in their terror. As the blood-smeared woman raises her knife to end Nancy's life, Dane cries out in desperation. Then, a gunshot rings out. The woman falls, lifeless, as the others flee into the night. Exhausted and shaken, Dane and Kate collapse, finally reunited with their daughter, saved from the darkness. At least for now. These stories remind us of the fragile line between hope and despair, love and betrayal, and the unseen shadows that linger just beyond the light. Thanks for listening, and remember, sometimes the scariest stories are the ones rooted in truth. Hey, I just wanted to share some stories from my life. Nothing wildly exciting maybe, but I hope they resonate with someone out there. Weird things have always seemed to orbit around my home, but nothing quite as sinister as this particular memory, aside from one other time. I actually have a couple more stories tied to this strange thread, so if you're interested, I'll share those too. Kind of like a little series, right? If you're up for it. So this one happened when I was in middle school. My brother, let's call him Dane instead of his real name, he had this drum set in his room upstairs. For years, really. It wasn't unusual to hear him pounding away from blocks away sometimes. The drums just carried through the neighborhood like thunder. I remember the day clearly. I'd just gotten off the bus, walking home with my earphones in, but even through the music in my ears, I could hear the steady rhythm of those drums echoing before I even reached the house. I went through my usual routine, unlocking the door, stepping inside, sinking into the couch, and letting the music wash over me to unwind. About 15 to 20 minutes in, my phone buzzed. It was a text from my dad asking what Dane and I wanted for dinner. Dad usually worked late, so it was normal for us to be alone for a while. I pulled out my headphones and decided to check on Dane upstairs. The drums were still beating loudly as I climbed the stairs, the sound wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. I pushed open his door, expecting to see him sitting there, sticks in hand. But the moment the door creaked, everything stopped. It was so sudden, like the silence swallowed the room whole. I glanced down at my phone, about to call out, but when I looked up, the room was empty. No Dane, no music, nothing. My heart started to quicken. I stepped further inside, scanning for any sign. Maybe the TV was on, or the radio Dane kept next to his bed. Both were silent. I edged toward the back of the room where the drums sat. Standing behind them, I checked the drumsticks pouch and saw they were still tucked safely inside. Then, an icy wave of dread washed over me. It was like a shadow had dropped over the entire room, heavy and oppressive. The best way I can describe it is this looming darkness pressing down on me, as if something unseen wanted to reach out and harm me. I was frozen for a moment, then adrenaline kicked in. I bolted. Across the room, down the stairs, and back onto the couch as fast as I could. Alone, confused, terrified. That kind of dread? I've only felt it a handful of times in my life. I didn't tell anyone what happened for months. I was scared no one would believe me. It wasn't until something else happened with those drums that I finally said something. And this time, someone else saw it too. Now, another story, from a few years ago when I was living in this really isolated desert town in Nevada. Picture this. Behind my parents' house, there's this massive field, maybe 4 square miles, surrounded on 3 sides by huge salt cedar trees that form this thick, natural barrier. There are only a few small breaks where a person could slip through. The 4th side is just a dirt path lined with power lines. Sometimes you'd see a car or an ATV pass by, but mostly it was quiet. I used to walk that path a lot, sometimes alone, sometimes with my dog, a big German Shepherd. One day, I was almost finished with my walk, heading back toward the house. The clearing was to my right, and the world was quiet except for the usual, the wind rustling, the crunch of dirt and gravel beneath my boots, and the gentle jingling of my dog's collar. Then, everything just stopped. The wind died completely. Even the sound of my footsteps vanished, like the air itself had frozen. The silence hit me hard. It was deafening. I could feel a ringing building in my ears, sharp and intrusive. I turned my gaze to the right, across that vast clearing. And there it was, an enormous silver cigar-shaped object resting on the ground. At first, my mind scrambled for logical explanations. A weather balloon? A downed aircraft? Nothing fit. The longer I stared, the brighter it glowed, like light shining from inside it, so bright that my eyes started to hurt, and I had to look away. In the blink of an eye, when I looked back, it was gone. Just like that. The sounds flooded back, the jingling of my dog's collar, the breeze whispering again. The ringing in my ears faded. But then, a suffocating fear settled over me. A feeling that I'd glimpsed something I wasn't meant to see. Worse, that whatever it was, it saw me too. I didn't hesitate. I ran back to the house as fast as I could. That was my very first real encounter with something unexplainable. Since then, I've had a few more experiences, and every single one brings that same chilling feeling. Not just that I see them, but that they see me. So yeah, that's my story. I hope it didn't freak you out too much. Have you ever felt that kind of presence? Like the air itself holds its breath. Like you're caught in a moment that's bigger than you, and the world is watching. It's unsettling, but also, strangely, it makes you feel alive in a way nothing else does. You know, sometimes life throws these moments at you that just stop you in your tracks. Moments that feel like a quiet whisper from the universe. I want to tell you about one such moment I had, about a dream that visited me on the anniversary of someone very special's passing. It's a story wrapped in warmth, memories, and a little bit of mystery. So, about a year ago, I moved to Paris. Now, if you've ever known someone living there, you understand right away how unbelievably tough it is to find a place to live. I wasn't picky at all. I was in my mid-20s with a decent job, a good salary, and all I wanted was a tiny studio apartment, nothing fancy. But no matter how many places I tried for, I kept getting turned down. There were so many reasons. Landlords didn't want someone new in town, or they said it was because I was still on probation at work, which, by the way, is totally normal here in France. Others were just prejudiced because I'm from Eastern Europe. It was heartbreaking. I was basically homeless, crashing on couches at the homes of some wonderful people I'd just met. I had been rejected from around 20 flats by then. There was one last apartment to see, a place that was actually nicer than the others I'd looked at. But honestly, by that point, I had zero hope it would work out. I was exhausted, stressed, and feeling so down. My mom was worried sick, and it had been almost 2 months since I'd moved. It was an awful time, not just for me, but for my family too. Even though my company was paying agencies to help me, and I had a good salary, nothing seemed to be going right. Now, I want to tell you about Anna. She's been part of my life for as long as I can remember. Actually, she was my mom's best friend, like a second mom to me. Anna helped my mom get away from my abusive dad when I was little. She looked after me often and was always so incredibly supportive. She had this beautiful way of making you feel like you could conquer the world, always telling me I was amazing and that great things were ahead. She was warm and caring in a way that felt real, and I always felt lucky to have her in my corner. As I grew up, I moved away to another city in my home country, and sadly, Anna got sick. She was diagnosed with cancer. It was so hard on my mom, because Anna had always been this incredibly healthy person, eating well, staying active, but she had smoked when she was younger, and unfortunately, that caught up with her. I didn't get to see her again before she passed, and I couldn't attend her funeral because I was far away and had exams. Our lives had drifted apart over the years. Back to Paris. One night, I fell asleep utterly drained, and I had the most vivid dream. I found myself talking with Anna. She was there, looking just like I remembered, that warm smile on her face. We talked about my mom, about how I was doing. And then she told me how proud she was of me. Proud that I was chasing my dreams, building a career in Paris, working hard, and making a life for myself. She said she was with me, always, and she believed I was going to live a wonderful life. When I woke up, my heart was full and strangely comforted. I called my mom right away to tell her about the dream, how beautiful and uplifting it was. There was a pause on her end, a quiet moment that felt heavy. Then she said something that stopped me cold. "Do you know today is the anniversary of Anna's death?" I didn't know. There was no way I could have known. I hadn't been at the funeral, and it had been years. How could I have remembered the date? I just didn't. And suddenly tears welled up, spilling down my cheeks as I felt this deep, unexplainable connection. My mom was quiet too, her voice thick with emotion. A few days after that, something unbelievable happened. I got the apartment, the one that had felt impossible to get. It was bigger, newer, nicer than any place I'd seen before, and yet it had been a no from every landlord so far. I really believe Anna helped me somehow. Ever since then, I've felt like I have a guardian angel watching over me. Right now, I'm back home, on holiday in my hometown. I decided to visit Anna's grave, to light a candle for her, as we do in my culture to honor those who have passed. It feels like a small way to say thank you, to keep her memory alive, and to acknowledge that even in her absence, Anna's warmth still surrounds me. And honestly, that means the world. Hey, I want to share something pretty personal and a bit unsettling that happened at my dad's house out in Missouri. It's a story about two strange encounters that really shook me up. and I hope by telling it, you'll feel like I'm right there with you, living through it all again. So, a little background first. I grew up as a hardcore atheist, the kind who didn't believe in anything supernatural or paranormal. Even the idea of alien life zooming around at light speed felt totally unrealistic to me. And God? Well, if he existed, I thought, he didn't exactly come across as a moral being in the scriptures I'd read. But around 2017, something shifted. I started to question my absolute disbelief and became more agnostic. I wasn't saying I believed in all this stuff, but I was open to the possibility. And honestly, after what I experienced, I don't think I'll ever go back to that place of certainty again. My dad lives out on Highway 44, between St. James and Cuba, Missouri. The house sits kind of isolated, with neighbors about a quarter-mile down the road on one side, an open field on the other, woods stretching behind the property, and a road with more woods across from the house. It's quiet, wide open, and peaceful most of the time. The first moment I felt something was off was back in 2018. It was late at night, around 10 p.m., and me, my dad, and my brother were out at the pole barn working on my dad's truck. We usually keep a firearm nearby when we're outside, just for safety. I stepped out to have a cigarette, and right away, this heavy feeling came over me. Like someone was watching, really watching me, like I was the bullseye of a sniper's scope. It was an intense, chilling sensation, and I couldn't shake it. Now, my dad and brother didn't feel anything unusual, but I told them about it. My dad said if I felt so uneasy, I should shoot a few slugs into the woods behind the house, the woods where I felt the presence was coming from. And that's exactly what I did. I fired 3 slugs into the dark tree line, but nothing stirred. No sounds, no movement, just that oppressive feeling lingering for another 10 minutes or so. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination running wild in the quiet night, but it stayed with me. Fast forward nearly a year to July 2019. I was back at my dad's place, and he told me about this strange sound he'd been hearing, almost like a heartbeat coming from the floor of the house. It was so faint you could only hear it if everything else was dead silent and your ear was right on the floor. The sound was steady and constant, lasting through the days and months. Every time I checked in, he'd say, "Yeah, it's still there." It was eerie, but it didn't make me feel unsafe, just odd. Then came September 2019, and that's when one of the scariest things in my life happened. I was there for a weekend, and my dad, brother, their dog, and my cousin all went to town, leaving me alone at the house. Instead of crashing on the couch, I chose to sleep in my dad's room. It was a big, king-sized memory foam mattress, really comfortable. I must have been exhausted because I fell asleep around 8 or 9 in the morning. I don't know how long I was out, but suddenly, I felt the bed shift slightly. At first, I thought the dog had jumped up, but I was so tired I didn't even open my eyes. Then, out of nowhere, the bed violently slammed up and down. It went on for what felt like 10 to 30 seconds, each slam shaking the whole mattress. I was frozen, paralyzed with fear, completely able to move or even scream. The only sounds were the bed crashing and the box fan rattling against the floor. When it finally stopped, I slowly opened my eyes and looked around. The closet near the door was closed. The door was cracked open, a normal sight. But I was terrified to move. I just sat there for what felt like 20 to 40 minutes, hoping nothing was lurking in that closet. Eventually, I grabbed the shotgun sitting by the bed and carefully opened the closet. It was empty. I checked the whole house. Windows were closed with screens intact, doors bolted and locked. I even looked online to see if there had been an earthquake, but nothing was reported. I told myself maybe I had a seizure, something I'd experienced in my youth, but even that didn't fully explain it because that box fan had been pushed about 5 feet across the floor, tipped over. 2 hours later, when my family returned, I didn't say a word. I forced myself to believe it was a hallucination or a seizure. Then, 2 years later in 2021, the strange things really started piling up. My brother had moved out, so only my dad and I noticed these things. When I arrived one Friday night, my dad said, "I'm not on drugs, but I need you to tell me if I'm losing it." We went to his room, turned off the lights, and what I saw blew me away. There was this silhouette, a humanoid figure, walking between two trees in the backyard. It left these ghostly after images, like tracers, as it moved from one spot to the other. Then, suddenly, it would vanish and instantly reappear back at the starting point, repeating the same path over and over. It was the same pattern in my brother's old room. The figure seemed to disappear and reappear behind different trees, almost like it was playing some eerie game. I thought maybe we were both seeing things, feeding off each other's imaginations. But then, I noticed a flickering light deep in the woods, a yellow-orange glow flashing 3 times in quick succession, fading slowly. My dad hadn't seen it, but when I told him, his fear was palpable. He said he'd seen similar lights before, right in those woods. That night, we covered the windows with blackout sheets and kept a firearm by the bed. Over the next few days, I kept hearing heavy stomping noises in the attic late at night, once or twice each night, enough to make my skin crawl. We were too scared to investigate, so we just tried to ignore it. I even saw rusted metal near the house, glowing an eerie green in the dark, which was downright creepy. I kept trying to rationalize the shadows and lights. Maybe the moon and clouds were casting strange shapes. But it was a new moon, and the sky was mostly clear. Maybe animals flying past the porch lights? But the silhouettes were so solid and dark, it didn't feel like a bird or bat could create that effect. I'm 26 now, with perfect eyesight, and I don't scare easily or believe in the supernatural. But this stuff made me question everything. My dad's experiences are even stranger. He's reported seeing translucent humanoids, a robot-like figure covered in flesh, strange lights that don't look like any vehicle, shadowy black figures, even a white misty one. He's seen a giant black cougar and heard voices calling, "Help," and "Hello," from the woods. There have been tapping sounds on windows at odd hours, screeches unlike anything he's heard, and howls reminiscent of some creature you'd expect to find in a horror show. Sometimes his vehicle won't start in the morning, and other family members have noticed this too. One spring in 2022, he was out near the tree line foraging when his pit bull, a big, loyal dog, was suddenly kicked into a tree, yelping in pain. Dad swears he didn't hurt the dog, and the dog never showed anything but love for him afterward, though it wouldn't stray into the woods anymore. Our family thought maybe Dad accidentally hurt the dog, but knowing him, he'd have shot it if it was a threat. This dog is his only companion now, and they rely on each other. That same winter, around January or February, Dad heard knocking on his window around 5 or 6 a.m. Thinking someone was trying to break in, he grabbed his shotgun and the dog and went outside. While checking the side of the house, he says he was suddenly thrown backwards about 5 or 6 feet, spraining his hands. His hands swelled up so badly he struggled to lift even a glass of water. The next day, the gun was right where he fell, and his footprints were the only ones in the snow. No sign of whoever or whatever pushed him. While hunting in the bitter cold, sitting in his tree stand, Dad heard crunching snow nearby but saw no tracks or animals around. He was frozen with fear because he swears he saw something that looked just like the predator from the movies. Some nights, the woods light up even though there's no moon at all. Motion sensor floodlights flicker on and off for not reason, sometimes staying on for hours. And just this past October 2nd, 2022, he saw what looked like Bigfoot. While walking a trail in the backyard with his AKM rifle, he heard jingling like a collar, but the dog was inside. An odd, haunting melody filled the air. Then he saw it, an enormous creature, about 8 feet tall, 450 pounds, covered in long black hair, walking toward him, only 15 to 20 feet away. Dad backed up slowly, firing 25 rounds at its chest, but the bullets passed right through it like it was a hologram. The creature made no sound and stopped at the tree line without running. He brought my grandmother to look, and though she's 84 and has poor eyesight, she saw a tall black shadow standing there too. Dad was so scared he can't even remember what its face looked like. There are more stories, but these are the ones I remember best. Even the neighbors have experienced weird things: cattle mutilations with precise cuts, chickens killed and arranged in circles in locked coops, and sightings of huge winged creatures with 15 to 20-foot wingspans. Folks around here are quiet about it because no one wants to sound crazy. I don't know what to make of all this. I don't believe in coincidences, but these events are so strange it's hard to wrap my head around them. I'm honestly scared to go down there now, even with a gun. We tried putting up deer cameras, but they stopped working, even with new power sources. If anyone has ideas on how to capture evidence without internet or fancy gear, I'm all ears. Writing all this down makes me feel a little crazy, but maybe sharing it will help me make sense of it. I get why Dad keeps quiet about it now. Talking about shadow people, a predator-like figure, my bed shaking violently, Bigfoot, and strange lights sounds like a bad movie script, but it's all real. All of it. Thanks for listening. Hey there. I want to share with you 3 of the strangest experiences I've ever had. Each one stuck with me for different reasons, and they all left me questioning what's real and what's not. So buckle up, because these stories are a bit of a wild ride. Also, a quick heads up, the first story involves panic attacks, so if that's something sensitive for you, please take care as you listen. Alright, let's start with the most recent one. This happened a couple of summers ago during a Midsummer's Eve celebration with my boyfriend, his family, and their neighbors. We were outside, enjoying the warm evening, laughter floating in the air, the smell of grilled food, and the gentle hum of conversation blending with distant music. But I wasn't quite myself. You see, a few days earlier, something had happened that shook me deeply. I was dealing with PTSD without fully realizing it. I hadn't planned to join the celebration, but I ended up traveling to his place the night before because I knew it would feel safe there. Everyone knew a bit about what had happened, but didn't really grasp how much it weighed on me inside. Honestly, I didn't even fully understand it myself. As the party went on, people started asking questions about what had happened. Their voices were curious but heavy, and I could feel panic bubbling up inside me like a storm ready to burst. I tried to keep it together, but it was no use. I excused myself and rushed inside the house, away from the garden where everyone was. Once inside, I collapsed onto the cool wooden floor. My breath came fast and shallow, my hands trembled uncontrollably, and I felt completely overwhelmed. It was the classic panic attack, the kind you wish no one ever has to endure. Then, from behind me, I heard a calm, gentle voice say, "It's all right, Nim. It's going to be okay. You're okay, Nim." It was soothing, like a warm blanket wrapped around my shaking heart. But here's the thing, I hate being seen like that, so I scrambled to my feet and moved further inside to be alone. Slowly, I began to calm down and eventually sat on the sofa. My boyfriend came in shortly after, his face lined with concern. He told me the guests had left, and I admitted I wished no one had seen me like that. He said he hadn't noticed at first and thought I'd just gone to get something. Then I told him about the voice behind me, that comforting presence I'd heard. He stared at me for a moment, his brow furrowed, before saying quietly, "Nim, we were all still outside. No one followed you in. You were alone." I felt my blood drain from my face, It sounds like something from a movie, but I truly felt it. I realized then I couldn't place the voice I'd heard. It sounded familiar, but not like anyone I knew. You know, when panic attacks hit me, it's like my mind splits into two parts. One overwhelmed by the panic, and the other quietly watching over me, trying to help me breathe, steady my footing. Usually it's the same consciousness experiencing both, but this time, the second part actually spoke to the first. And in my terrified state, I didn't realize it was my own voice reaching out to comfort me. It's a bit eerie, but also strangely comforting to know that even in my darkest moments, some part of me is looking out for me. Okay, on to the second story, which happened about 5 or 6 years ago when I was around 22. I was out walking my family's old dog through a fairly busy part of the city. The evening was quiet, and I was just enjoying the walk when, suddenly, I saw a flash of light above us. At first, I thought maybe someone in an apartment had switched on a really bright lamp, so I glanced up. The sky, which had been pitch black moments before, suddenly lit up like it was daytime. It was this brilliant blue, almost electric, and a streak of light flashed across it like lightning. It was so fast and surreal, like the universe had glitched for a moment. I blinked, and just as quickly, everything returned to darkness. I stood there stunned, trying to process what I'd seen. Had I imagined it? My dog seemed a bit uneasy, maybe sensing my confusion. I shrugged it off, thinking I was just tired and needed rest. But sleep didn't come easily, and a small part of me was unsettled. So I turned to the internet for answers. Turns out, lots of people in my city and nearby areas had seen the same thing that night. Some even heard explosions. After digging around, I found an article where a scientist explained that what we witnessed was a bolide, an exceptionally bright meteor that lit up the sky almost like the sun. The flashes I saw were probably the meteor's tail as it passed overhead, and the sudden daylight was its intense brightness momentarily illuminating everything. That explanation made sense and grounded the experience in reality, though it still felt otherworldly in the moment. Finally, the last story is the oldest and maybe the most mysterious. This happened when I was around 12 years old, during a family trip to our holiday home. It was a bright, warm afternoon, the kind of day where everything feels calm and safe. We were almost home, walking past the last yard before ours, when something made me stop in my tracks. I looked into the neighbor's yard and froze. There stood a figure, tall, upright, roughly the size of an average man. He wore ragged clothes, or maybe they were just very tattered. His hair was unforgettable, long strands that reminded me of tentacles, almost like the alien from those Predator movies, but maybe just dreadlocks. His face was the strangest part. His skin was a solid gray, not pale or sickly, but like concrete or ash. Deep wrinkles carved into his face distorted his features, almost hiding his eyes. It was unsettling, like looking at something not quite human. We stared at each other for a few moments. I was shocked, and honestly, he looked just as surprised to see me. Then, as if snapping out of a daze, he hurried away behind the house. I quickly caught up to my parents, still shaken. But it didn't end there. Later that evening, just as the sun was setting, I stepped outside again and felt that same freeze come over me. There he was, in the neighbor's yard once more, about the same distance away. This time, his expression was stern and puzzled. We locked eyes again, silently communicating something I can't quite explain. After a while, he turned and disappeared behind the house once more. I don't remember what I did after or how I felt exactly, but I told my parents, and they said I seemed pretty shaken up. Over the years, I've been back to that place many times, but never saw him again. No one else ever mentioned seeing anything like that either. Could it have been my imagination? I've always been a storyteller, but even at that age, I could tell the difference between what was real and what wasn't. Could it have been sunstroke? Possible, but I've had severe sunstroke before without hallucinations like that. Maybe it was a man in a mask or face paint, but the area was busy and no one else seemed to notice. So I'm left wondering if it was something paranormal. And strangely, I'm not afraid of him. There was no malice in his gaze, just a kind of mutual understanding that we would leave each other be. Whatever it was, it reminds me that even in a world that feels so mapped out and known, there are still mysteries waiting just around the corner. Maybe, in some way, I'm part of someone else's mystery too. Thanks for listening to these stories. I hope they gave you a little chill, some wonder, and maybe a reminder that not everything can be explained. And that's okay. Hey, I want to share something really strange from my childhood. An experience that stayed with me all these years, making me question reality itself. I was about 7 or 8 years old, living in this tiny village where everyone knew each other. It was one of those places where the river was the heart of daily life. Everyone gathered there to wash clothes, dishes, and just share moments. My mom went there every day to do laundry, and I usually tagged along. One particular day, just like any other, I was there with my mom. There were kids around, and I was chatting with a girl and a boy my age. I boasted about how I could jump into the river, even though I couldn't actually swim. They didn't know that, so without hesitation, I took the plunge. I jumped in, and suddenly I was underwater. I remember this overwhelming confusion. Why was no one trying to help me? I couldn't even scream. The water was so unfamiliar, so cold, and it swallowed me whole in silence. Time blurred. I don't know how long I was underwater, but I'm certain it wasn't hours, or I wouldn't be here to tell you this. Then, out of nowhere, I found myself walking down the village street, completely dry. My clothes weren't wet at all. I don't remember how I got out of the river or who helped me. It was as if the whole episode was swallowed by a fog in my mind. The only clear memory I have is a boy from the village gently touching my shoulder and telling me that my mom was calling me. That moment snapped me back to reality, fully conscious. But the path from drowning to walking was a complete blank. What baffles me most is that if someone had saved me, everyone would have known. But no one did. Sometimes I wonder if it was a dream, but it never felt like one. It felt real because I remember the jump, the moment before I hit the water. My mind tries to dismiss it as a trick, but deep down, I know it was real. And I always come back to that moment with a quiet, persistent question. What really happened that day? Now, switching gears, I want to tell you about a haunting experience someone shared with me recently. My friend Emma, she's 25, and she moved into this lovely new apartment with her fiancé. Everything seemed perfect, but strange things started happening when she was home alone. It was late one morning. Her fiancé had already left for work, and as Emma was waking up, she heard the door to his office creak open. She checked his location on her phone. He was nowhere near home. Then, she heard soft footsteps padding on the carpet, and the guest bathroom door creaked open. Her heart racing, she grabbed a pocket knife and locked herself in the closet that shared a wall with the bathroom. She called her fiancé, and while on the phone, she thought she heard a faint, muffled voice, a woman whispering, "Hey, hey," almost soothing, but utterly eerie. More shuffling noises followed. Then her fiancé arrived home. He searched the entire apartment, but found nothing unusual, except his office door left open and a childhood photo of himself overturned in the living room. Emma tried to convince herself it was paranoia, but the next few nights were no better. She had nightmares of the same voice whispering, "He's coming," as someone pounded on her bedroom door. This went on for 3 nights straight before everything fell silent for about a month. Then, one evening, while cooking, she felt an unsettling presence right behind her. She placed a bowl of crushed Oreos on the counter, turned away, and when she looked back, the bowl was on the floor. She swore she saw a shadow slip around the corner into the living room. The odd happenings continued. Small things out of place, soft knocks at night, that chilling feeling of being watched. And each time something was moved, that same photo of her fiancé was found overturned. Last night was the climax. Home alone with her cat, she heard 3 sharp, deliberate knocks at the front door. More like banging. She checked the house. Everything was normal. Then, an hour later, the lights began flickering wildly, power surging on and off, and again came the knocks, louder and more insistent. She sat in her car, waiting for her fiancé to come home, heart pounding, wondering if she was losing her mind or if something truly paranormal was at play. Then there's a story from my cousin Michael, who worked at his family's trucking company, a small operation with about 17 trucks. One day, he was assigned to manage a newly opened warehouse located in a building from the 1960s, once a metal manufacturing plant. The warehouse was divided into long, narrow sections with front and back doors, docks, and tiny bathrooms. At first, it was just Michael working alone, waiting for shipments and organizing pallets. But then, he started seeing him, the old man. Out of the corner of his eye, Michael would spot a figure in blue jean overalls and a red flannel shirt standing at the end of aisles. When he turned to look, the man vanished. Michael never told anyone, thinking it was just his imagination. Months later, a new employee, Jonathan, joined to run the warehouse. During a casual conversation, Jonathan mentioned the same old man he'd seen. Both shared stories about the mysterious figure, and soon after, strange things escalated. Bathroom doors would slam violently, footsteps echoed with no one there, and even after locking the doors with padlocks, the locks were found on the floor, still locked but somehow removed. One terrifying night, Michael was called in at midnight for an urgent inventory count. As he worked alone, he heard 3 loud knocks on the back door. Frozen, he listened as the knocking repeated. Then, the huge roll-up dock door shook violently, as if someone was trying to tear it off. Fear overtook him. He dropped his clipboard and ran outside, finally locking up and fleeing. The most chilling moment came when Michael was about to sleep. His wife was already asleep, but he suddenly felt a presence. She woke him, asking why he was standing at the foot of the bed. His heart stopped. There was a shadowy figure there, silently watching. When he jumped up, it vanished like a cold breath. After researching, Michael tried speaking directly to the spirit, acknowledging its presence and asking for peace. Since then, the haunting stopped both at the warehouse and his home. And lastly, I want to share a haunting from Sarah, who worked as a cleaner at Samlesbury Hall, a place known for its ghost stories, including the famous White Lady. Sarah never saw the White Lady herself, but she had her own unforgettable encounter. She cleaned small huts on the grounds, never entering the main hall. One rainy day, as she moved between huts, she heard a faint knock on the door, but saw no one through the window. Then, she caught sight of a little girl in the mirror, pale skin, brunette hair tied with a ribbon, wearing an old-fashioned dress. Sarah knew weddings were common there, but none were scheduled that day. Turning back to the door, the girl was gone. 10 minutes later, a real knock came. The girl was there, asking Sarah to help open the hut across from her, saying her mother was at the cafe and she forgot the key. Sarah, not suspecting anything, let her in but noticed the room was cold, beds messy, no luggage around, nothing to suggest anyone was staying there. After finishing her cleaning, Sarah checked the schedule and realized that hut wasn't even meant to be cleaned that day. When she returned to the hut to verify, the window was closed, the door locked, and the girl was nowhere inside. The room was warm and looked as if a family had just left. Sarah never saw the girl again, but is certain what she saw was not human. All these stories remind me that sometimes the unseen touches our lives in ways we can't explain. moments that slip through reality's cracks, whispers from the past, or shadows lingering just out of sight. And maybe, just maybe, these echoes are part of the fabric of our existence, reminding us there's more to this world than meets the eye. Can someone explain what happened to me? A few summers ago, I spent several days at a friend's cottage near Sable Beach. There were 4 of us, and the whole trip was pretty relaxed. We had a few drinks, cooked, talked, and stayed up late, but I barely drank compared to everyone else. On the first evening, the television was playing in the background. I think it was some travel and food show featuring an old roadside diner. I wasn't really watching it, but for some reason, that diner stayed in my mind. That night, I dreamed I was sitting inside it. I was eating a grilled sandwich when I suddenly started choking. I couldn't breathe at all. Then I woke up. It frightened me for a moment, but I told myself it was only a dream and went back to sleep. The next day, we went swimming and spent most of the afternoon by the water. Other than that, everything felt completely normal. That night, I dreamed about the diner again. This time, I was sitting on a faded red stool at the counter. Beside me was an elderly man in a dark coat. He never spoke or moved. His hands were folded in front of him, and he just stared straight ahead. I started eating another sandwich. Then I began choking again. When I woke up, I could remember every detail. Still, I tried to explain it logically. The television show, the diner, the food. I assumed my mind was simply recycling things I had seen. The third night was different. There was no diner. I was lying on my back in a completely black space. Something heavy was pressing down on my chest, and I couldn't breathe. The choking sensation was even stronger than before. Then I realized I was awake. I was lying partly on my stomach, with my face turned toward the wall. There was a weight on my back, as though someone was leaning over me. For some reason, the first thing I said was, "Nonna, please get off me." My grandmother had died when I was a child. The moment I understood that it couldn't possibly be her, panic took over. I twisted my body as hard as I could and shoved backward. It felt as though something rolled away from me. Instantly, the pressure disappeared. I could move again. I could breathe. But then the smell came. The entire room filled with an awful odor, like sulfur mixed with spoiled meat and damp soil. It was so strong that it almost felt physical, as though the air itself had become thick. I jumped out of bed and ran to the light switch. The second the light came on, the smell vanished. Not slowly, instantly. I didn't sleep in that room again. I spent the rest of the night on the couch. The next morning, my friends asked what had happened, so I told them everything. They tried to reassure me, saying it was probably sleep paralysis. I wanted to believe them. On the 4th night, I fell asleep on the couch. I dreamed that I was still inside the cottage, but somehow it also felt like the house where I grew up. The rooms looked unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Then the telephone rang. It was an old landline phone, even though there wasn't one in the cottage. I picked it up. My grandmother was on the other end. Her voice sounded exactly as I remembered it, with her soft Italian accent. She spoke in the same mixture of English and Italian she used when I was little. She said, "Go fuori now. Chiama tua madre." Go outside. Call your mother. In the dream, I accepted this without questioning it. I began lowering the phone, ready to do exactly what she had asked. Then something clicked in my mind. I lifted the receiver back to my ear and said, "Nonna, aren't you dead?" Before I could say anything else, her voice became urgent. She said, "Il diavolo è qui." The devil is here. I woke up immediately. The cottage was completely dark. I didn't turn on a light. I didn't wake anyone. I grabbed my keys, walked outside in the clothes I had slept in, got into my car, and drove home. I have never returned to that cottage. I need to tell you what's been happening at my house, because lately, I've started feeling like something is living here with us. The house is pretty old. It was built sometime in the late 70s, and the floors creak whenever anyone walks across them. Normally, that wouldn't bother me. Old houses make noise. But almost every night, usually sometime after midnight, I hear footsteps moving through the hallway. Not random pops or settling wood. Footsteps. The only people living here are me and my great-grandmother. Ever since my great-grandfather passed, she's slept in a recliner in the living room. So whenever I hear someone walking around, I get up to check on her. Every time, she's completely asleep. My dog notices things too. He'll suddenly stand up, stare into an empty corner, and start growling. His fur rises along his back, and sometimes he barks so loudly that he wakes my great-grandmother. It always looks like he's watching something move through the room, but I never see anything. A few nights ago, things got worse. My bedroom used to be the master bedroom, so it has a small bathroom attached to it. The layout is strange. The toilet and shower are inside the bathroom, but the sink is outside, built into this huge vintage vanity that takes up nearly half the bedroom. Above it are several cabinets and a long row of bright bulbs. There used to be 2 sinks, but years ago my great-grandmother removed one and covered the opening to make more counter space. That night, I was in the bathroom when I heard something move behind me. It sounded like a cabinet door shifting. I stepped into the bedroom and saw 2 of the upper cabinet doors standing completely open. I know I hadn't opened them. I'm careful about keeping them shut because they hang low enough that I've hit my head on them before. And it wasn't the first time. A few days earlier, I'd been sitting in my chair playing a game when I noticed movement above the vanity. I looked up just in time to watch one of those cabinet doors slowly swing open by itself. There was no breeze. No one else was in the room. It just opened. Sometimes, when my dog starts barking during the night, I find my great-grandmother sitting awake in the living room, terrified. She always says the same thing. There's somebody outside. They're standing in the yard. She has vivid dreams, and she was recently diagnosed with Alzheimer's, so at first, I assumed she was waking up confused. I would calm her down, check the doors, and tell her everything was fine. Now I'm not sure it is. The strangest part is that our house isn't the only one where this is happening. A woman named Mara lives directly across the road. We've known each other since we were kids, and her father has been close to my family for years. She recently moved back into her childhood home with her husband so they could repair it. When I told her about the footsteps in the cabinet doors, she went quiet. Then she told me they'd been hearing footsteps too. Their back entrance opens directly into their bedroom. One evening, her husband came inside after working in the yard and sat down to rest. A few minutes later, he heard someone sprinting through the hallway. He rushed out of the bedroom. Every door along the hallway was standing open. Mara also has a motion-activated security camera. Something keeps interfering with it. The camera turns toward empty parts of the yard, gets unplugged, or suddenly stops recording. Most of the time, the footage shows nothing. Once, it caught a blurry shape that looked almost human. There are also entire sections of footage missing, as though someone switched the camera off and turned it back on later. They've found signs that something has been walking through their yard, but they've never caught anyone doing it. Then I told Mara about the figure I saw in my front yard after coming home from work one night. At first, I thought it was the remains of an old shrub near the driveway, but the shape was too tall, too wide, and several feet away from where the shrub actually was. When I mentioned it, Mara's face lost all its color. She looked at me and whispered, "You saw it too?" Behind her house, there's a thick patch of bamboo. It's so tightly packed that even a person couldn't push through it. While we were standing outside talking, the bamboo suddenly started shaking. Then something inside it made this deep, twisted sound. It almost sounded like something trying to imitate a cow, but getting the noise wrong. There are no cattle nearby, and nothing that large could possibly fit inside that bamboo. Mara stared at the moving stalks, then turned to me. "There's something living in there," she said quietly. "We're scared of it. I don't know what's happening in this neighborhood. Maybe somebody brought something here that they shouldn't have. Maybe it noticed me because I haven't been doing well emotionally, and I've been more vulnerable than usual." For a while, the activity seemed to calm down. Now it's starting again, and it feels angrier. Several of my nieces and nephews are staying with us at the moment. The oldest girl and the youngest boy, who are 10 and 5, have started having violent night terrors. When it happens, we can't wake them. They scream, kick, and lash out at anyone who comes near them. Then, in the morning, they remember nothing. I'm tired of pretending this is normal. I'm tired of hearing warped voices outside my bedroom. I'm tired of seeing shapes in the yard. I'm tired of cabinet doors moving, footsteps in empty rooms, and scratching against the windows after dark. This is my family's home. I plan to live here for the rest of my life. Whatever is here needs to understand something. It is not welcome. And I'm not leaving. Hi, you can call me Jay. That isn't my real name, and strangely enough, my actual name doesn't even contain a J. It's just what my family has called me for as long as I can remember. For years, I kept a journal filled with story ideas. I would write down strange premises, unsettling scenes, little fragments I thought might become horror stories someday. Then it occurred to me that I didn't need to invent one. I had already lived through something horrifying, something I still can't explain. You don't have to believe me. I understand how this sounds, but whether anyone believes it or not doesn't change what happened, or the fact that part of me is still afraid it might happen again. I grew up in a Catholic household, though I'm no longer Catholic. There were 6 of us: my mother, my father, my 3 older sisters, and me. The experiences began when I was around 9 years old and continued through most of middle school. I can't remember exactly when they stopped. There wasn't one final encounter or some dramatic ending. They simply became less frequent, and then one day I realized it had been a long time since anything had happened. Honestly, that almost made it worse. When something ends without explanation, you never know whether it is truly gone or merely quiet. There were also things about my family that I didn't understand until I was older. My mother had experimented with witchcraft when she was younger. One of my sisters spent time visiting supposedly haunted places with friends. 2 relatives had also passed away from illness inside our home. Looking back, it feels as though our house had collected grief, fear, and strange beliefs from several different directions. Still, knowing those details never helped me understand why the experiences seemed so focused on me. We didn't have much money growing up. Sometimes we bought military ration packs from people selling surplus supplies near the base. My parents sold secondhand items at flea markets and weekend yard sales to make extra cash. Whenever relatives stayed with us, they usually took the bedrooms, and the kids slept on couches or blankets in the living room. Our house had 3 bedrooms, so my sisters and I rotated depending on who was living at home at the time. When my oldest sister eventually moved away, I was finally given a bedroom of my own. I remember feeling so proud. I had my own door, my own bed, my own private space. It was supposed to feel like freedom. Instead, that room became the place I feared most. The first incidents usually began with me waking face down in my pillow. I would be completely unable to move. There was no hand pressing against me, and no visible weight on my back, but I felt as though something was forcing my face deeper into the pillow. Panic would surge through me because I knew the air was right there, only inches away, yet my body refused to respond. I would fight as hard as I could, trying to move a finger, turn my neck, anything. Eventually, my body would jerk violently enough for me to lift my face and drag in a breath. The moment I took that first breath, the paralysis would vanish. I could move again. Those episodes happened every so often, but they weren't the worst part. On other nights, I would wake up with the strong sense that it was around 3 in the morning. I never checked the clock. I was too frightened to move my eyes away from the room. People have told me it was sleep paralysis. Others have called it night terrors. I've experienced both as an adult, and neither felt like what happened back then. When I opened my eyes, I would see 3 figures standing around my bed. 2 stood beside each other on my left. The third stood at the foot of the bed. They were shaped like people, but I couldn't make out faces, clothing, or any clear features. They looked less like shadows and more like spaces where the darkness had become solid. The frightening thing was that I could move. I could blink. I could breathe. I could turn my head if I wanted to. But every part of me seemed to understand one rule. They could not know I was awake. I believed, with the absolute certainty only a terrified child can feel, that if those figures realized I could see them, I would die. So I would move very slowly. I would turn away from the 2 figures beside me and face the wall. Then I would lie there without making a sound, sometimes for what felt like hours, waiting for sunlight to appear around the curtains. Sometimes I fell asleep again. That was rarely a relief. I would dream about monstrous faces, fires, demons, and people I loved being hurt in ways no child should be able to imagine. I would wake exhausted, but I was too scared to tell anyone the full details. My mother insisted I was having nightmares. Considering her own past interest in sprawling things, I always found that response a little frustrating, but perhaps dismissing it was her way of dealing with something she didn't understand either. One night, I refused to sleep in my bedroom. I cried until my parents finally allowed me to lie between them in their bed. I remember feeling safe for the first time in weeks. My father was on one side of me, my mother on the other, both of them snoring. Then I woke up. The bedroom door was open. Across the room, standing in the hallway, was one of the figures. It didn't move. It simply stood beyond the doorway, staring into the room. My parents were close enough for me to touch, but I couldn't make myself wake them. I was convinced that making a sound would cause the figure to come closer. I lay there between them until morning. After that, they didn't let me sleep in their room again. Their reasoning was simple. I had my own bedroom. Years passed, and the activity gradually faded. When I was in high school, one of my sisters got married. The wedding photographer stayed at our house for the night, and my old bedroom was offered to him. Before he went to sleep, I warned him. I told him to sleep on his right side. I also told him that if he woke during the night and felt that someone was in the room, he should keep his eyes closed. He laughed. To be fair, I probably would have laughed too if a teenager had given me those instructions. The next morning, he came into the kitchen looking terrible. The skin beneath his eyes was so dark that it almost looked bruised. He said he had experienced the worst nightmares of his life. He couldn't remember every detail, only that he had spent the entire night feeling trapped and watched. He also said it felt as though he had slept on a floor covered in stones. My old mattress was uncomfortable, but it wasn't that uncomfortable. I wish I had a satisfying explanation for all of this. Maybe the figures were hallucinations. Maybe they were some unusual form of sleep disorder. Maybe the stress inside our home affected me more deeply than I understood. Or maybe something really was standing beside my bed. I still think about those nights more often than I'd like to admit. What frightens me most isn't the memory of seeing the figures. It's the possibility that they didn't disappear. Maybe they simply realized I had learned not to open my eyes. I've worked as a paranormal investigator for nearly 11 years, and one of the first things you learn in this field is how to separate your feelings from the facts. You document what happened. You check the equipment. You look for ordinary explanations before considering anything else. But there's one experience I've never been able to file away neatly. It happened in 2017, after an investigation near Mad Island, just outside Mumbai. I was working with a small paranormal research team at the time, and the location had a reputation for strange activity. I won't get into everything that happened during the investigation, because that's a story on its own. But the atmosphere that night was unusually heavy. Our audio recorders kept cutting out. The temperature readings shifted without explanation. And at one point, every person in the room became completely silent. Nobody asked the others why. We all seemed to feel the same thing. By the time we packed up, it was well past midnight. I loaded my equipment onto my motorcycle and started riding home alone. About 10 minutes into the journey, I felt the back of the bike sink slightly. Then I felt pressure against the seat behind me. It felt exactly like someone had climbed onto the motorcycle. There was no loose equipment back there. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't the road. The weight stayed steady, following every turn I made. I didn't look behind me. And I want to be honest, that wasn't because I was fearless. I was terrified. But experience had taught me that there are moments when curiosity is not your friend. Sometimes the safest thing you can do is keep your eyes forward, stay calm, and head towards somewhere familiar. So that's what I did. I rode straight home without stopping. Once I got inside, I followed my usual routine. I took a shower, cleaned the equipment, and sat down to review the recordings and notes from the investigation. Nothing immediately stood out. I was exhausted, so after logging a few observations, I went to bed. Sometime before dawn, I woke up because someone was calling my name. It was my father's voice. My father had died almost 10 years earlier. The voice wasn't distant or distorted. It sounded close, clear, and completely familiar. For a moment, I almost answered automatically. Then I remembered that I was alone. Before I could fully process what I'd heard, there were 3 knocks on my bedroom door. Slow knocks. Knock. 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 I stayed completely still. I didn't call out, and I didn't open the door. Something inside me was warning me not to respond. After a few minutes, the room became quiet again, but the silence didn't feel peaceful. It felt watchful. I became convinced that whatever I had felt sitting behind me on the motorcycle had followed me home. I got out of bed, prepared a bowl of salt water, and performed a cleansing throughout the apartment. I washed the entrance, placed salt near the doorway, and kept the lights on until sunrise. The next morning, my neighbor called me outside. There were 2 dead crows lying directly in front of my door. There was no blood, no sign that another animal had attacked them. They were simply lying side by side at the threshold. My neighbor asked me what I thought had happened. I didn't know what to tell him. Even now, I try to approach the experience rationally. The feeling on the motorcycle could have been caused by exhaustion. The voice might have been a hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. I understand that. But I still can't explain the 3 knocks. And I can't explain the 2 crows appearing at my door the following morning. After all these years, I've learned that not every investigation ends when you leave the location. Sometimes you bring back a memory. Sometimes you bring back fear. And sometimes you can't help wondering whether something else came home with you. I still think about that ride. I think about the weight behind me and the person, or presence, I refused to turn around and see. And honestly, I'm glad I never looked. I wouldn't call this a scary story. Honestly, I'm not even sure what to call it. Maybe it was just a strange coincidence, or maybe it felt like I was somehow seeing another version of my life. For several months, I kept dreaming about the same boy. It wasn't every night, but it happened often enough that I would spend days thinking about it afterward. I kept asking myself, why am I dreaming about him? Who is he? The dream was always almost identical. We were both around 8 or 9 years old, sitting together in a small backyard and playing. At some point, he would suddenly run away, laughing, and I would shout his name. Raphael! Then I would run after him. I dreamed about that scene again and again. Eventually, I knew exactly what he looked like. He had pale skin, hazel green eyes, and dark hair with one loose strand that always fell across his forehead. Then, for a few months, the dream stopped. I thought maybe they were finally over, until one night I dreamed about him again. But this time, everything was different. We weren't children anymore. We were adults, standing at a funeral. He looked close to my age, maybe a little older, around 27 or 28. He was crying, and everyone around us was dressed in dark clothing. I kept looking around, trying to understand who had died, but I couldn't recognize anyone. The strangest part was that I knew I was dreaming. I walked up to him and said, "I need to know who you are." He didn't answer. He just handed me a folded piece of paper. When I opened it, I saw a name written clearly across the page. Raphael Robles. Then I woke up. Normally dreams fade after a few minutes, but this one stayed with me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Eventually, curiosity took over, and I searched the name on Facebook. I went through profile after profile, but none of them seemed familiar. Then I found one that immediately caught my attention. The moment I opened it, my heart started racing. It was him. It was the same man I had seen at the funeral in my dream. His profile was private, so I couldn't see much, but some of his older photos were visible. There were pictures of him as a child, and I swear it was the same boy from my dreams. The same eyes, the same face, even the same strand of hair falling toward his forehead. I also saw posts suggesting that his mother had passed away recently. That was when I started to panic. I tried to convince myself that I must have seen him somewhere before and simply forgotten. Maybe my conscious mind didn't remember him, but my subconscious did. But we had no mutual friends. We didn't live in the same area. There was nothing connecting us. At one point, I started writing him a message, but I deleted it before sending it. What could I possibly have said? "Hello, you don't know me, but I've been dreaming about you since we were children." It sounded impossible. I searched for him on Instagram and even asked a friend to help, but we couldn't find anything. Then, a few days later, his profile suddenly appeared in my suggested accounts. I followed him. And somehow, the story became even stranger. One evening, after leaving work, I sat next to a man on the bus. We started talking during the ride, exchanged numbers, and eventually became friends. When we followed each other on Instagram, I noticed that he was also following Raphael. I asked him, "Do you know this person?" He said yes. Apparently, Raphael had been his neighbor when they were children. But I had never lived anywhere near that neighborhood. I had never even visited that part of the city. So now I honestly don't know what to think. Maybe there is a perfectly logical explanation. Maybe my mind noticed something that I don't consciously remember. Or maybe it was all an unbelievable series of coincidences. I know this story sounds invented, but it really happened. I'm sharing it because I want to know whether anyone else has experienced something similar, or whether someone can explain how a complete stranger could appear in my dreams long before I ever found him in real life. Thank you for listening. Let me tell you an old story from the northern lands of Lana. It is a story about war, sacred magic, and the creature our ancestors called the Sueya Yen, or Sueya Saming, the were-tiger. Long ago, during an age when goodness still held more power than evil, a terrible war spread across the land. Kings gathered their armies, generals marched beneath heavy banners, and soldiers fought year after year until no one could remember what had started the bloodshed. Among those rulers was a king named Surya. Unlike the others, King Surya had grown sick at heart from seeing so many lives destroyed. He sent messengers carrying offers of peace. He arranged meetings between rival kingdoms. He proposed truces, exchanges, and compromises. Nothing worked. The rulers had become too proud, and the warriors had grown too accustomed to fighting. At last, Surya left his palace and walked alone into the deepest part of the forest. He found a quiet place beneath an ancient tree, far from roads and villages, and there he began a life of meditation and hardship. He prayed for the wisdom to stop the war. He remained in the wilderness for 7 years, 7 months, and several days. During that time, his hair grew past his shoulders, his beard covered his chest, and his royal appearance disappeared beneath dust, leaves, and weathered robes. Still, he did not abandon his purpose. One evening, as the forest darkened and the first stars appeared, a celestial being named Suradev descended before him. Suradev had watched the king's devotion and understood that Surya did not seek power for wealth or conquest. He wanted only to end the suffering of his people. The celestial being taught him a sacred incantation capable of giving force to his spoken commands. He also placed a portion of his own spirit within the king. Whenever you recite the sacred words, Suradev told him, this spirit will awaken and strengthen your voice. But remember, such power must be guided by compassion. Without virtue, it becomes a curse. Then the celestial being vanished into the night sky. King Surya returned to the battlefield. When he arrived, the fighting was as fierce as ever. Arrows crossed the sky, blades struck shields, and wounded men lay scattered across the earth. The king stood between the armies and began to recite the incantation. Then, he raised his voice. Let the fighting end! At once, an overwhelming weariness fell upon everyone. Kings lowered their weapons. Generals forgot their commands. Soldiers stepped backward as though waking from a fever. Before long, both armies had withdrawn to opposite sides of the field. For the first time in years, the land became quiet. But the hatred within their hearts had not disappeared. The warriors stared at King Surya in confusion. They could not understand why they had obeyed him. Their confusion soon became anger, and they surrounded him. One ruler demanded that Surya destroy his weapons and kneel before them as a prisoner. The king refused. Instead, he decided to show them the power they were challenging. He pointed toward one warrior and commanded that the man's sword fall from his hand. It did. He spoke again, and another warrior collapsed as though struck down by an invisible blade. The crowd recoiled in terror. But King Surya had no wish to kill anyone. He immediately commanded the fallen man to rise, healed and unharmed. The warrior opened his eyes and stood. Not even a wound remained upon him. Surely, the king thought, this would convince them. It did not. The soldiers rushed forward, determined to destroy the man who had taken control of their battle. Before they could reach him, King Surya vanished. A moment later, he appeared high above them in the sky, descending slowly until his feet touched the earth. Some fled. Others accused him of hiding behind illusions, so the king stood still and allowed them to attack. Swords struck his body but left no cuts. Spears bent against him. Arrows fell broken at his feet. No matter how fiercely the warriors attacked, they could not leave even the smallest mark. At last, their anger gave way to fear, and their fear gave way to surrender. The Great War ended that day. News of King Suraya's abilities spread through every kingdom. Unfortunately, many people were more interested in his power than in the compassion that had guided him. Sorcerers entered forests, vines, mountains, and riverbanks. They fasted, meditated, and called upon Suradev, hoping to receive the same blessing. A few succeeded in gaining the celestial being's attention, but whenever they asked for King Surya's power, Suradev gave them the same answer: "You must learn it from the king." And so they came before Surya. The king agreed to teach those who appeared sincere. His students later carried fragments of the knowledge back to their own lands, sharing it with trusted guardians and royal protectors. Over time, these teachings became different schools of sacred and occult practice. But there was one warning that none of the students could afford to forget. The magic would not serve a cruel or selfish heart. Anyone who studied it while secretly longing to harm others would never master the sacred words. Instead, the divine spirit would turn against that person, reshaping the body to reveal the darkness within. Those who performed the forbidden rituals beside a river would become great serpents. Those who practiced in caves or deep forests would become were-tigers. The transformation could not be reversed. Once a person became a Sua Yen, the human mind slowly disappeared beneath hunger and instinct. The creature would wander through the wilderness, hunting animals at first, then people. It might imitate a familiar voice to lure travelers away from the road. It might appear as a lonely stranger beside a fire. In some tales, it could even wear a human face for a short time. But beneath that borrowed appearance, the tiger remained. The curse would continue until the creature was finally slain. Only then would the corrupted spirit be released from its beastly form. And that, according to the old Lana storytellers, is how the first Sua Yen came into existence. The story was never meant only to frighten people away from dark forests. Its deeper warning was meant for anyone who possessed knowledge, talent, authority, or unusual ability. Power itself is not evil. King Surya used it to stop a war and restore life. Others sought the same power because they wanted control, admiration, or revenge, and it consumed them. That is the lesson hidden inside the legend. The greater a person's ability becomes, the more carefully that person must guard the heart. Because when power grows faster than compassion, the human face may remain for a while, but something wild has already begun to awaken beneath it. Hey, I want to share something pretty personal with you. Something that's been a part of my life for a while now. I'm Lucas. I'm 17 years old, and I've always been a bit sensitive to things most people don't notice. Things that feel supernatural. This story I'm about to tell you, it's real. It happened right here in the Netherlands, in the house I live in now. And honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of it all. It all started when I was about 14. I was lying in bed one night, just drifting off, when, suddenly, I blinked. But this wasn't a normal blink. It felt like time itself stretched out for what must have been 15 minutes, even though no time actually passed. And in that blink, I saw something in the hallway. It wasn't a person or an animal, but more like a swirl of black smoke. And in the middle of that smoke were these bright yellow eyes, like glowing embers, staring right through me. I could feel those eyes piercing into me, like they knew me on some deep, unsettling level. It's hard to describe, but it was chilling, not something you ever want to feel. After that, I was pretty uneasy, but I tried to brush it off and went back to sleep. For a while, nothing strange happened. Then one night, probably around 2 or 3 in the morning, I was up late watching Netflix. I went to check on my brother. He sleeps in the room right next to mine, to make sure he was asleep so I wouldn't disturb him with the TV noise. When I opened his door, I heard him snoring really loudly, completely at ease. So I just closed the door quietly and left him be. The next morning, I mentioned how loud his snoring was and asked how he'd slept. His reaction caught me off guard. He turned pale, like all the color drained from his face. You see, my brother is terrified of ghosts, and he told me he actually didn't sleep in his room at all. Instead, he spent the whole night in our mom's bed downstairs, on the other side of the house, because he felt something strange in his room. That really got me curious. So, being the curious and maybe a little foolish 14-year-old I was, I ordered a Ouija board online. I decided to try it out alone. I know, that's probably not the smartest move. The board even spelled out that it wanted to hurt me, which freaked me out a bit. But nothing terrible happened. At least, nothing that I'm aware of. 3 years later, I'm still here, telling you this story, so I guess I got lucky. But then came the last experience, the one that scared me the most. I was 15, again up late, around 2 or 3 in the morning. I went downstairs to grab some snacks. When I came back upstairs, I felt this intense, overwhelming feeling of discomfort. It was like the air itself was thick and heavy. My brother's room is just to the left of the stairs, so I glanced over at his door as I usually do. And there she was, the thing no one ever wants to see. I'm honestly shivering just thinking about it now. A humanoid woman standing in the doorway. She was incredibly tall, maybe around 2.3 meters, wearing a long white dress. Her skin was pale, almost ghostly, and it looked like it was full of holes, like her body was decaying or torn in places. Her long black hair hung down, covering her face completely, so I couldn't see her eyes. But I knew she was looking at me. Behind her, where my brother's bed should have been, there was nothing but a darkness so deep and absolute, it felt like it swallowed every bit of light, blacker than anything I've ever seen. Even though the door was wide open, I could only see about 5 centimeters past her before it was just pure black. I was so terrified I collapsed right there on the floor. The next thing I remember, I woke up minutes later, and the door to my brother's room was closed. That was strange because he never closes his door. It scares him. The next morning, I asked him if he'd felt anything odd overnight, but he just looked confused and said no. I'm not making this up. I've been searching for answers ever since, but I haven't found anything that really explains it. This house holds something I can't fully understand yet. And honestly, sometimes I wonder if it ever will. Let me tell you a story about a young man named Akila and the night he learned that some music should never be played after sunset. In Sri Lankan folklore, there is a spirit known as Mohini. They say she appears as a beautiful woman, often dressed in red, and waits for lonely men traveling after dark. Those who fall under her spell may lose their minds, become terribly ill, or simply disappear. Akila had heard those stories before, of course, but like most young men in the village, he thought they were only tales told to frighten children. He was 23 years old, handsome, confident, and well-liked by almost everyone. Whenever something needed organizing in the village, Akila was usually the first person people called. He had a natural way of leading others, but his greatest talent was music. He could play the flute beautifully. In the evenings, he often sat on a rocky hill behind his family's garden and played until the sunlight disappeared. The place was peaceful, but it stood dangerously close to a thick forest. Beyond the trees, partly hidden by vines and wild grass, there was also an old cemetery. One afternoon, Akila's father, Kumaran, returned home carrying a silver flute. "Son, come and look at this," he said. "I met a traveler near the coast today. He had this flute with him, and the moment I saw it, I thought of you." Aquila held the instrument carefully. It was smooth, cold, and strangely beautiful. "This is perfect," he said. "I've never seen one like it." His mother, Nandani, looked at the flute with a little uncertainty. "Just don't take it to that rock after dark," she warned him. "Rain is coming, and nothing good wanders near the forest at dusk." Aquila laughed. "Mother, you worry too much." A few days later, his best friend called him. "Patum is finally home," Kusal said excitedly. "He's been overseas for nearly 3 years. We're having a small gathering this afternoon. You have to come." Aquila arrived at Kusal's house around noon. What began as a quiet reunion soon became a lively party. They ate, drank, sang old songs, and laughed about the foolish things they had done when they were younger. By the time Aquila returned home, evening was already approaching. He was unsteady on his feet, but the moment he saw the silver flute in his room, he felt an overwhelming desire to play it. He grabbed it and walked towards the rocky hill. "Where are you going?" his mother called after him. "I'm only going to try the new flute." "It's getting dark, Aquila." "I won't be long." "You say that every time," Nandani replied. "One day, you'll wish you had listened to me." But Aquila continued walking. He sat on the familiar rock and lifted the flute to his lips. The first note floated through the garden, across the cemetery, and into the forest. The sound was clearer than any flute he had played before. It seemed to travel between the trees, calling to something hidden deep inside them. Then Aquila heard footsteps, soft at first. One step, then another. They moved in rhythm with the music. Aquila stopped playing. The footsteps stopped too. He looked around, but there was no one there. The trees stood completely still. Not even the leaves moved. Suddenly feeling uneasy, he tucked the flute beneath his arm and hurried home. Just before he reached the garden, he glanced back. 2 pale eyes were watching him from between the trees. The following morning, Aquila woke with a terrible headache. He tried to ignore it, but the memory of those eyes followed him throughout the day. He needed to know what he had seen. So the next evening, he returned to the rocky hill. For nearly an hour, nothing happened. Aquila began to feel foolish. "It was only the drink," he whispered to himself. "My mind was playing tricks on me." He raised the flute again. This time, the footsteps returned almost immediately. They came closer and closer until someone appeared before him. She was dressed in a deep red sari. Silver anklets circled her feet, chiming softly whenever she moved. Her hair fell past her waist, and her eyes were an unnatural shade of blue. She was the most beautiful woman Aquila had ever seen. Without speaking, she began to dance. Her movements followed every note he played. When the music rose, she spun beneath the fading sky. When it softened, she moved towards him, smiling as though they had known each other for years. Aquila forgot the forest. He forgot the cemetery. He even forgot his mother waiting at home. Then a hand struck his shoulder. "Aquila!" He turned sharply and saw his mother standing behind him. "What are you doing out here?" she demanded. "Come home immediately." Aquila looked back towards the woman, but she had disappeared. For the first time in his life, he felt angry with his mother. A fierce, unfamiliar anger burned inside him. Still, Nandani took him home. After that evening, Aquila began to change. He spoke less. He barely ate. His face became pale and his body grew thin. Every evening, just before sunset, he carried the silver flute to the rocky hill. And every evening, the woman in red appeared before him. No one else could see her. To the villagers, Aquila was sitting alone, playing music to the empty forest. But to him, she was always there, dancing beneath the trees and calling him closer. One afternoon, a schoolboy named Wimmel came to the house. "Auntie," he said, "could I borrow one of Akila's old flutes? I need it for a school performance." Nandani told him he could take the wooden flute from Akila's room, but Wimmel accidentally picked up the silver one. A short time later, Akila returned from work. The moment he entered the house, he rushed into his room. "Mother, where is my flute?" Nandani stared at him. "How did you know it was gone? Where is it?" "Wimmel borrowed it." Akila ran outside, jumped onto his motorbike, and sped towards the boy's house. Within minutes, he returned, clutching the flute tightly against his chest. His mother felt a chill pass through her. It was barely midday. Akila had not even entered his room before demanding to know where the instrument was. That was when Nandani understood that her son was no longer acting by his own will. She went to the village temple and begged the chief monk for help. The monk arrived at their home that evening. The moment Akila saw him, his hands began to tremble. His face twisted in fear, and strange words poured from his mouth. The monk seated Akila on the floor and began chanting. He tied a blessed thread around the young man's wrist and sprinkled sacred water over him. As the chanting grew louder, Akila screamed. From somewhere near the forest, the sound of anklets answered him. Then the silver flute cracked down the middle. Akila collapsed. After a long silence, the monk turned to Nandani. "A powerful spirit has attached herself to your son," he said gently. "She was drawn by his music, but the flute gave her a path into his mind. She wanted him to follow her beyond the trees." "Was it Mohini?" Nandani whispered. The monk nodded. "Your son was fortunate. A little more time, and he may never have returned." He gave her a bottle of blessed water. "Pour this around the four corners of your garden. Bring Akila to the temple every evening for the next several weeks. Most importantly, never allow him to play a flute after sunset again." For many nights, Akila dreamed of the woman in red. He heard her anklets outside his window and her voice calling softly from the forest. But the protective thread remained around his wrist, and he never answered. 2 years have passed since then. Akila is healthy again. He works with his father, helps his mother around the house, and has slowly returned to the cheerful young man the village once knew. But he has never played the flute again. Sometimes, when the evening wind moves through the trees, he still hears a faint melody coming from the rocky hill. And beneath that distant music, almost too soft to notice, comes the delicate sound of silver anklets dancing in the dark. Hey there. I want to share some stories with you that have really stuck with me over the years. They're not the kind of tales you hear every day, but they've shaped how I see the world, especially when it comes to things we can't quite explain. So, lean in, and I'll take you through these moments that have lingered in my mind. Let's start with a story from my childhood. This one really changed the way I think about the world. I'm a pretty logical person by nature, always trying to find a reasonable explanation for everything. But this particular experience kind of challenged that in a big way. I was about 3 or 4 years old, just a little kid, sitting at the kitchen table with my brother. It was one of those typical weekday mornings. We were eating breakfast, the smell of toast and cereal filling the air, while my parents were bustling around getting ready for work. The house was calm, familiar, the kind of quiet that feels safe. Then, out of nowhere, this strange sound caught my attention. It was a faint, high-pitched whistle, almost like a little tune floating through the air. It wasn't loud, but it was persistent, and it had a kind of melody to it that was both curious and a little eerie. My mom paused what she was doing and started looking around, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. The whistling didn't stop, and soon she found the source. It was coming from one of the kitchen cupboards. We had this old tin in there filled with birthday candles, and among them was a special candle, one of those novelty ones that whistles the tune of "Happy Birthday" when you light it. But here's the thing. The candle was just sitting in the cupboard, unlit, untouched. Yet it was singing that little song over and over again, like it had a life of its own. My mother tried everything to stop it. She even ran the candle under cold water, hoping to cool it down if somehow it had gotten warm, but the whistling just kept going. Eventually, she had no choice but to take the candle apart, and, finally, the noise stopped. We shrugged it off as a strange quirk, one of those odd little moments you just file away and don't think much about. The morning went on as usual, the day slipping back into its normal rhythm. But then, just as we were about to get into the car, I said something that made my mom freeze. I don't remember why I thought it at the time, but I said, "Maybe it's someone's birthday?" That simple, innocent comment stopped her cold. It turned out that it was, in fact, her father's birthday, the first she'd forgotten since he'd passed away. I don't think she's ever really forgiven herself for taking that candle apart after realizing it might have been a way he was trying to reach out. A year or so later, on his birthday, we made a cake and placed a singing candle right in the middle. We didn't light it, but we sat together at that same kitchen table, the lights dimmed, waiting quietly. But nothing happened. No whistling, no song, just silence. That experience opened my eyes to the possibility that there's a world beyond what we can see and understand. It's a world that doesn't always follow the rules, and it's one I've carried with me ever since. Now, here's a story from just last night, something that really unsettled me. I was lying in bed, struggling to fall asleep. I had just had surgery, so I'd been keeping my door closed to keep my dog out, since I needed rest and quiet. Around 12:06 a.m., I started hearing my dog moving around downstairs. Normally she's pretty quiet, usually curled up in her bed or sitting at the top of the stairs near our rooms. But this time, she was running around for a couple of minutes, maybe 3. And honestly, it didn't sound like she was alone. There was something else running alongside her. At one point, I heard scratching, like digging into a pile of papers, and then the clatter of something falling over in the kitchen. My heart started to race a bit. I sat up, listening closely. And then, almost like it was spoken directly inside my head, I heard a voice. It wasn't my own, and it definitely didn't sound feminine. It was deeper, almost masculine, and it said, "Don't go." I've always been taught to listen when a voice like that speaks to me, so I stayed put, frozen in bed. A minute later, my dog came running up the stairs and stood right outside my door. But it was strange. Her breathing sounded distorted, like there were 2 of her out there. She whimpered softly, then walked away. I don't know what was with my dog or what that voice was, but since then she's been acting really strange today, distant and tired, yet she hasn't actually settled down to sleep. I'm sharing this because, honestly, I'm a little worried. Has anyone ever heard of something like this, or maybe even experienced it themselves? I don't expect answers, but it feels good to tell someone. And finally, here's a story from a friend who recently moved back to Alabama after living up north for a while. They've been noticing some odd things happening in their new home, or rather, the old home they just returned to. At first, it was little things, seeing something out of the corner of their eye. They thought maybe it was just their mind playing tricks, or the unfamiliar layout of the house. But then it started happening more often, in ways that couldn't be easily explained. One evening, after making some food, they passed by the recliner in the living room and saw something clearly turn its head and look up. Naturally, they thought it was their cat and stopped to pet it. But there was nothing there. Another time, while cooking in the kitchen, they caught another glimpse of something in the corner of their eye. It could have been a trick of the light or their eyes playing games. But after seeing these things almost every day, it felt more real than that. The most unsettling moment happened just last night. They were getting ready for bed, setting their alarm and taking off their glasses, when they felt something pressed down on the foot of their blanket, like their cat had jumped up on the bed. But here's the kicker. Their bedroom door was closed, and the cat couldn't get in. They heard a noise near their computer desk and looked over, catching a glimpse of a face. Something or someone, hard to describe, maybe animal-like, maybe not. They shone their flashlight on it, but nothing was there. Needless to say, they tried to shake it off and fall asleep, but that image stayed with them, especially after all the other strange things they'd been seeing since moving back. So, what do you make of all this? These stories might seem disconnected at first, but they all share this thread of the unknown brushing up close to our lives, whispering in ways we don't always understand. Sometimes it's a singing candle in a quiet kitchen, sometimes a warning voice in the dark, or a shadow in the corner that disappears when you look directly at it. I guess the takeaway here is that there's more to this world than what meets the eye. And while it's easy to dismiss these moments, sometimes it's worth listening to the sounds, the whispers, and even the silence that follows. Because who knows? Maybe those are the moments when the unseen tries to reach out. Just say something important. Thanks for letting me share these with you. I hope they make you think, or at least feel a little less alone if you've ever had an experience you couldn't explain. You know, back where I grew up, there's this legend, one that's been whispered about for generations. But it's not just a bedtime story or a cautionary tale told to kids to keep them in line. No, this one is different. It's about the Galipote. If you look it up, you'll find something like this. To become a Galipote, one must make a pact with the devil, selling their soul for the power to transform into another form. Sometimes, a witch doctor can help a person become this creature. But the thing is, it's not just some spooky story to scare children. It's a warning. A real warning for those who travel alone or in pairs. For those kind souls who pick up strangers on the road, or just anyone lucky or unlucky enough to cross paths with one of these beings. I was about 10 years old when something happened that changed everything for me. Growing up in the city, the Galipote was more of a countryside myth, something my grandma would mention now and then. She used to say things like, "Did you hear that chicken clucking? That's a Galipote. It's past 6 in the evening and they're supposed to be asleep by now." At the time, I didn't really believe it. I thought it was just her way of keeping us alert or entertained. But then, at the end of 2009, something strange happened. My cousin, let's call him Andres, he just disappeared. He was the kind of kid who got into trouble, always sneaking around, stealing, getting involved with the wrong crowd. So, honestly, none of us were too surprised when he vanished. 2 months later, in February, our family gathered at another cousin's house. Everyone was talking about Andres. The last time anyone saw him was just a couple of blocks from where we were. It was around 1 a.m., and the younger cousins were watching a horror movie. Can't recall which one, but it was some scary flick. My older cousin, who was 16 at the time, and I decided to sneak away from the noise and join the adults who had stepped outside for some fresh air and gossip. We settled on the porch, which was on a little hill, surrounded by the soft hum of the city night. There was my aunt, grandma, my aunt's cousin and her husband, a couple of their neighbors, and us. They were chatting, remembering how funny Andres used to be before things took a wrong turn, how his own mother had introduced him to drugs and crime. The night air was cool, the sounds of distant cars passing by, the occasional bark of a dog. It all felt peaceful, until, suddenly, we heard a thundering noise. At first, it sounded like hooves pounding the ground, fast and urgent, like a horse galloping full speed. But at 1 in the morning, In the middle of the city? That was strange. We looked up the hill and saw it, a horse sprinting with no rider in sight. And then, out of nowhere, we saw someone chasing the horse, running desperately behind it. The sight made our blood run cold. Everyone stood up at once, the air thick with unease. My grandma's voice cut through the silence. "Go inside. Now." But I shook my head and crawled over to her. The neighbors were visibly shaken. They grabbed their chairs and hurried inside their homes. My aunt, though, just laughed and said, "That's a galipote." I remember how her laugh had an edge to it, like she wasn't entirely joking. We went inside and tried to tell the other cousins what had happened, but they just shrugged it off. It wasn't until Grandma told them the same story that their faces paled. Around 2:30 a.m., we were all trying to drift off to sleep, the house heavy with tension. Then, out of the quiet came a sudden knocking on the window. There were 6 of us crammed into a single room, and every one of us heard it, the sharp, insistent tapping. My 11-year-old cousin nudged me, whispering, "Get up and open the door." But Anna, the 13-year-old, shook her head. It was at the window. I didn't say anything, but deep down, I knew she was right. Just then, my aunt came in, telling us to settle down and go to sleep. Her son asked if she was the one knocking on the wall, and she snapped, "Isn't it you guys? Stop making a racket and be quiet." My older cousin started crying, whispering that it was the galipote. Her mom came back in, told her to grow up, and left. Almost immediately after, the knocking came again. This time, so hard it felt like the glass might shatter. My aunt rushed back into the room, and there we were, nearly all in tears. I don't remember how I ended up inside the closet with 2 younger cousins, sobbing quietly. My aunt, frustrated, muttered something about us making noise at someone else's house, probably thinking we were just playing around. Then came the front door. Someone knocked so loudly it echoed through the house. My uncle, who had been in the back room, jumped up and shouted, "Who's there?" A voice answered, "This is Carmen." He opened the door, and it was our neighbor. She said, "There's something knocking on our window." Everyone came outside, except Grandma and us. We stayed inside, huddled together, while Grandma prayed softly, "Santa Maria, Madre de Dios, ruega por nosotros." But nothing changed. Eventually, we managed to fall asleep in the living room. The adults were scattered around, some in the living room, others in the bedrooms. When morning came, the sun shining bright and warm, everyone gathered outside. They found a dirty shoe, strands of hair on both sides of the street, ours and the neighbors', and scattered pieces of corn. A month passed. One evening, 9 of my cousins and my little sister, who was just 3, were at Grandma's house. Grandma was sleeping in a room by herself, but she had this uneasy feeling and asked us to turn on the news. There, on the screen, was a man asking people to come to the countryside to identify a body. The name he mentioned was Andrés Antonio Cáceres. Of course, I'm changing the name here. He was from our town. We watched as they showed his body. His face was ripped beyond recognition, and he was only wearing jeans. They had buried him in a shallow grave, his wallet lying beside the hole. Grandma just said quietly, "I knew it." Minutes later, my little sister started crying out of nowhere. Grandma shouted toward the window, "Go away! It's past 6. Time for you to sleep." And then, just like that, we heard a chicken clucking outside. That night, the legend of the galipote wasn't just a story anymore. It was real, and it left a mark on all of us that stayed with me ever since. Hey, I wanted to share something pretty eerie that's been happening in my family's house. It all started about 6 months ago when my mom began working a really early shift at this new company. She works from 4 a.m. until noon. Since she doesn't have a driver's license, I have to drive her there at 3:25 in the morning. Yeah, it's brutal waking up that early, but that's the routine now. So, 4 months ago, I was going through a rough patch and couldn't sleep at all. You know that restless feeling when your mind just won't shut off? But I have this rule. I don't use my phone when I can't sleep. I just lie there, eyes wide open, counting the minutes. That night, after a couple of hours tossing and turning, I glanced at the clock and saw it was exactly 1:48 a.m. That's when I heard it. The dining room chairs scraping softly against the floor, like someone was moving them around. Naturally, I thought my mom must have gotten up to grab a midnight snack. So I swung open my bedroom door. Our room is right next to the kitchen, and looked out, expecting to see her. But there was no one there. The kitchen was empty, silent, except for the faint hum of the fridge. I closed the door slowly, heart pounding a little, and crawled back into bed. In my half-asleep state, I joked to myself, must be a demon or something, and surprisingly, I drifted off almost immediately. Fast forward to 3:05 a.m., my alarm blaring me awake. I dragged myself into the kitchen, poured a strong cup of coffee, and my mom came out of her room ready to leave. I was still feeling foggy, so I barely registered her usual morning grumbles about the dishes and the mess in the kitchen. But then she said something that caught me off guard. "Couldn't you sleep last night? Next time you have tea, try not to make so much noise." I was too tired to respond, just nodded and sipped my coffee. I dropped her off at work and went back home, completely exhausted. I fell asleep and honestly forgot about the whole thing. Later that day, around 12:35 p.m., we were driving back when I finally asked my mom about that comment. She repeated the whole thing, the bickering about noise, and then something else. "Oh, and also, stop making so much noise when you take your tea to your room." I told her about hearing the chairs moving and how I thought it was her getting up, but we didn't say much else. It was strange, but we shrugged it off. We decided to tell my grandma about it. She suggested, "Look around the house. Maybe you guys brought something in, like an object that might be causing this." We're not the religious type, so we don't use any charms or anything, but we did find this little cross a friend had given my sister a while back. We tossed it out and tried to forget the whole thing. When about 2 weeks ago, my sister, grandma, and I went out of the country, leaving my mom alone at home. Around 3 a.m., she texted me, asking if I was awake. I was, so I called her immediately. Her voice was shaky as she said, "I hear something in your sister's room." I got chills just hearing that. We live on the second floor, so for her to hear something in that room was unsettling. I asked her what the noise was like, and she said it sounded like footsteps in the kitchen downstairs. I told her to call 911. Maybe someone had broken in, but she asked me to check the security cameras first. I opened the app, scanning every angle. All the doors were locked, no cars outside, and no one was in the shop beneath us since it closes at 8 p.m. My mom mustered up some courage and went out to check. Of course, nothing was there. She ran back to her room and started praying quietly. Eventually, we both fell asleep, though I know she was scared. She even asked my cousin to stay with her for the next week. 3 days later, my cousin told my mom she couldn't stay anymore. So my mom said she'd sleep in my room instead since it's the smallest. I realized that might have been a mistake because, well, I'm kind of the person who's seen more weird stuff than anyone else in the family. At 4 a.m., my mom called me, her voice trembling. She said, "I heard something in your closet, then by the right side of the bed, like someone was knocking." I told her to pray out loud, to try and push whatever it was away. She did, and thankfully, she managed to fall asleep a little later. I got back home by myself this past Thursday, and the first thing I did was crash for a nap. Around 9 p.m., I woke up hungry and headed to the kitchen. As I opened the fridge, I caught sight of a shadow standing near the bathroom door. That bathroom is the same spot where my sister and I once saw something strange, something we've talked about before. I froze, my heart thumping so loud I thought it would burst. I started praying quietly, hoping it would vanish. Just then, my mom came out of her room and said softly, "You saw something, right?" And honestly, I'm scared. We both are. So yeah, whatever it is, it's definitely back. Hey, I want to share with you some stories, real encounters that have stayed with me, and maybe they'll resonate with you, or just make you pause for a moment. They aren't the big, flashy hauntings you might expect. These are the quiet, subtle moments that make you say, "Wait, what was that?" Let's start from the beginning, with what I call my first experience. So, back when I was in my early 20s, still living at home with my parents, I had this room where strange little things would happen. You know how sometimes books or knickknacks just fall off shelves? That happened a lot in my room. My friends even joked that during our Skype calls, they could hear a little girl's voice faintly in the background. At the time, I just laughed it off, thinking it was maybe the neighbors or some weird audio glitch. But then, the doorknob on my bedroom door started acting up. Picture this. It would jerk and twitch like a toddler or a cat was trying to open it but wasn't strong enough to fully turn it. It was this odd, weak turning, followed by a quick snap back. This went on for months, happening randomly throughout the day. Naturally, I blamed my cat. She hated having doors closed on her and would usually come in only to leave right away. But I was tired of constantly opening the door only to have her scoot out, so I just ignored it. My room was right next to my dad's little office nook, so I always kept the door shut. Then one day, while I was just doing my thing, that jerking started again. This time, I didn't brush it off. Soon after, I heard my dad get up, open my door, and look around with this puzzled expression. He said, thought maybe there was a cat stuck in here." He'd heard the doorknob too, and confirmed it wasn't coming from the other side, so not the cat. That's when I started to consider things I'd never really believed in before. I talked with my best friend about it, and she suggested maybe I should get the house cleansed. My parents, especially my dad, were hardcore skeptics, very religious and convinced that spirits only linger when people stray from their faith. But she said, if nothing felt malicious, maybe I could just ask it to stop. So the next time the doorknob jerked, I looked at it, took a deep breath, and said firmly, "Could you please stop?" And just like that, it stopped. Never happened again. I lived there for several more years, and while some people said it was drafts or wood swelling in the weather, none of that really explained how the knob moved like it was struggling to open. Looking back, I think maybe my mom and I brought something home. We both love antiques, and our house had quite a few. Without getting into all the details, because that could be a whole other story, I feel like that was the start of a presence that followed us, even into the next home, eventually turning my skeptical parents into believers. Alright, now on to another story from a different time and place. This one happened in a house that was brand new when we moved in, only about 6.5 years ago. I've been on edge ever since a non-paranormal scare about 4.5 years ago, so maybe that's why I noticed these things more. Doors I'd shut would be open later, footsteps on floors above me when I was alone downstairs with the dogs, little things. But the one that really got me was late one night. We had 2 dogs, Harper, the younger one, about a year old, and Ramses, the older one, who was around 10. We had this dog doorbell system to help train Harper. It was these little buttons attached to the bottom of the back door and the garage door, and a receiver plugged into an outlet inside. When the dog pressed the button, it would ring like a doorbell, and we'd know she needed outside. One night, at 3 a.m., the bell rang. Everyone was asleep. At first, I thought maybe Harper woke up and needed out, but she was locked in her crate, wide awake but trapped inside. Ramses was sound asleep upstairs in my room, and my brother and I were both asleep too. The bell woke my parents, and my dad was ready to call 911, thinking maybe someone had broken in and accidentally set off the bell. But no one was there. The doorbell doesn't use batteries, so it wasn't a low battery warning, and nothing else plugged into that outlet was acting strange. It would take more than a breeze to make it go off like that. So the only explanation? Someone, or something, pressed it. We've never been able to explain it, and we unplugged the system after that night. Now, I want to share a collection of experiences from a friend, someone who's seen things that remain a mystery even to them. Starting with a memory from when they were just a child, about 4 years old. They were playing in the backyard with their cousin, and their mom suddenly looked alarmed, telling the kids to stay put because someone was in the house. Of course, the kids didn't listen and followed her inside. No one was there, but they heard noises upstairs. Rushing up, they caught a picture frame crashing to the floor, glass shards everywhere. Their mom said she saw their grandma in the window. That very night, the family received a call confirming the grandma's death. Then, there was something even more chilling. A black, translucent arm passing through a wall while chatting online with a friend. The friend seemed used to it, saying he'd seen similar things before. For my friend, it was terrifying and inexplicable. There was also a glove that disappeared only to reappear exactly where it had been left. A dream where a grandpa said goodbye moments before he passed, and even the unsettling feeling of being punched while alone in a remote swamp. One time, their trash can lid swung wildly and even flipped over, right in their line of sight. No animals or obvious causes around. Lastly, let me tell you about a recent experience from my sister and me in our new house. When we first moved upstairs, there was this brand new toilet paper holder in the bathroom, still in its packaging. It played Christmas carols when you pulled the paper. We thought it was cute and set it up in the bathroom we shared. All day, it didn't play a single note, so we assumed it was broken. But at around 3 a.m., of course, it started playing Jingle Bells. The three of us on a video call froze. Nobody was in the bathroom, our parents were asleep, and my sister and I were together in my room. It stopped, then started again. Our friend on the call was freaked out and begged me to check it. I went in, and the music stopped immediately. I broke the holder in half and threw it outside. The next day, I found the holder, fully intact, sitting in the middle of the living room. I broke it again and tossed it out, never to see it again. Then, the very next day, I heard loud bangs outside my door. I thought my sister was making noise in her room, so I ignored it at first. But after 2 more bangs, I went in to ask what she was doing. She looked at me confused and said she thought it was me. Our parents were asleep, and we double-checked. The night after, I was in the bathroom when I heard someone come out of a room, shut the door, go downstairs, open and close cupboards, and then come back up and enter a room. It was around 1 a.m., and only my sister and I were awake. The footsteps were lighter than hers. After I finished, I asked her what she went downstairs for, and again, she said she thought it was me. But the most terrifying moment came when my sister and I went upstairs to her room. We were only there for about 5 seconds. When we stepped back out, 2 black handprints were on the wall, much bigger than ours or our mom's, but smaller than my dad's. We asked our parents, and they had no clue. These prints weren't there just seconds before we'd gone into her room. We called our cousins on video to show them. My sister touched the prints. Nothing. I touched them, and black ink smeared all over my hand. But there was no ink on the wall, just on my hand. 3 people watched it happen: my sister, my cousin, and his girlfriend. I washed my hands, came back, and touched the prints again. Nothing. I'm not too worried about the earlier incidents, but those handprints? They still haunt me a little. I keep wondering why the ink smeared on my hand, what it means, if it's some kind of message or warning. It happened 2 years ago, and even now, it lingers in my mind. So these are just a few stories, whispers and shadows from the edges of reality. Maybe they're coincidences, maybe not. But I hope they make you think about the things that go bump in the night, the little moments that don't quite add up, and the unseen presence that might just be watching, waiting, or trying to say something. This happened back in 2017, and honestly, I still get a strange feeling whenever I tell the story. I was never someone who believed strongly in ghosts or haunted objects. I always figured there had to be a reasonable explanation for things. Then this happened. My wife and I had recently moved to a different state and rented a 2-story house. It was a nice place, nothing particularly old or unsettling about it. There were 4 bedrooms upstairs. Our room was on the right side of the staircase, while the other 3 were lined up along a hallway to the left. For most of that first year, I was away on a military deployment. My wife stayed home with our 2 dogs, and she never reported anything unusual. The house felt completely normal. Toward the end of the year, a close friend of ours, Marin, came to stay with us. She was having serious problems with her adoptive mother and needed somewhere safe to land for a while. We were all in our 20s, and we were happy to help her out. A few months later, Marin received the final shipment of belongings from her mother. Most of it was ordinary stuff, except for one enormous wooden jewelry chest that had belonged to her biological grandmother. This thing was huge. It was about 3 feet wide, nearly as tall, and heavy enough that it took 2 of us to move it. The wood was dark and scratched, and the drawers had these old brass handles. Marin didn't have anywhere to put it, so we stored it in the closet of the bedroom at the far end of the upstairs hallway. About 6 weeks later, Marin moved out to live with her boyfriend. That was when everything changed. The bedroom containing the chest was directly above our living room. At night, while my wife and I were sitting downstairs with the dogs, we started hearing footsteps moving across the ceiling. Not creaking, not pipes knocking. Footsteps. They would begin near the far bedroom and slowly travel toward the staircase. Sometimes they stopped directly above where we were sitting. At first, we laughed it off. We told ourselves it was the house settling or the temperature changing. But it began happening almost every night, and the footsteps became heavier and more deliberate. The dogs noticed it too. They refused to walk down that hallway. They would stand near the top of the stairs, stare toward the far bedroom, and completely freeze. Then, without warning, they would turn around and sprint into our room. That was the part I couldn't explain. My wife eventually mentioned it to a coworker named Celia, who was very spiritual and believed that objects could sometimes hold on to energy. Celia suggested cleansing the house with sage. One evening, just before bed, my wife decided to try it. She lit the sage in our bedroom and slowly walked through the upstairs rooms. Everything seemed fine until she reached the bedroom at the end of the hall. I was waiting in our room when she suddenly came running back toward me. She was completely pale. She told me that the moment she passed the burning sage in front of the closet, the room became freezing cold. Not cool, but the kind of cold that seemed to move straight through her. Then the sage went out instantly. Anyone who has ever burned sage knows it usually keeps smoldering. You normally have to press it down firmly to extinguish it. My wife immediately messaged Marin and told her the chest needed to be removed the next day. Marin said she had nowhere to keep it, so I told her I was putting it outside. The following morning, I dragged it to the curb. Part of me wanted to break it apart first, but my wife begged me not to damage it. She said she didn't know what might happen if we did. As strange as it sounds, the house became completely quiet after the chest was gone. No more footsteps, no more freezing rooms. The dogs walked down the hallway without hesitation and never stared toward that bedroom again. We've moved several times since then, and those dogs never behaved that way in another house. Much later, when my wife and Marin started speaking again, Marin admitted that strange things had happened in her adoptive mother's house too. Doors would open by themselves, objects would disappear, and people sometimes heard someone walking through empty rooms. She said the disturbances seemed to become worse after her grandmother died. But the part that still bothers me most happened after I carried the chest outside. Trash collection wasn't scheduled for another 2 days. The chest disappeared from the curb that same afternoon. So wherever it ended up, I just hope whoever took it never placed it at the end of a hallway. My husband and I have been together for nearly 4 years now, and one of the strangest things that ever bonded us was a nightmare we both had on the same night. In the dream, there was a woman standing outside our front door. She looked like she had been pulled from deep water. She wore a long white dress, and her dark brown hair was soaking wet, hanging across her face. She kept pounding on the door. Then, somehow, she lifted the bottom of the door just enough to look underneath it. She slowly tilted her head and gave us the most unnatural smile I have ever seen. That was when we both woke up. At first, we tried to laugh it off, but not long afterward, things started happening while we were awake. One evening, my husband and I were brushing our teeth after taking a hot shower when I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. The moment I heard them, I felt this awful certainty in my stomach. I already knew who it was. I looked through the doorway and saw the bottom of a white dress moving past the hall. I immediately locked us inside the bathroom. My husband is over 6 feet tall, built like some kind of Viking, and he was convinced I was being paranoid. He said he was going to open the door and tell whoever was out there to leave. But when he grabbed the handle, he pulled his hand back. The metal was so cold that it had almost stuck to his skin. The whole bathroom was still warm and steamy, so there was no reason for it to feel like that. That was when he stopped teasing me. We cleansed the house, burned herbs, said our prayers, and placed protective items around the doors and windows. For a while, things became quiet. Then one afternoon, my husband called me from work. His voice sounded completely different, almost hollow. He told me he had walked past one of the conference rooms and seen the woman standing in the far corner. The room was dark. She was just standing there in her white dress, watching him. We went back to the spiritual practices we had grown up with. My family taught me certain traditions for protection, and my husband has his own Nordic beliefs and rituals. Whatever we did seemed to help, at least for a while. Several months ago, we moved into a newly built apartment with our closest friend. We thought a fresh home might mean a fresh start. Instead, the activity slowly returned. At first, it was small things. An old stuffed bear of mine would change positions. We heard whispers from empty rooms. Sometimes a voice would call one of our names and sound exactly like another person in the apartment. Doors slammed without any open windows. None of that frightened me too badly. I had experienced strange things before, and I knew how to live around them. Then we started seeing shadows. They would dart across the hallway, moving from our roommate's bedroom toward his bathroom, then disappearing near our room. After that came the knocking. We live on the 3rd floor, but someone began pounding on our roommate's window. Not gentle tapping either. It sounded like a fist striking the glass. Outside our own window, my husband and I heard screaming, hissing, and something that sounded like an animal growling. Once, while I was lying in bed, something touched the bottoms of my feet. Another time, while I was cooking dinner, something tugged the back of my shirt hard enough to pull the fabric away from my body. Then our roommate saw her. He was driving to his partner's house when he glanced into the rearview mirror. The woman in white was sitting in the back seat. When he turned around, there was nobody there. That was when everything became much worse. One night, I went for a drive to clear my head. Another car and I approached a crosswalk at the same time. The road was almost completely dark, so we both slowed down. A woman in a white dress suddenly ran across the street. She stopped just beyond the reach of my headlights. Then she turned toward me and started sprinting directly at my car. I hit the gas and drove home as fast as I safely could. When I pulled into my parking space, I looked across the lot and saw an extremely tall figure standing in the field. I could not tell whether it was a man. Its proportions looked wrong, almost stretched. Since then, we have seen it standing on the hill several times. A few nights ago, it waved at her roommate. Then came the morning that finally made me realize we were dealing with something more dangerous than a haunting. The night before, all three of us had been sitting outside when we noticed something strange near the tree line. There was a huge dead bush where none of us remembered seeing one before. It stood alone at the edge of the forest, twisted and black. We started joking about what it could be, and without thinking, I said the name of a creature I had been taught never to speak about. I had never said that word aloud in my life. The moment it left my mouth, all three of us became silent. Even typing or thinking about that word makes me uncomfortable. I was raised with both native spiritual teachings and Nordic traditions, and I was taught that certain things should never be named casually. The atmosphere changed immediately. The following morning, I woke around 6:30 to the loudest thunder I had ever heard. The strange part was that there did not seem to be much of a storm. I texted my husband, who was already at work, and we talked until just before 7. A little while later, my roommate knocked on my bedroom door. He leaned against the door frame and started complaining about how tired he was and how badly he wanted to stay home from work. I was still half asleep, so I barely listened. I just nodded now and then. Then he walked into my room and sat on the edge of my bed. He kept talking. After a moment, he reached out and held my hand. I thought it was strange, but I was too tired to react properly. When he finished talking, he stood up, kissed me on the forehead, and left. I heard the bedroom door close a few minutes before 8. The whole interaction made me uncomfortable, but I tried to convince myself that he had simply been acting unusually affectionate. Then I learned the truth. Our roommate's alarm had gone off shortly after 7. He had left the apartment around 7:30. He could not have been in my room. Whatever sat on my bed looked exactly like him. It had his face, his voice, and even the way he moved. But one detail was wrong. The logo on his hoodie was printed in a different position, and the lettering was much larger than the logo on the hoodie he actually owns. So whoever held my hand that morning was not my roommate. It only looked like him. I've wanted to tell someone about this for a while, because the second floor of my building has always felt different. Even the children who live here call it the cursed floor. I know that sounds dramatic, but once you hear everything that has happened there, you might understand why. There are 6 flats on that floor, and 2 of them have been empty for years. The others have each carried their own kind of sadness. One flat belonged to a married couple who lived with the husband's mother. The husband and his mother followed a very unusual routine. They rarely woke up before 2 in the afternoon, and they would remain awake until almost sunrise. People in the building often whispered about them, saying their lifestyle felt unhealthy and brought a strange energy into the place. There were also rumors that the mother practiced certain rituals. I can't confirm whether that was true, of course, but almost everyone in the building had heard the same stories. She eventually passed away, and a few years later, the couple's marriage ended too. Another flat looked completely normal from the outside. A husband, his wife, their children, and his parents all lived together. Then, without warning, the husband disappeared. He left his wife and children behind with his family, and nobody seemed to know where he had gone. Life became extremely difficult for her after that. Eventually, she took her children and moved away. To this day, the husband has never returned, and no one in the building knows what happened to him. Then there is the last occupied flat. 2 different families have lived there in about 4 years. The first family always seemed uncomfortable, as though the house itself made them restless. The current family is even more troubling. The husband frequently becomes violent with his wife, and possibly with his daughter as well. Their arguments are so loud that neighbors often have to step in. Even while I was first writing about this one evening, another fight was happening upstairs. Hearing it echo through the building made the whole place feel heavy. But the strangest part of this story is what happened to me personally. The first incident took place during the lockdown in 2020. I was around 12 years old. Back then, leaving the house was heavily restricted, so the gates outside our homes remained locked for most of the day. I had a friend named Mira who lived very close to us. Our houses were beside each other, and if we both sat near our gates at a certain angle, we could partly see each other's faces. Since online classes hadn't properly started yet, we had almost nothing to do. We would sit there for hours, talking about whatever came into our minds. One afternoon, my younger brother joined us. He loved being around me and always wanted to be included in my conversations. That day, the 3 of us were talking about scary movies. In particular, we were discussing the clown from It, the one with the red balloon. While we were talking, all 3 of us suddenly tilted our heads toward the staircase at exactly the same moment. There, resting on the railing, was a hand. It was completely black. Not dark because of a shadow, but black in a way that seemed deeper than the darkness around it. Its edges looked faintly smoky. Then it vanished. It didn't move away. Nobody pulled it back. It didn't slowly fade. 1 second it was there, and the next second there was absolutely nothing. For a moment, none of us spoke. My brother and Mira both turned toward me, and I looked at them. We immediately asked one another, "Did you see that?" All 3 of us had seen the same thing. Because of the lockdown, the staircase had been completely silent. During all the afternoons we had spent sitting there, we had never once seen another resident passing by. There was no reasonable way for somebody to hide there and play a trick on us. Something about the air changed after that. Everything suddenly felt wrong. I grabbed my brother, told Mira to close her gate, and quickly locked ours. My brother and I remained in shock for quite a while. Even now, I can still picture that hand clearly. I know what I saw, and knowing that 2 other people witnessed it with me makes it impossible for me to dismiss. The second incident happened years later, in April 2026. My father arranged for me to use one of the empty flats on the 2nd floor as a study room. He knew the owner, and because I was preparing for important science exams, he thought it would give me somewhere peaceful to concentrate. At home, my younger brother often interrupted me, so having a quiet space sounded perfect. My father and I went upstairs that morning to clean the flat. Everything seemed completely normal. That evening, however, some relatives visited our home, and the house became noisy. My cousin Ria and I decided to take our books upstairs and study there instead. We packed our notebooks, water bottles, pens, and a mat to sit on. When we reached the flat and opened the gate, I immediately felt a strange pressure at the back of my head. It was almost like dizziness, but heavier. A powerful wave of drowsiness came over me, even though I hadn't meant tired moments earlier. I stepped inside with my phone's flashlight on and carried my bag into the hall. The flat was completely dark. That entire floor has always felt colder than the rest of the building. The corridors seem dim even during the day, and there is a constant feeling that someone is nearby, quietly watching. The empty flat carried that same feeling, only much more strongly. After putting my bag down, I walked toward the main electrical switch. That was when the dizziness became overwhelming. I suddenly felt as though I might collapse. I had to grab the wall to keep myself balanced. The room felt cold, still, and unbearably heavy. I couldn't explain exactly what was wrong, but every part of me was telling me that we should not stay there. I returned to my cousin, and for a few moments, there was an uncomfortable silence between us. Finally, I told her, "Something feels strange in here." She looked at me and said she had been feeling exactly the same thing since we entered. That frightened me more than the sensation itself. I called my best friend and explained what was happening. I'm not usually someone who panics over ghost stories, so part of me wanted to stay and prove there was a normal explanation. My cousin, however, was visibly scared. Both she and my friend insisted that we leave. So we packed everything and went back downstairs. I understand that a house left closed for years can smell stale or feel uncomfortable. But my father and I had been inside that same flat only a few hours earlier, and nothing unusual had happened. That evening, the atmosphere felt completely different. Those are the most unsettling experiences I have ever had. Maybe every event has a logical explanation. Maybe the stories about the families are simply painful coincidences. But when you combine those stories with the empty flats, the cold corridors, the black hand, and the feeling my cousin and I experienced, it becomes difficult not to wonder whether something is lingering on that floor. Perhaps the children are exaggerating when they call it cursed. Still, whenever I pass the second floor staircase, I never look at the railing for too long. It's been a little over a year since this happened, but I still think about it more often than I'd like to admit. At the time, my closest friend and I were staying at my family's old house. The place sat at the bottom of a steep gravel path, surrounded by thick woods on nearly every side. It felt peaceful during the day, but at night, everything beyond the porch light seemed impossibly dark. One night, sometime after 3 in the morning, we were trying to sneak back inside after going out without permission. We were halfway down the path when my friend suddenly stopped. She reached for my arm and whispered for me not to move. At first, I thought someone had caught us. Then I followed her gaze, or at least where I thought she was looking, and glanced toward the small storage shed behind the house. There was someone standing near it. The figure had the exact shape of my father. Same height, same shoulders, even the way he usually stood with his arms slightly away from his sides. But I knew it wasn't him. There were no features, no face. It was just a solid human-shaped shadow. I couldn't look away. I felt strangely calm and terrified at the same time, almost as though my body had forgotten how to move. The figure remained there for a few seconds before slowly fading into the darkness. Then we heard footsteps coming from the woods. They were slow at first, but they were getting closer. My friend and I stood frozen until something inside me finally snapped. I grabbed her hand and told her to run. My father had security cameras around the property, but being caught was the last thing on my mind. We sprinted toward the back entrance because it was closest to my bedroom. My friend slipped on the steps, dropped the half-frozen soda she had bought earlier, and muttered, "Forget it," before scrambling back to her feet. We rushed inside, locked the door, and hurried into my room. Once we had captured the bedroom door, we started whispering about what had happened. I asked her to describe exactly what she had seen. That was when everything became worse. She told me she hadn't been looking toward the shed at all. She had been staring at the front porch. And the figure she saw didn't look like my father. It looked like my younger sister. Same shape, same hair, same posture. Just a featureless shadow wearing her outline. We both started crying. Whatever had been outside seemed to have shown each of us someone different, but familiar. We were so shaken that we searched online for ways to make a room feel spiritually protected. One suggestion said to pour salt across the doorway, so I emptied nearly half a container in front of my bedroom door. The following evening, we stayed at my friend's house. We couldn't stop talking about what we had seen, and we wanted to make sure our memories weren't changing as we discussed it. So we sat on opposite sides of the room and drew the figure without looking at each other's paper. When we compared the drawings, they were almost identical. We had both drawn the same narrow body, the same unnatural edges, and the same empty space where a face should have been. Without planning it, we had also drawn a second image showing the figure fading away, almost like two frames from the same animation. We sat there quietly, trying to understand why it had looked like my father to me and my sister to her. Then I said, almost as a joke, what if it was some kind of mimic? The moment I said the word, my phone lit up. A voice began reading a definition of a mimic aloud. I hadn't asked it anything. I didn't even have the voice assistant fully activated on that phone. My friend stared at me, and I stared back at her. Neither of us touched the screen. Months later, my family moved away from that house. I never felt threatened while I was inside, but whenever I stepped outdoors after dark, I always had the feeling that something was watching from just beyond the trees. Even someone I dated experienced something strange there. One night, he waited in his car while I went inside to pack a bag. When I finally came out, he looked completely shaken. He told me that, a few minutes earlier, he had seen me run past the front of his car and disappear around the side of the house. But I had been inside the entire time. He didn't want to wait for an explanation. He just looked at me and said, "Get in. We need to leave right now." I keep wondering whether he's trying to tell me something through my dreams. I've seen him so many times since he passed, but he rarely speaks to me. Most of the time, he's simply there, somewhere in the background. Even when the dream has nothing to do with him, I can always feel his presence. Last night was different. The dream began normally, but near the end, I found myself walking along a beach at dusk. I saw him standing near a small cafe by the water. A moment later, he started moving farther out toward the sea, so I followed him and called out to him. For the first time, he stopped. He turned around and looked directly at me. Before I could reach him, he disappeared, and a wooden platform rose out of the water beneath me. The sea had suddenly become too deep to stand in. Then I saw him again in the distance. I started swimming toward him, but the weather changed without warning. The wind became violent, the sky darkened, and huge waves began throwing me from side to side. I managed to grab onto the trunk of a fallen tree. When he appeared close enough, I pushed myself forward and jumped toward him. Just before I reached him, I woke up. This wasn't the first time he had appeared. I dreamed about him around 2 weeks ago, and there were other dreams before that. He was always more like a background character than the focus of the dream, but somehow, I noticed him every single time. Shortly before he passed away, while he was still in a coma, a few friends and I tried to communicate with him using tarot cards. We asked questions only he would have known the answers to, and the responses felt strangely accurate. When we asked whether he was going to recover, the answer was no. We also asked about the accident, and the cards seemed to reveal details we hadn't spoken about. When we ended the session, we noticed a shadow near the doorway that looked almost exactly like his silhouette. About a month later, he passed away. At his funeral, before saying goodbye, I apologized to him. I told him I was sorry that we had never become closer. I had cared about him more deeply than I admitted, but I was never honest about those feelings. We were friends who spoke occasionally at school, and I always wanted the friendship to become something more. I just never found the courage to say it. After the funeral, he appeared in my dreams constantly. Then, after some time, the dreams stopped. Now he has started appearing again. There's something else I still think about. He once really liked a silver ring I used to wear. He would joke about taking it from me because he wanted it so badly. Not long after he died, the ring disappeared. I searched everywhere, but I never found it. Sometimes I also think I see him when I'm outside. I'll notice someone far ahead who walks like him or has the same shape and posture. But when I get closer, it's always somebody else. I'm thinking about visiting his grave soon. Maybe I need to speak honestly, even if I'm the only one who can hear the words. Maybe there are things I never said that I'm still carrying with me. I don't feel frightened by him. In the dreams, he has never seemed angry or threatening. His presence feels quiet, almost familiar. I just don't know whether these dreams mean he is trying to reach me, or whether they are simply my heart finding a place for all the feelings I never got to share. Hey, I want to share a story from my childhood about a school I went to that had this really eerie reputation, and honestly, it still sends chills down my spine when I think about it. The school was built way back, around the 1910s, and it was known throughout the town for being haunted. Now, the real heart of the story starts in the mid-1950s, when a terrible fire tore through the building. It wasn't just any fire, it completely destroyed the entire top floor, and sadly, many children lost their lives that day. After that tragedy, they rebuilt the school, but left off the top floor, so it became a 2-story building instead. And underneath, there was this creepy, dark basement that no one really liked to go near. I have a few stories I want to tell you about what I experienced there. First off, just walking around the school, especially by myself, always gave me this feeling like someone, or something, was watching me. It was this heavy, unsettling feeling that never really went away. One of the most unsettling parts was this long staircase wall plastered with paintings of children. These paintings stretched across 3 flights of stairs, and they were made by students who had been there before me. Now here's the weird thing. Every time my friends and I passed by those paintings, we'd notice something new had appeared. Like one day a soccer ball would be there, and the next day it vanished. Or a girl in one painting would suddenly be holding a flower that hadn't been there before. We got so curious that one day we started taking notes. Remember, this was before phones, so no pictures. And one detail stood out. There was a girl in the paintings who was smiling and looking to the right at her friends, holding a flower. But the very next day, when we looked again, she wasn't smiling anymore and was staring straight at us with this cold, empty expression. That moment, that staircase became a place we all agreed to avoid completely. It was too unnerving. Then there was the boiler room. You could only peek inside through a small window because we were never allowed in there. But during recess, when we'd be playing near the back of the school, sometimes we'd catch these white, ghostly shapes darting inside the boiler room. We'd rush over to the window to see what it was, but there'd be nothing there. Naturally, being kids, our curiosity got the better of us. One day, during an after-school event, we snuck over to the boiler room door. Our parents were busy in the gymnasium nearby, so we thought we might be brave enough to try opening it. We turned the knob, but it was locked. So we knocked 3 times, just to see what would happen. And then, Get this, we heard 3 knocks back, right on the other side of the door. The doorknob started rattling like someone was trying to open it from inside. We didn't stick around to find out more. We bolted back to the gym, hearts pounding, and didn't look back. That moment is etched in my memory like it happened yesterday. But the craziest thing happened one day when I was peeking into the boiler room alone. I saw this huge pipe running into the wall, disappearing into what looked like a dark abyss. Right at the edge of the pipe, I saw the body of a girl, just lying there, motionless, like she was dead. I called my friends to come see, but by the time they got to the window, the figure had vanished. After that, for weeks, I had this nightmare over and over. It was always the same girl, a shadowy figure with long black hair, pale skin, begging me for help in her silent, desperate way. Every time I tried to ask her what she needed, the dream would just end, leaving me feeling cold and helpless. It was the creepiest thing I've ever experienced. There's one more story I heard from the night janitors. They used to stay late, sometimes overnight, and one night they were hanging out in the janitor's office down in the basement, just chatting and snacking. Suddenly, they started hearing kids laughing, at first faint, but then growing louder. They heard multiple children, laughter bouncing off the walls, balls bouncing, footsteps running through the hallways. They followed the sounds to the gymnasium, but the moment they stepped inside, everything went silent. The only thing there was a single ball sitting in the middle of the floor. Then, as if by its own will, the ball rolled right up to them. No kids in sight, just that ball. Eventually, the school was torn down. They demolished the old building and built houses on the land. But the stories, the feelings, and those echoes of the past still linger for me. Sometimes I wonder if the spirits there found peace, or if they're still watching. So, what do you think? Was it all just in my head, or something more? I swear, every moment was real, and it's a part of me I'll never forget. Hey, I want to share something kind of eerie, but also deeply personal that's been unfolding since my partner and I moved into this new house about 6 weeks ago. It's a standalone house, no shared walls or anything like that, just our little space on its own plot of land. When we first walked through the house before moving in, I noticed something odd. On the inside of one of the wardrobe doors in what's now our bedroom, there were these strange symbols, kind of like sigils, scrawled in what looked like ink or maybe some kind of paint. I've always felt a bit tuned into spiritual vibes, not in a scary way, just sensitive to the energy around me. But honestly, I didn't feel anything negative or off about those symbols at the time, so I brushed it off. When we moved in, the property manager had cleaned those symbols off, so they were gone by the time we really settled in. Since moving in, a few unusual things have happened. At first, nothing that really alarmed us. But on one of our very first nights here, both of us woke up to this heavy, thudding sound, like something big was running back and forth down the hallway outside our bedroom door. My heart was pounding, and I glanced over at my partner. He looked just as startled. We got up, flashlight in hand, and checked everywhere. Our cat Eddie was curled up right next to us, fast asleep. She sometimes gets the zoomies at night, darting around like a little whirlwind. But this noise felt different, much bigger, heavier. We looked down the hall and into the other rooms, but nothing was there. No signs of intruders, no shadows, just silence. Since then, we've both caught glimpses of something moving just out of the corner of our eyes. It's hard to describe, like a flicker, a shadow that moves just beyond clear sight. But strangely, it never feels threatening or evil. No cold chills or oppressive feelings, nothing like that. It's more like a quiet presence. Over time, we started jokingly referring to it as Eddie's friend, because Eddie will often wander off into another room and start meowing or chattering at seemingly empty spaces, as if she's having a conversation with an invisible companion. She'll fixate on certain spots in the air for minutes at a time, her eyes wide and unblinking. Lately, the house has gotten more active. We hear bumps, knocks, things like the sound of something being moved or dropped, but when we check, no one is there. Still, I haven't felt scared or threatened. Sometimes when I hear the noises, I even call out gently, "Hey, is that you?" Just a friendly check-in, like acknowledging a neighbor. But yesterday, things took a bit of a turn. I was at work and my partner called me, sounding a little shaken. He said there was a lot of noise in the house, more than usual, and it wasn't Eddie making it. Then, he told me he was woken up from a nap because he felt like the cat was biting his foot. Alarmed, he looked down and noticed a sharp scratch, bleeding a little. He went looking for Eddie, but she was nowhere to be found in the room. That scratch really unsettled him, and honestly, it's got me thinking too. Despite all this, I still don't feel any kind of negative energy around the house. I'm hesitant to tell whatever might be here to leave because I don't feel it's my place to do so. It's like there's this quiet coexistence, even if it's a little strange. I'm curious though, has anyone else seen or dealt with symbols like those sigils inside a wardrobe door? Any thoughts on what they might mean or if we should be worried? And what about the scratches and noises? Should we be doing something or just letting it be? I'd really appreciate any advice or stories from anyone who's been through something similar. Thanks for listening. It's a lot to process, and just putting it out there helps. Hey, I want to share something that happened to me just a few hours ago, and honestly, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. So, I work in this retirement home, and part of my daily duties involves hauling a cart full of dirty laundry down to the basement. Now, this basement isn't just a regular storage area, it's got a bunch of rooms, including a temporary morgue right across from the elevator. I've been working here for quite some time, and that morgue has always been locked tight. Nobody ever uses it, at least not since I've been around. Today started like any other day. The halls were quiet, the sun was shining bright through the windows upstairs, and I felt completely at ease heading down to the basement. I pushed my cart, the wheels humming softly on the tiled floor, and made my way to the laundry room. After dumping the dirty linens, I hit the elevator button, expecting it to come down quickly so I could head back upstairs. But the elevator didn't move. Now, the elevator doors are metal and pretty thick, but the space inside acts like this odd acoustic chamber. From the basement, I could hear two of my coworkers chatting inside, holding the elevator doors open on the floor above. Their voices floated down, clear as day, which was both reassuring and a little annoying since I was in a rush on this particularly busy day. I started tapping on the elevator doors, hoping to get their attention so they'd know I was waiting. At first, nothing. So I tried a little rhythm. Knock, knock, knock. Pause. Knock, knock. Thinking maybe a pattern would make them realize I was there. And then, something utterly bizarre happened. About 5 seconds after my last knock, I heard knocking back. It wasn't rhythmic or anything like I'd done, just random, sharp knocks against a solid surface. At first, I thought it was my coworkers playing some kind of joke, but the sound wasn't coming from the elevator. It was coming from behind me. I slowly turned around, my heart starting to race, and there it was, the source of the knocking noise. The morgue door. The basement was eerily quiet except for those knocks. The air felt thicker, colder even, and my mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Was it some sort of prank? Or something else? I felt frozen in place, gripping the handle of my cart like it was an anchor. Every instinct screamed at me to drop everything and run straight up the stairs, but just then, the elevator finally began its slow descent. The wait felt endless, the knocking from the morgue continuing sporadically, like some silent rhythm only I could hear. When the doors finally slid open, I practically threw myself in, mashed the button for the third floor about 20 times, and let out a shaky breath as the doors closed behind me, sealing me away from that basement. I've been thinking about what could explain all this. Maybe the building's old pipes made noises that echoed strangely, or perhaps some animal was trapped inside the morgue. But I've lived in older buildings, and I've never heard anything that sounds like knocking on a door. Clear, deliberate knocks like that. So yeah, this was my first real brush with something I can only describe as paranormal. If anyone else has had experiences like this, or can offer any kind of explanation for what I heard, I'd really love to hear about it. Because honestly, that knocking from the morgue, it stuck with me, and I'm not sure I'll ever forget it. Hey, I want to share something really strange that happened to me and my brother. And honestly, I can't tell if I'm just overthinking, or if this was something paranormal. So, a bit about us first. I'm a big fan of horror stuff. I have a bunch of horror movies, a Chucky doll, and even an Ouija board. My brother, Lucas, he's 17 and shares a room with me. He's not as into horror as I am, but he does like it to some extent. However, he absolutely hates my Chucky doll and my Ouija board, and tries to avoid being around them at all costs. Alright, so this happened a couple of months ago. It didn't really bother me until Lucas brought it up recently, which made me think back and realize how weird it all was. Before I dive into the story, I need to explain our room setup a little. Our bedroom has this oddly shaped doorway, so we don't actually have a door there yet. Instead, there's this very thin curtain hanging. So, if my room light is off and I'm inside, but the hallway light is on, and someone's standing just behind that curtain, I can see their figure clearly because the light casts their shadow through the thin fabric. Now here's the actual story. It was around 2:30 in the morning. I was lying in bed, scrolling through Twitter, just minding my own business, when this sudden heavy feeling hit me, like someone was watching me. I looked up from my phone and there it was, a figure standing right at the doorway. Now this was instantly creepy because our house is usually dead silent at night around then, and the hallway floors creak loudly. If anyone had walked down the hall, I would have heard them for sure. At first I thought it might be our mom. Sometimes she gets up late at night to use the bathroom and usually checks on us when she does. But this figure had curly hair, and none of us in the family have curly hair except for her. But the height didn't match. The figure was taller and didn't quite look like Mom. I stared at this shadowy figure for what felt like forever, maybe 10 minutes, and they just stood there, staring back at me. What made it so unsettling was that it felt like they could see me through the curtain, even though I couldn't really make out their face or any features clearly. After a while, the figure just turned around and walked straight into the bathroom next to our doorway. Now, believe me, I thought about getting up to check who it was, but honestly, that felt like a terrible idea. I mean, what if it wasn't someone I knew? I stayed frozen for a bit, then eventually decided to get up and check after a few minutes because no one came back out. When I peeked into the bathroom, it was empty. Nothing was out of place, nothing moved, everything was perfectly normal. So I went back to my room, wide awake, and just stayed up until the sun came up. Finally, I fell asleep, but I couldn't shake the creepy feeling. The next day, I told my parents about it. My mom said she wasn't up at that time and kind of brushed it off, saying it was probably just my imagination. But my dad was intrigued because he told me that the spare bedroom, the one that's locked up tight and nailed shut, was found open the next day after I had this experience. That really freaked me out a little. I didn't tell anyone else about this, just my parents and my girlfriend. Then, a couple of months later, Lucas randomly asked me if I had ever seen a figure or heard my name being called. I told him yes, I've had those experiences before. Then he started telling me about some weird things he's experienced too. He said he heard someone calling his name when he was home alone one day. He also said that once, when he was walking out of our bathroom, the door slammed hard behind him, like with force. And the nightmares? He said he's been having these intense nightmares about a shadowy figure he couldn't see clearly, but he knew it had curly hair. That part really freaked me out because I hadn't told anyone about the curly hair detail. It was like the same figure we both saw or felt was haunting us. Honestly, I don't know what to make of all this. There's no logical explanation that fits everything, especially what Lucas has been going through. I do believe in ghosts and paranormal things, so I'm leaning toward this being more than just coincidence. But I'm curious, what do you think? Are we just losing our minds? Or is something genuinely paranormal going on in our house? Thanks for listening to my story. It's been weighing on me, and just talking about it feels a bit like lifting some of the fear off my chest. Hey, I want to tell you about this strange and kind of terrifying day I had at a fair. Not just any fair, but one that felt like it was hiding something dark beneath all the lights and laughter. So it started with Ashley and me showing up at the games area. The guy running the strength test game let Ashley go first, and honestly, he seemed a bit embarrassed because he couldn't even get the weight halfway up. You could tell he wasn't used to the weight, or maybe just wasn't feeling it that day. Then it was my turn. I picked up this massive, oversized hammer. Probably way too big for me, but I just wanted to give it a go. I slammed it down with everything I had, and in my mind, I was smashing that masked face that had been haunting us all day. The bell rang loudly, echoing through the fairground, and both the guy running the game and Ashley just stood there, shocked. Me? I might be shorter than both of them, but years of heavy lifting at my old job, and now this one where I'm still carrying heavy things every day, paid off big time. Within minutes, Ashley had won himself this tacky hippo plush. His face was all flushed as he carried the ugly thing around, but he was smiling, and honestly, that was what mattered the most to me. We wandered through the fair, moving from one game to the next, and between some of the booths, I caught a glimpse of that masked creature again. It was just there, gobbling up another poor soul, and no one else seemed to notice the horror happening right in front of them. That moment was a cruel reminder of the fate that could be waiting for us by the end of the day. How could anyone possibly enjoy themselves with that thing lurking around? Ashley caught on that I was quieter, more tense, and we stopped by another game. This one was the water gun shooting game, but there weren't enough players to start. So Ashley, being the kind-hearted guy he is, paid for a few kids passing by to join in. I watched him with a small smile, trying to win at least one round. He laughed when others beat him, which felt so good to see. This was the same guy who'd been picked on all through high school, and now here he was, having fun and just being happy. I wondered how often he let himself feel that way. As the prizes started piling up, I think the guy running the booth gave Ashley what felt like a pity prize. A pink stuffed elephant that looked just as ugly as the hippo. Ashley took it happily and paid for a few more rounds to cover any random players who might come by. Then he walked over to me, 2 toys in hand, holding out the elephant with this huge smile. It was the biggest smile I'd seen from him all day, and I knew he'd gone out of his way to win something just for me, especially after noticing my mood. If it weren't for the distant screams echoing here and there, screams of someone being eaten, I would have thought this was one of the best days I'd had in a long time. Time passed, and the crowd slowly thinned out. You'd think people were just heading home, but I knew better. The moment folks stopped enjoying themselves, they were gone, swallowed up by that masked horror. I have no idea how I managed to last the whole day, every second filled with this gnawing tension, knowing that creature could show up and take me at any moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, there was an announcement for a fireworks show to end the night. Ashley got excited and hurried us to find a good spot. Not once did he talk about the friends he came with. I wondered if he even remembered them or how many were left. He wasn't at any risk of being eaten, and honestly, I think he had more fun than anyone else there. I even heard him laugh a few times. During the day, I realized I was starting to care about him. Not in a romantic way, because I've never been into dating or anything like that. Holding hands is about as far as I go. But seeing him happy like this made my chest feel warm in a way I hadn't felt in a long time. Just before the fireworks started, I told Ashley I needed to use the washroom. As I stepped away, I spotted the masked creature standing nearby. I didn't want it to happen in front of Ashley, even if Ashley probably wouldn't remember afterward. I wanted to spare him those last moments of fear and stress. Inside the washroom, I stood in front of the mirror, heart pounding. Then I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate. The creature stopped right behind me. The dull bathroom light barely lit its tall form. It didn't move closer or say a word I dreaded all day. Finally, it spoke, its voice croaking like a twisted whisper. Having fun? I let the silence stretch between us, trying to make sense of my feelings. No, I wasn't having fun. I was terrified. I didn't want to die. But then I thought, have I ever truly had fun? Maybe not. Honestly, no, not really. But I've always been like this. I don't think I've ever been fully happy. This might be the most I've enjoyed myself, but I don't think my feelings are normal. I've accepted this neutral state of mind. If you kill me for that, could you at least let Ashley remember this day? I know he enjoyed himself, and I want him to keep this memory. The creature listened quietly. Maybe that was the longest answer it had ever heard. Its mouth, a half-moon shape on the mask, started to curve down. My body tensed, waiting for the worst. Then, a large, thin hand rested on my shoulder. The creature smiled wide, revealing countless sharp teeth. I held my breath, expecting the end. And then, everything went black. I woke up to the pinging of my phone. I jumped, disoriented, looking around. I was safe in my bed. I grabbed my phone and saw messages from Ashley, photos from the fireworks, blurry but full of color, and a selfie with his silly stuffed hippo. That day had really happened. He said he just woke up and wanted to share the memories. I didn't even remember getting home or giving him my number. Somehow, I'd been spared. That creature had let me live. But why? On my desk sat the pink elephant, its shiny black eyes staring at me. Ashley sent another message, thanking me for the day and asking if we could go back next year. I cared about him, but I knew that wasn't going to happen. We could hang out anywhere but that place. Then, out of the corner of my eye, the pink elephant's head started to twitch and spin upside down. A croaking voice whispered from the toy, "See you next year." I grabbed the ugly pink elephant and tossed it into the back of my closet, shoving my dresser in front of the door. I knew I had to work hard to make sure Ashley never had a reason to go back to that horrible fair ever again. Hey there. I want to share a story with you that's been on my mind for a while now. It's about one of those moments when your body and mind sense something deeply wrong, even if you can't quite put your finger on it. It all started with my unusual work schedule and how I used to run at crazy hours, but this one night changed everything for me. So I work this really early morning shift. I'm on the clock from 2 a.m. until noon, 4 days a week. It's exhausting, let me tell you. When I first started, I'd sleep in on my days off until around 7 o'clock, trying to catch up on rest. But over time, I found it easier to just wake up at the same time every day, 1 a.m., even on my days off. It's not easy getting up in that dark hour, but it keeps my body on a consistent rhythm, and honestly, the paycheck is worth it. I've always been pretty disciplined when it comes to my health, especially running. Running's been my go-to for exercise since I was a kid. I aim for around 15 to 20 miles a week, and I much prefer running outdoors rather than staring at a treadmill in some gym. The only catch is where I live, it can get pretty hot during the day, so I stick to running either really early in the morning or late at night. Since starting this job, my runs have mostly been at 2 a.m. on my days off. There's something about the stillness of the streets at night that I find calming. The quiet, the emptiness. It provokes a lot of deep thoughts. It's like the world is holding its breath, and I get to just be in the moment, just me and the road. Now, I'm a tall guy, solidly built, and I used to take karate back in high school. So honestly, I've never really been scared of running at night. If someone tried to mess with me, I'd probably be more worried about them than myself. I've always felt pretty confident and safe out there. But that all changed one night a couple of months ago. I was out on my usual morning run, about 2 miles into a 5-mile route. I was running along the edge of this big park that's on the north side of town. It's full of trees, bushes, and all kinds of animals. At night, you hear badgers rustling, possums scurrying, and birds making weird calls. I'd grown used to those sounds. They were almost comforting. But that night was different. As I ran alongside the park, everything seemed normal at first. No strange noises, no unusual movement. But then, out of nowhere, this deep, gnawing feeling settled in my stomach. It wasn't just unease, it was pure dread. I'd never felt fear like this before, not even a hint of it. It was like my body was screaming at me, telling me something was terribly wrong. My heart started pounding, and instinct took over. I had to get out of there. My steady jog turned into a run, and then into a full-on sprint. It felt like something was right behind me, following my every step. I could hear the crunch of leaves under my feet, but I was so focused on getting away, I didn't even care where I was heading. I wanted to look back, just to know if I was really being chased, or if my mind was playing tricks on me. But my body wouldn't let me. I was too scared to face the truth. Even after running for what felt like forever, the dread didn't fade. If anything, it grew heavier, pressing down on me like a stone. Then, I tried to yell for help, but nothing came out. My voice was lost somewhere in the panic, swallowed by silence. I was gasping for air, barely able to breathe. Finally, I made a mistake. I turned around. I needed to know if I was alone or if there was something behind me. As soon as I spun, my foot caught on a rock jutting out from the ground, and I went face first onto the dirt. Heart racing, I scrambled up, fists clenched, ready to defend myself. I stood tall, trying to look as intimidating as possible, expecting something to leap out at me. But there was nothing. No one. Just the empty path, the dark trees swaying gently in the night breeze. I couldn't believe it. What had I been so scared of? Was I just imagining things? My brain struggled to accept that I had been running from nothing. Still, relief washed over me, and I slowed to a cautious walk, trying to steady my breathing. The problem was, I was now even farther from home than before. To get back, I'd have to retrace my steps along that same path beside the park. But the fear was still gnawing at me, so I decided to take a shortcut, walking straight through the park itself. Big mistake. I'd never walked through the park at night before. I had no idea the paths were completely unlit. It was pitch black, the kind of darkness that feels like it's swallowing you whole. The trees closed in around me, their shadows merging into the night. I couldn't turn back. I just had to keep moving forward. I focused on the feel of the pavement beneath my feet, telling myself that as long as I could sense the ground, I was heading the right way. Then, that dreadful feeling returned, even stronger this time. My stomach dropped, and my breath caught in my throat. This wasn't paranoia anymore. I knew I was in real danger. And then, I saw it. In the darkest black I'd ever witnessed, this figure began to emerge ahead of me. It was darker than the night itself, a moving shadow that seemed to drink in the faint moonlight. It glided forward on the path, silent and relentless. I froze. I couldn't move a muscle. My mind screamed at me to run or fight, but my body was locked in place, paralyzed by fear. The figure drew closer and closer, swallowing the space around me into an even deeper darkness. It felt like I was being pulled into a void, enveloped by the blackness. I tried to scream again, and this time a sound escaped, a terrified cry. Then I closed my eyes, bracing for the worst. But instead of pain or darkness, I felt nothing. It was like drifting in a void, weightless and numb. For a moment, I truly thought I was dead. Then, slowly, I heard something else, the gentle chirping of birds. Soft morning light began to seep through the trees. Voices drifted in the distance, faint but real. A breeze brushed against my face, cool and fresh. Summoning every ounce of courage, I opened my eyes. Daylight, morning dew sparkling on the grass. I was lying on the park path where I'd been confronted by the darkness. How long had I been out? How had night turned to day so quickly? My body was exhausted, my mind confused. Without a second thought, I got up and headed home. To this day, I can't explain what happened that night. I've never sleepwalked before, and nothing like that has ever happened since. But one thing's sure, I never run at 2 a.m. anymore. That night taught me there are some shadows even a strong man can't outrun. You know, sometimes when I look back on my childhood, the memories from our old family home come rushing back, like a cold wind on a dark night. I want to tell you about a few of the most haunting moments that still linger in my mind. Moments that felt so real and chilling, they changed the way I saw my world. So, picture this. I was just a kid back then. One day, the whole town lost power. It was one of those rare blackouts that stretched on for hours. We got home from school earlier than usual, and the house was sitting there in silence, dark and quiet without any electricity. Now, our house was laid out in a way that when you walked in on the main floor, just a few steps ahead were stairs leading down. Downstairs was where my room was, the bathroom, the living room, and also a door that led further down to the basement. Dinner time rolled around, but the power was still out. The whole family decided to go out to eat, so everyone piled into the car. Except me. I stayed behind, needing to use the bathroom first. I was walking down the stairs, the house feeling unusually heavy and still, when suddenly I heard it. The unmistakable sound of a door creaking open, then slamming shut with a sharp bang. Then, heavy footsteps echoed across the floor, followed by another door opening and slamming shut. All these noises were coming from my level, the main floor, right where I was. My heart started pounding, and I quickly walked out to the car, asking my parents if anyone was still inside. They looked at me confused and said no. They'd all been waiting in the car for me the entire time. I swear to you, I wasn't imagining it. Fast forward about 6 or 7 years. I was back at that house again, going down to the basement to grab something. Now, I had this big black lab, a gentle giant, about 90 pounds. This time, I swear I heard him follow me down the stairs. I even turned around and looked. I saw a pair of glowing green eyes staring right back at me in the dark. You know that eerie way a dog's eyes shine when light hits them? That's exactly what it was. I called his name a few times, asking him to come upstairs, but he didn't budge. So I closed the basement door, thinking he'd bark to be let up soon enough. But no bark came. Feeling a bit uneasy, I went upstairs, and there he was, sound asleep on the couch. Not a single sign he'd followed me down. That moment still sends a chill down my spine. And then, a few years later, when my youngest brother was just 3 years old, something else happened that really rattled my mom. Every night when she tucked him in, he'd ask if she could tuck in the girls. Naturally, she thought he meant me and our older sister, but he'd shake his head and say, "No, the little girls. They want to be tucked in too." Imagine how strange it was for my mom. There was only one sister, and she was much older. This little boy was talking about invisible children wanting comfort, and it freaked her out more than I can say. Now I want to share a story from a different but equally chilling childhood home. A story from a friend who lived in the country with her mom, stepdad, and 2 younger siblings. When she was 8, she started seeing a little boy who always appeared in her little brother's room, or sometimes the kitchen. This boy was always crying. No words, just endless sadness. She tried to ask what was wrong, but he never answered. She told her mom, but her mom thought it was just a child's imagination. But things escalated quickly. When her mom and stepdad were fighting, the house felt hostile, heavy with tension. After the stepdad moved out, the atmosphere turned downright sinister. She began witnessing things at night, doors opening and closing on their own, loud banging noises echoing down the long L-shaped hallway. When she had to do laundry in the back room, which also had the basement entrance, she felt this overwhelming heaviness pressing down on her chest. One night, she braved going down the basement stairs. Halfway down, she looked around and saw people chained to the walls, their eyes fixed on her. She bolted back up, tears streaming, terrified beyond words. Her mom didn't believe her at first, but after her own terrifying encounter, she started to understand. The house was haunted, tormented by something dark and malevolent. Things got worse. Light bulbs in the dining room would explode the moment they were changed, leaving shattered glass everywhere. Chairs flew across rooms, slamming into walls hard enough to leave dents. A lamp fell over every single night at the exact same time. Towards the end, they slept in the living room with the fireplace burning because they couldn't afford propane heating. They hung a blanket over the doorway to block off the hall, but when someone left the blanket open, she'd see a lady in white pacing the dining room floor. The lady whispered one chilling phrase again and again. "He's coming." Then she'd vanish. My friend believes this mysterious lady was warning them about a demonic presence that visited every night. A dark force intent on driving them away, or worse. After things got really bad, they always walked the hallways in pairs, afraid to be alone. Once, when my friend went alone, she ended up with scratch marks on her skin. Thankfully, nothing followed them when they finally moved out. Only one person has lived in that house since, and he left after just 6 months. Now the house sits empty at the end of a long driveway, slowly crumbling. When my friend returned once, it was a deeply unsettling experience. The house was falling apart, the weight of its dark past palpable in the air. She's certain the farmer who owns the land will tear it down eventually. Here's the kicker. When she researched the history of the property, she discovered it was once an Indian burial ground. Then a small-town courthouse stood there. The basement was used as a jail, where prisoners were chained to the walls, just like what she saw. The courthouse burned down, killing a family, including a young boy, before the house was built over it. So, there you have it. 2 homes, 2 sets of shadows, and whispers that refuse to be forgotten. Sometimes the past reaches out in ways we can't explain, lingering in footsteps, glowing eyes, and voices from the dark. And for me, those memories, though terrifying, remind me that some things in this world are far beyond what we can see or understand. Hey, thanks for sitting down with me. I want to share a story that's been with me since I was a kid, something that's stuck in my mind with perfect clarity all these years. I'm not one to jump to ghost stories or the paranormal easily. I'm a pretty logical guy, 36 years old, live near Atlanta, married, ex-Navy, ex-law enforcement, and now a mechanical engineer. I spend a lot of time gaming and tinkering with PCs. I stopped being religious when I was about 8, so when people ask what I believe in, I usually just say, I believe in science. Simple as that. But there's this other side of me, the part that listens to Alan Watts while chilling at night, pondering the universe and the bigger questions. I try to explain things logically, but sometimes science and logic just don't cut it. That's when you start to really wonder. And this story is one of those moments. So, flashback to 1990. I was about 4 years old, and we were visiting my grandparents' house down in Florida. I remember my mom sitting on the couch, chatting with my grandparents in the living room. Typical grown-up talk that didn't interest me much, so I slipped away to explore the house. There was this dividing wall that separated the living room from another room my grandparents called the den. It was kind of like a little social space for guests, you know? I was wandering down the back hallway, and I peeked around the doorframe into the den. The room was long and rectangular, with a blank white wall on the left and a row of curtained windows on the right, letting in bright, warm sunlight. It was a beautiful spring day. The light flooded the room, casting soft shadows and making everything feel peaceful. But then, I saw something that broke that peace. Right there, floating about a foot off the ground, was an old lady. Not just any lady, but someone who looked like she stepped right out of a Victorian painting. Her dress was a soft, faded blue, with delicate white lace frills around the neck and wrists. Her silver gray hair was pulled back into a neat bun. She was translucent. I could see right through her to the dining table and 6 wooden chairs behind her. And her feet? I couldn't see them at all. The bottom of her dress waved gently, like she was barely tethered to the earth. She was maybe 10 or 15 feet from me, just floating there, staring at the blank white wall. I remember watching her from the side, her left profile perfectly clear. Then, out of nowhere, she turned her head slowly to look directly at me. And you know what? I wasn't scared. Not then. It was almost like she was curious, or maybe even gentle. After a moment, she turned her gaze back to the wall, then looked upward, and, in this eerie, almost magical way, she just evaporated, like mist dissolving into the air, floating up toward the ceiling and disappearing. That image is burned into my memory. It's clearer than anything else from my early childhood. I can see every detail in my mind's eye like a vivid photograph. Years later, we found out that the house had been bought from an elderly man whose wife had died there. We always wondered if maybe that was her, the Victorian lady in the blue dress. What's even creepier is how that wall she was staring at was positioned. Without it, she would have been looking straight at the back of my mom's head, like she was silently watching their conversation. I remember thinking about that and feeling a strange chill. I've had other strange experiences too, living near a graveyard in a haunted apartment, weird things happening after we had to put down our 20-year-old cat, and even stories from family and friends, like my mom and stepdad both seeing my deceased cousin at the same time. But this Victorian lady, she's the one I keep coming back to. It's like a little window into something beyond the normal, something that science can't explain. If you're interested, I'd be happy to share more of these stories sometime. They're a bit long-winded, but I think they're worth telling. Thanks for listening. Hey there. I want to share some stories with you. Real experiences that have left a mark on me, and I hope you'll feel the same chill I felt. Let's start from the beginning. I grew up just outside of Cancun, in a small town about half an hour away. Now living there meant if we needed to shop, it was always into the city. So often, I had a babysitter while my mom was out running errands. Our house had this long, narrow hallway running from the front yard all the way to the backyard, along the side where the kitchen and living room were. One day, my mom had just left to do some grocery shopping, and I was left in the care of a teenage girl from our area. I admit, I was a handful, a little terror really. Time felt odd back then, like it stretches and bends in strange ways, especially for a kid. But I remember, not long after my mom left, I pushed the babysitter to her limits with my antics so much that she just gave up and left me alone to go home. I felt pretty proud of myself at first. But then, while I was in my room, I heard this whispering voice. Naturally, I thought maybe the babysitter had come back, trying to scare me after leaving. So, being the brave, or foolish, kid I was, I decided to confront whoever it was and run them off again. I headed toward the living room, but then, just by the window near that long corridor, I saw it. A shadow. A tall, solid black shadow shaped like a person. My blood ran ice cold. I was frozen, gripped by a fear I hadn't known before, a kind of deep, paralyzing terror. And then, as if that wasn't enough, the whispering voice multiplied. 2 voices, then 3, and the shadows started to multiply too, tall, black, and human-shaped. They began to look more solid, and the voices louder. They whispered chilling words like kill, alone, and murder. In that moment, I did the only thing I could think of. I called my best friend's mom, the only number I had memorized aside from my own family's. I told her I was scared, that someone was inside the house. She rushed over, and by the time she arrived, so did my mom. To me, it felt like only an hour, maybe 2, had passed. But when you think about it, it's a 30-minute drive each way, and my mom usually took 2 to 3 hours shopping. It just doesn't add up. Those shadows, though? The moment my mom showed up, they vanished like mist. Now, fast forward to a few years later, around 2011. My parents had moved back to the US, and I wasn't happy with the first rental house my boyfriend and I had. So we started looking for a place closer to the city. A mutual friend told us about a house for rent that was cheap, so we decided to check it out. Despite everything I'd been through, I was still pretty skeptical about paranormal stuff. This friend and her family deeply believed in La Santa Muerte, a figure I later learned about, associated with both protection and sometimes darker wishes. If you don't know her, I recommend looking her up. She's a fascinating and complex figure. Anyway, the house. We walked in, and to the left was the living room. Straight ahead, a corridor leading to the kitchen, and a back door opening to a mostly roofed yard. At the end of the kitchen was a window into a small laundry room. The main bedroom was upstairs, and there was a guest bedroom near the corridor, below the upstairs bathroom. From the moment we moved in, the heavy curtains were always drawn, and the house always felt watched. We lived there for about 2 months when things really started getting strange. My pets began acting oddly. My parent died, and within hours, it was decomposing heavily. My old dog Molly, she had cataracts and some hip issues, started moving like she was pain-free and seeing clearly. But she refused to stand in the sunlight. Coming home from work every day, I felt this heavy dread, like I might find more of my pets gone. One evening, I quietly peeked out the back door and saw Molly lying still by it. No breath, no movement. I stared for a long time, convinced she was dead. But when I finally made a noise, her chest suddenly rose and she started breathing again. Then, a few days later, my boyfriend called me at work, panicked. Our dogs had gotten into a fight. Junior was covered in blood around his neck, and he needed me to come home fast. When I got there, Junior had blood all over his neck, but no wounds. Molly had 2 deep punctures, one above her eye and one below her jaw, but no blood on her. That night, we sat down, unsettled. We kept seeing a white veil and a face watching us through the laundry room window. Tiles on the floor would mysteriously go missing with no explanation. In the guest bedroom, water droplets would fall on us, but none ever hit the floor. I told my boyfriend I was scared to feed our pets. A few days later, as I was walking upstairs from the kitchen, I felt a strong force push me down the stairs. Somehow, I managed to get upstairs and told him what happened. We were both still skeptics at this point. Then one night, lying in bed, he asked me if I'd noticed the ledge in the backyard where a picture frame and candles sat. I said I'd seen the frame laying down and the candles on their sides, but hadn't paid much attention. He described them as standing upright, the frame in the center with candles on each side. Before he could finish saying, "La Santa Mujer," the dirty clothes basket with a click-on lid, covered with wet jeans drying on top, suddenly flew up several feet, slamming into the wall. That was it. We packed our things and went to stay with his sister. Our friends admitted they'd felt uneasy in the house but hadn't told us. The owner was upset we left early, saying she had forgotten the portrait and candles and felt ignored. She only wanted us to leave flowers and money as tribute. We didn't stick around. When my ex went back to pack, he fell asleep on the bed and was slapped awake by something invisible. After we moved, Molly's wounds healed into scars, and she returned to her old, frail self. I've never doubted the paranormal since. After settling into our new rental house, my boyfriend returned to his evening gym routine. The first night he was gone, around 7 p.m., I noticed swarms of flying ants, half an inch long, everywhere in the house. I tried to find where they were coming from and found them entering through the living room's window AC unit. I turned it off, squished as many as I could, and by 8 p.m., they were gone. But at 9 p.m., the dead ants had vanished too, as if they disappeared into thin air. The next night, the same thing. At 7 p.m., a loud rattling noise drew me to the living room. The metal chain on the ceiling fan was swinging hard against the light dome, making a clanging noise. As I entered, ants shot out of the AC again. I killed many, and by 8 p.m., they vanished. Our boyfriend's niece and nephew often stayed over on weekends. The ants and rattling lasted about a week and then stopped. We took the AC apart but found no nest. The origin remains a mystery. One afternoon, the nephew was lying on the sofa and asked who had messed with a fan blade. Looking up, we saw 3 finger-like marks dragged across it. We thought it was old and cleaned it the next day. The fan was too high for me to reach without a ladder. I'm 5'10". About a month later, the marks reappeared, and the chain swung against the light dome again. I call this the tall entity, because whoever did this had to be at least 6 feet 5 inches tall to reach those blades. It's not the scariest thing I've experienced, but it's part of this journey I want to share. Finally, a different kind of story. A friend of mine isn't very religious but believes in spirits. Since she was 9, she's felt like she's being watched and often saw shadowy figures in her peripheral vision. She's been diagnosed with mild psychosis and anxiety, which explains some of her experiences. Despite medication, she only feels a bit better. Recently, she and a friend played with a magnetic dartboard, asking yes or no questions about the future for fun. After her friend left, she kept asking questions and began to feel like something was guiding the darts. She asked religious questions about God and hell, and the board responded yes or no accordingly, often affirming darker answers. She asked if a spirit was present and got a yes. She tested questions she knew the answers to, and the board responded correctly every time. This went on for days, and she couldn't stop thinking about it. Her friend, who only asked a few questions, also couldn't get the board out of her mind. One day, Her lights flickered while she was on the computer. The computer and other devices stayed on, but the lights danced. Something told her to ask the board if it was connected, and it answered, yes. As she spoke, the lights steadied. When she asked if the board wanted a break, it said yes, and the lights stayed stable. Her lights had never flickered before. She noted that the darts and balls stuck or didn't stick to the felt, depending on the board's answers. Approaching the board gave her an intense fear that faded when she stepped back. She wonders if it could be paranormal. I'm telling you all this because sometimes the unseen brushes so close, it's impossible to ignore. Whether shadows whispering threats, restless spirits demanding respect, tall unseen entities leaving their marks, or a dartboard answering impossible questions, these stories remind me that the world's mysteries are often closer than we think. Hey there, I want to share with you some stories that have stuck with me over the years. Moments that chill the spine and make you wonder about the world beyond what we see. These aren't just quick tales. They're memories etched deep, with sounds, feelings, and sights that won't fade away. So, settle in, and I'll take you through them one by one. A summer afternoon's grip. Picture this. It's a bright summer day in England, about 20 years ago. I was hanging out in my mate's room, the house his family had just finished building on the spot where an old barn once stood. The windows were wide open, letting in a gentle breeze that carried the distant hum of people laughing and chatting in the park nearby. We were just chilling, watching movies, munching on snacks, content in that lazy holiday vibe. Nothing scary, nothing eerie, just an ordinary afternoon. Between movies, my friend got up to refill our snacks while I changed the DVD. As I turned to answer him calling my name from the doorway, something happened. I felt it instantly. This unmistakable, ice-cold hand clamped tightly around my neck. It wasn't a tickle or a slight chill. It was like a sudden freeze gripping my throat, squeezing out every breath. I dropped the DVD case, my hands flying up to claw at my neck to pull this invisible hand away. But there was nothing there. Absolutely nothing. It was like the air itself had thickened, making it impossible to breathe. Panic surged through me. I couldn't inhale no matter how hard I tried. My friend rushed over, wide-eyed and panicked, guiding me to the sofa. I collapsed there, gasping desperately for air, tears streaming down my face as terror wrapped around me like a heavy blanket. He kept whispering, "Just breathe, just breathe," fumbling with his phone to call for help. And then, suddenly, I could breathe again. It probably lasted less than a minute, but it felt like an eternity. I broke down, shaking and crying, overwhelmed by a fear I couldn't explain. To this day, that's the only unexplainable thing I've ever experienced. I've always been fascinated by ghost stories and the unexplained, but this was real, pure, raw fear that no medical condition or allergy could explain. Years later, when I told my friend about it, he said he thought it looked like a ghost walked right through me. Not that he saw anything, but the color draining from my face and the frozen terror in my eyes told him something otherworldly happened. Voices among the trees. Now let me take you back to when I was around 12. It was the holiday season, Christmas, I think, and I was at my cousin's house for a party. Their backyard stretched out into a dense wooded area, and we found ourselves wandering there, eventually reaching an old tree that once held a treehouse. All that remained were some rickety steps and a few platforms, too fragile and unsafe to climb. My little cousin, who was about 8 then, told us a chilling tale. He said the kids who once played in that treehouse had died when it collapsed. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just a spooky story to scare us, but went along with it. As we headed back to the house, I felt drawn back to the woods. I slipped away and wandered alone beneath the trees. The woods were quiet except for the crackling of leaves underfoot and the distant rustling of branches. Suddenly, a calm washed over me. Not the kind that comes from peace, but a strange, safe feeling, like the woods were wrapping me in a protective embrace. As I walked, my eyes caught a fluttering in a thin tree, a pale blue and white checkered flag hanging there, swaying gently even though I couldn't feel any wind down where I stood. Then, voices, children laughing, chatting, the unmistakable sounds of joy and play. I wasn't scared. In fact, I felt curious as I moved closer to the old treehouse. The voices grew louder, and I glanced back at the flag. It moved again, though the air was still. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light or my imagination. Then I saw them. 6 children approached, skin as white as fresh snow, even though there was no snow around. They wore tattered, dull winter clothes, looking like ghosts from another time. They walked slowly toward me, but oddly, I didn't feel fear. Their presence was quiet, almost serene. Then a branch snapped sharply behind me, and that startled me enough to bolt back to the house. When I got back, I expected to see my cousins outside, but they were inside, deeply engrossed in video games. When I asked when they had come in, they said, "When you were walking into the woods." Why? The voices I heard weren't them. To this day, I don't know who those children were. There were no neighbors close by, and I can't explain what I saw. Was it my imagination? Maybe. But it's one of the reasons I believe in things we can't see. A Christmas haunting. Fast forward to about a year ago. My family and I moved into a new house in December. I was between college semesters, so I took a part-time job at a Christmas tree farm to earn some extra cash. That meant I was rarely home, just coming back exhausted after late shifts. I'm not proud to admit it, but I'm pretty lazy when it comes to unpacking. Boxes piled up in my room, clothes, random stuff, some untouched for months. One night, after a long shift, I stayed over at a friend's and didn't get home until early afternoon the next day. Meanwhile, my mom was home alone, decorating the living room. She started hearing boxes being tossed around in my room. At first, she thought I'd finally decided to unpack, but the sounds grew more violent, more frantic. Eventually, she stormed into my room, only to find all the boxes exactly where I left them, and the room empty. No explanation. Then she remembered something. Years ago, a man named Billy, or maybe Bobby, had lived in the house. He died on Christmas Eve. Turns out he had spent his last moments in my bedroom. It didn't bother me much. If a ghost wanted to throw boxes, fine, just don't mess with me. But then came the crash. One day, I was unpacking when I heard the shattering of glass downstairs. Rushing down, I found my parents sitting calmly on the couch. The clock on the wall had fallen and broken. Oddly, the screw holding it was still firmly in the wall, and the clock was heavy, designed not to fall easily. But fall it did. Another time, I was home alone with my tiny toy Yorkie Poo. She's just 3 pounds and a handful. I was giving her a scrap of turkey when she suddenly started barking and growling at the stove. I looked over and saw the cookie jar rattling violently on the stove, as if something was shaking it. It grew more intense until, suddenly, silence. The dog stopped barking and I realized I'd been holding my breath. I was bracing for Christmas Eve, expecting something big, but nothing happened. Then, just recently, after a late shift, I went to bed. About an hour or two later, my dog started flipping out in the hallway. I peeked out. Nothing there. My younger brother woke up, looked too, and I sent him back to bed, on edge and defensive because of past trespassing incidents. I flipped on every light, searched every room, still nothing. But my dog was still panicked, barking like the world was ending. Then, abruptly, she stopped. No growl, no bark, just silence. It was eerily similar to that night with the cookie jar. I was relieved no one was there, but uneasy about the old man lingering, especially as Christmas approached. The tall, dark man and shadows that watch. Now, here's a story that began almost 2 decades ago. My parents' first house was once an old church converted into a home. Not much of the church remained except the wooden floors in the den. My parents heard choir music, footsteps echoing on the hardwood, and even glimpsed a shadow figure. When it came to me, things were more direct. My parents tried to get me to sleep in my own room, but I refused, terrified. When my mom asked why, I said, "Because of the tall, dark man in the corner over there," pointing to an empty corner. Other strange things happened in that house, but nothing to me directly. Fast forward to our second house. That's when the real weirdness began. There was a room we called the den. From the moment we moved in, I hated it. Being alone in there felt like eyes were boring into me. I avoided it at all costs, even now. One day, when I was about 9 or 10, my mom and little brother Mark had to run back to school to get a forgotten towel. They asked if I could stay home alone for 10 minutes. I agreed. Minutes after they left, sitting in the living room, I heard their voices coming from the master bathroom, laughing, chatting, though I was completely alone. Then it went silent. When they came home, I never mentioned it. Years later, one night around 2 a.m., I was washing dishes when I heard a shushing sound, an old man's voice, followed by a little girl giggling from the den. I was the only one awake. My heart pounded, but I tried to stay calm. I woke my dad to ask if anyone else was home. He said no and went back to sleep. I looked down the hallway, nothing but shadows. The next night, while washing dishes again, I felt a hand grab the back of my shirt and pop it out of my shorts, just like a mom would do. I froze but kept working, terrified inside. Another time, with slow Wi-Fi around 1 a.m., I went into the office next to the den to reset the router. The office door was a pair of double doors with a narrow gap looking into the den. Sitting there, I felt eyes piercing me, like something was staring through my soul. When I laid down later, I found 3 bright red scratch marks on my hand. Months passed with nothing new, until one night while locking doors before bed, I saw half a figure, a transparent gray lower half, walking into the den. Frozen, I stared, then bolted to my room and slammed the door. Everyone knows ghosts can't follow you into your room. Last month, while eating in the kitchen with my parents' bedroom door open, I saw the top half of a transparent figure standing there. When I looked again, no one was there. Now, the feeling of being watched at night is stronger than ever. I avoid the kitchen after dark. And no, I'm not alone in this. My parents and brother have experienced things too. So these are the tales I carry with me. Moments when the veil between the seen and unseen feels thin. Whether it's a chilling grip, ghostly children, a restless spirit, or shadowy figures watching from the corners, they remind me that some mysteries refuse to be solved. Thanks for listening. You know, my friends are honestly a bit over this story by now, but I have a feeling you might appreciate it. So, here goes. I've done house sitting for hundreds of families over the years, taking care of their pets and homes while they're away. And let me tell you, in all those times, only once did I have a place that felt truly haunted. This particular job was pet sitting in a pretty upscale neighborhood. The kind of place where you can't even see the houses from the street because they're tucked away on these huge plots of land that stretch for acres. One time, I even sat at a place with a private lake, which was incredible. But this one was different. It was a massive wooden lodge, perched way out on this winding gravel road that was honestly a bit scary to drive on. One wrong turn, and you'd be tumbling down into a river that roared 100 feet below. The whole area was wild, dark, quiet, filled with the sounds of nature all around. It was just a few days after Halloween, so the air had that crisp, eerie feeling to it. On the first night there, around 11 p.m., I started hearing this strange racket from upstairs. At first, I thought maybe it was squirrels or some other critters making their usual nighttime noise. But the next night, at the exact same time, the noises came back again, louder and more persistent. Our Rottweiler, who's usually the calmest dog you'll ever meet, started acting up. She was whining, darting around in circles, and then, out of nowhere, she peed in the corner. Now this dog has what I call an iron bladder, so that was just completely out of character. We had only been out a few hours earlier, so it really threw me off. The sounds upstairs grew louder, like someone was pacing back and forth, bumping into furniture or walls. My heart started racing, and honestly, I was scared. I called up a friend of mine who's into all things witchy and spiritual, hoping for some advice. She suggested I draw a circle of protection around myself. So I did just that, walking in slow circles with a knife pointed outward, trying to visualize a shield around me. After that, the noise died down for a bit. Then, when I went into the kitchen, I caught a glimpse of something strange in the rafters. It was only there for a second or two, but I swear it looked like a figure wearing a white sheet, spinning around briefly before vanishing. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the cliché. Way to hit every ghost stereotype, right? I repeated the protection circle ritual, and this time, the dog sat calmly a good distance away. When I finished and put the knife down, she trotted over to me, licking my hand like nothing had happened. I was relieved, but a tiny part of me wished the house had indoor cameras so I could see what was really going on. The next day, I called the owner to tell him about the noises, assuming squirrels were up in the attic. But he laughed and told me there was no attic in the house. Curious, I went up the stairs to check, and there, in what used to be an old bedroom, I realized the truth. The noises weren't from animals at all. My boyfriend tried to convince me it was all in my head, but honestly, I never really shook the feeling. After that experience, I became a nervous wreck every time I did a house-sitting gig. I started turning down jobs more often, trying to avoid another encounter like that. 6 months went by, and it was time for my next assignment at the same house. I met the owner for a walk around the property before settling in. That's when he began telling me about his son, a boy between 13 and 16 years old, judging from the pictures in the house, who had passed away on the property about a year earlier. He said he believed in spirits, and told me about a time he saw a buck with an impressive rack pause and stare at him in the driveway. "I think that was my son," he said quietly. I smiled and nodded, not wanting to reveal that I was pretty sure I'd seen his son too. I sat for him again, and one day I went for a swim in the pool. But even then, something felt off. As I reached to pull myself out, I noticed large handprints pressed into the sides of the pool, right beside my own hands. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly scrambled out of the water. I tried to push the feeling aside and forget what had happened, but I never took another gig at that house again. Things ended messily, mostly because of me, but that's a different story. My boyfriend, ever the skeptic, kept telling me it was nothing. "Probably just squirrels or branches knocking around," he'd say. "Dogs can have accidents," or "Your headlamp might have made a reflection on the ceiling." When I told him about the handprints in the pool, he just shrugged and reminded me, "You already put your hands down there." I'm sure I lost some credibility when I called him one night, tears in my eyes, to tell him a ghost moved my cake. He suggested I check the fridge. "Why would it be in the fridge?" I asked. "Oh," I said, realizing I'd just opened the fridge looking for my cake all along. So, yeah, that was my night with the unseen guest. It's a story that still makes my skin crawl, but also one I can't help but share. want to tell you about something that happened to me when I was about 7 or 8 years old. It's a story I've thought about a lot over the years, and honestly, it still sends a chill down my spine whenever I remember it. So, bear with me as I take you back to a summer night in the mid-80s at what I thought was the coolest sleepover ever. Now, I'm going to call the boy whose house I stayed at Rick, though honestly, it's been so long I might be misremembering his real name. His parents were friends with mine, so we weren't super close, but I was thrilled to be invited over. You see, Rick had something that was like a treasure trove for any kid growing up in the 80s. A Pac-Man arcade machine in his basement. And not just anywhere. This was in a little room tucked off the basement hallway, surrounded by that classic brown wood paneling that you'd find in any basement back then. The coin slot was even left open, so you didn't need quarters. You could just flick the metal pin and start playing. To me, that was heaven. Let me paint you a picture of the house, because the layout matters a lot here. It was a raised ranch, so when you walked in the front door, you'd see a small set of stairs going down to the finished basement, and right next to them, another set going up to the main floor. From the landing at the top of those stairs, you could see the kitchen straight ahead, and to the right was the living room. On the left side of the main floor, there was a hallway leading to 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. Rick's room was one of those bedrooms. That's where I was sleeping, along with another friend of his, who I'll call Mike. I don't really remember Mike's real name either, but he was a good kid. That night, the basement was where I really wanted to be. The arcade machine was just waiting for me, glowing softly in the shadowy little room. But it was bedtime, so I had to settle for Rick's bedroom first. His room was plastered with WWF wrestling posters, or WWE as it's called now, but back then it was still WWF, and he had all these action figures and toys scattered around. I wasn't as into wrestling as Rick and Mike were. I was more of a Nintendo kid, but I played along with them. We stayed up way too late, like kids do when the parents are relaxed and let you run wild. We wrestled, watched TV, and raided the kitchen for junk food. But strangely, no Pac-Man yet. At some point, I found myself sitting alone in Rick's room. The other 2 had gone off somewhere, and I started to feel this weird, uneasy feeling. I can't really explain it, but it was like a little knot in my stomach. They were gone a long time, and I started wondering what they were up to without me. Self-conscious, maybe a little left out, I decided to get up and check. Maybe they were down in the basement, and maybe I could sneak in some Pac-Man time while I was at it. Win-win, right? So, I left Rick's room and headed down the stairs to the basement. It was dark down there, but not pitch black. I think there was a full moon that night, or maybe some outdoor lights shining in, because I didn't bother turning on any lights. The basement was quiet, except for the soft creaks of the house settling and the distant hum of the night outside. I saw the hallway leading to the arcade room, and my heart started to race a little with excitement. But then, out of nowhere, Rick appeared, standing right in front of me. He was just standing there, in his underwear, and he wasn't smiling. He didn't say a word. He looked angry, like he really didn't want me down there. I froze on the bottom step, unsure what to do. The silence between us stretched on, heavy and uncomfortable. After what felt like forever, I decided I'd better just back off. Maybe he was mad at me for following him or something. So I turned and started climbing back up the stairs. But as I reached the landing, something strange happened. I looked up towards the kitchen, and there were Rick and Mike sitting there eating something. They'd been upstairs the whole time. Now here's the kicker. Rick was an only child. The only people in the house besides us were his mom and dad, who were upstairs in their rooms across the hall from his. There was no secret passage or back door from the basement to the kitchen. If Rick and Mike were really upstairs, then who, or what, was standing in front of me down in the basement? I thought maybe it was just a prank, that Rick had snuck down and hurried back up to the kitchen without me noticing, but the timing was all wrong. There was no way he could have gotten dressed and gone upstairs so fast without me seeing. And more importantly, neither of them said a word about it. No teasing, no laughter, no gotcha. I tried to shake off the feeling, went into the kitchen, grabbed some food, and then went straight to bed. But I never told anyone about what I saw that night. I didn't want to sound crazy, and honestly, I was a little scared. To this day, I have no explanation for that boy in the basement who looked like Rick, but wasn't Rick at all. It's one of those memories that sits quietly in the back of your mind, whispering questions you can't answer. Who was that kid? What did he want? And why did Rick stand there silently, blocking me, like he was guarding some secret? I guess some mysteries from childhood just stay with us, quietly waiting in the shadows of the past. Hey there, I'm Kay, and I want to share something pretty unsettling that's been happening while I've been staying over at my best friend Lexi's place. I've been babysitting her little boy for about a month now while she's working, and honestly, it's been, well, weird. Creepy even. So I'm just going to dive right in and tell you everything that's been going on from the very start. You know, ever since I was a kid, I've had this strange knack for noticing things others might miss. Little sounds or shadows that don't quite fit. I moved around a lot growing up, and no matter where I went, something seemed to follow me. At first, it was just noises. Knocks, bangs, whispers in the dark. Nothing ever made a mess or moved objects around, but there was always this odd presence hanging around. I never really understood it. Sometimes I just ignore it, minding my own business, but it was always there. Now, at Lexi's house, it's gotten more intense. The sounds are still there, but now I'm actually seeing something. It's like a dark figure, but not just any shadow. This thing is so black, so deep in color, it looks like it's never been touched by light. And I say that as someone who's African American. I've never seen darkness like this before. It's almost like the absence of light itself took a shape. I haven't caught a full glimpse of its face or anything, just glimpses out of the corner of my eye. It's always lurking near the kitchen or the stairwell, especially late at night or in the early morning hours. I've started sleeping with my head pointing towards the front door because it feels safer than facing the kitchen or living room doorway, where the figure seems to hang out. One night I was just chilling, playing video games online with some friends and my fiance. We were all chatting and having a good time. I told them I was going to get ready for bed when, suddenly, something fell behind me. At first, I thought it was just my phone slipping off the couch cushion. It's something I keep close by just in case. But when I turned around, there was nothing there. No phone, no remote, no book. Just the floor and the wall. I told my friends about it and they laughed it off, saying I was probably just being paranoid. But I told them how weird Lexi's house can be, especially that kitchen. The way the knocks and bangs echo from upstairs when no one else is awake, it's unsettling. It was around midnight, and the whole apartment complex was silent except for those strange noises. I tried to brush it off and get some sleep, but with my insomnia, I keep waking up every few hours. One of those times, as I stirred groggily, I swear I saw something move in the kitchen's darkness. It was that same dark, slender figure. It wasn't moving, not really. It just sort of stood there, or maybe hovered. I couldn't tell if it was facing me or not. It didn't make a sound, didn't even seem to breathe. And then, just like that, it vanished. No turning around and walking away, no fading shadow. It simply disappeared into thin air. I was exhausted, so I just pulled my blanket over my head and tried to sleep. A few hours later, I woke up to the sound of Lexi's boyfriend getting ready for work. I knew Lexi herself would be up soon, so I got up, took my vitamins, got dressed, and prepared for another day of babysitting. Taking care of kids has never been an issue for me. It's just who I am. But that day, something weird happened. The baby suddenly started crying and pointed towards the corner where I was standing. My heart raced. I finished cleaning the dishes and wiping down the wet counter, then swept the floor. I even blocked off the kitchen doorway with one of the baby gates, just to feel safer. Sitting down on the couch, I gave the baby his bottle, and he calmed down, focused on me instead of whatever was in the corner. Just before I left the kitchen, I felt something tug on my shirt. I told myself it was probably just caught on a hook on the wall, but deep down, I wasn't so sure. Since then, I only go into the kitchen when I absolutely have to, getting food or washing dishes. We already smudged the house, hoping it would clear the bad vibes. But honestly, I don't know if it helped. If you have any advice or questions, I'd really appreciate hearing from you. I promise, this is everything I can remember, every bit of it. It might sound unbelievable, but it's real to me. And I'm still here, still babysitting. But every night, I keep wondering what's really lurking in the shadows of that kitchen. I managed to get back into this old account, and I figured I should finally share what happened after my first story. Honestly, there have been more encounters than I know what to do with. My friends and I still joke about them sometimes, mostly because joking makes it easier to talk about. But underneath all of that, we're still scared. About 10 days after the first incident, I was spending a Sunday afternoon at my friend Aiden's house. The back door kept opening by itself. Not slowly either. It would just swing open. Every time it happened, we closed it and checked the lock. We asked everyone in the house whether they had touched it, but nobody had. The friend who had been with me during the original camping trip wasn't there that day. Instead, I was with Aiden and another friend I'll call Gabe. I had told both of them what happened in the woods, but I hadn't really explained the rules we had started following afterward. Things like not calling out to anything, not answering strange noises, and definitely not shouting the names of creatures into the dark. Gabe didn't believe a word of my story. He thought I was trying to scare him, so he stood near the open back door and started yelling every supernatural name he could think of. Skinwalker, demon, Wendigo. I kept telling him, "Man, stop. You don't know what you're inviting over here." He laughed and kept going. Later that night, Gabe went upstairs while Aiden and I stayed in the living room watching an old comedy movie. I must have drifted off, because sometime around 11:30, I woke up when Aiden jabbed me sharply in the side. His face had gone completely pale. He whispered, "I just saw it standing in the doorway." I sat up and asked, "Saw what?" He looked straight at me and said, "The thing from your story. The white face. Those tiny black eyes." Before I could even process that, Gabe came charging down the stairs. You need to understand something about Gabe. He does not believe in ghosts, monsters, curses, or anything paranormal. He's deeply religious, but outside of his faith, he thinks every strange story has a logical explanation. That night, he looked terrified. He shouted, "Something just jumped over the neighbor's fence." I asked whether it could have been a deer or a large dog. He shook his head. "No, it was way too big." That was when we realized we were in real trouble. All three of us ran upstairs, locked ourselves inside Aiden's bedroom, and pushed a chair against the door. We were trapped on the second floor. The windows were too high to jump from safely, and the only staircase led toward the back door. Then we heard footsteps in the hallway. Slow, heavy. Each step sounded deliberate, as though whatever was outside wanted us to know it was there. Aiden lowered himself to the floor and looked through the narrow gap beneath the door. A few seconds later, he pulled back. In the weakest, shakiest voice I had ever heard from him, he asked, "Is there a mirror under the door?" I told him there wasn't. He stared at us and whispered, "Then something just copied my eyes." I thought fear was making him imagine things, so I got down and looked for myself. 2 eyes were staring back at me. They looked exactly like Aiden's. Same shape, same color, same expression. But they were on the wrong side of the door. I jerked away. After a few minutes, I forced myself to look again. Nothing was there. We waited a while longer before opening the door. The hallway was empty, so we decided to take turns using the bathroom. I went first while Aiden and Gabe watched the staircase. When I came out, they rushed me back into the bedroom. They said they hadn't seen anything standing in the hall, but whenever they glanced into the mirror near the stairs, they could see a pale shape behind them. Aiden used the bathroom next, and nothing happened. Then it was Gabe's turn. While Gabe was inside, I watched Aiden suddenly fly toward the staircase railing. There was no warning, no sound, no footsteps behind him. One moment he was standing beside me, and the next his whole body was being dragged across the floor. He moved so fast that I couldn't grab his arm. He managed to catch the railing and pull himself free. Then he scrambled back toward us, saying something had grabbed his ankle and tried to pull him downstairs. Toward the back door. The same back door we had checked and locked. It was standing wide open again. We rushed back into the bedroom and locked everything we could. Aiden had red marks around his ankle, so I reached for my phone to take a picture. By the time the camera opened, the marks were gone. Completely gone. Nothing else happened for the rest of the night, but none of us slept. The second forest encounter happened a few weeks later. Gabe, another friend named Cade, and I decided to check the old campsite during the day. Heavy rain had flooded part of the trail, and the water reached almost to our knees. I was the only one wearing shorts, so I went ahead while the others struggled through the mud behind me. As soon as we reached the campsite, we heard a whistle. It sounded partly human, but there was something metallic and hollow underneath it. It reminded me of one of those ancient death whistles, except the sound seemed to come from several directions at once. Gabe and I looked at each other. Neither of us had to say anything. We ran. I took off through the flooded trail so fast that Gabe later joked I looked like a soldier sprinting through a war zone. Cade and Gabe kept slipping behind me, but nobody stopped. About halfway back, Gabe screamed, "Look to your left!" I turned my head. There was a white figure moving through the trees on all fours. Even crouched down, it was enormous. Its limbs were unnaturally long, making it look close to 8 feet tall. Its skin was the color of old bone. Somehow, it looked glossy and dry at the same time, even though everything around it was soaked. Its front limbs had too many joints. It rested its weight on its wrists and moved with the heavy posture of a gorilla. Every time it stepped, its joints made a sharp, snapping sound. For a moment, it stopped and stared directly at me. I might have convinced myself it was a trick of the light, but Gabe saw it too. When I looked forward again, I could still hear those joints cracking behind us. That sound made me run even faster. We made it out that day. The third encounter happened with 2 other friends, Eli and Grant. Grant had been with me during the original camping incident. We reached the campsite near dusk, and almost immediately, Grant said he heard something growling from the trees. We turned around and started running. A few nights earlier, someone had left an old baby stroller near the campsite. It had still worked, and we had pushed it around jokingly because there was no reason for it to be out there. As we ran past the clearing, I looked back. The creature was standing over the stroller. This time it was upright. Its hind legs were stretched beneath it, and it must have been 12 or 13 feet tall. Its head nearly reached the lower branches of the trees. The stroller was underneath it, broken into several pieces. I didn't stay long enough to see what it did next. There is at least one older photograph that may show the creature, taken a couple of years before these encounters. Another friend once claimed she photographed something similar standing near her porch, but I still don't know whether she kept the picture. We also placed a trail camera near the campsite. Every time we think it has captured something, the footage disappears. The camera still works, and the memory card remains readable, but the recordings from those nights are simply gone. Everything I've described happened in southern Alabama. I'm leaving out real names because my friends never agreed to have their identities shared. I know some people will believe this story and others won't. That's understandable. All I can tell you is that we saw something out there. And after hearing it walk through those trees, I don't call out into the woods anymore. So, I'm currently staying alone in a fourth-floor apartment while I look after a cat named Gordy. The apartment belongs to an older married couple who had been traveling through Italy and France. While they were away, the wife became seriously ill and passed away unexpectedly. Her husband is still overseas, dealing with the arrangements. I know the timing could be completely coincidental, but I feel like I should mention it because the strange thing started shortly after I found out she had died. At first, I honestly thought someone might be getting into the apartment. That didn't make much sense, considering the doors stay locked, and there are only a few ways inside, but it still felt more believable than anything supernatural. Then I started waking up with marks on my body. Over the first few days, small things began disappearing. A pair of underwear vanished. A couple of socks went missing. Then a hair tie and a small pair of nail scissors disappeared too. I tried not to overthink it. I figured I was tired and misplacing things. But then my laptop disappeared. I had been working on it in the spare bedroom. I got up to use the bathroom, and when I came back, it was gone. I searched everywhere and couldn't find it. The next afternoon, I found it sitting on a chair in the owner's bedroom. That room had been closed since I arrived. I had never even stepped inside it before that moment. At night, I started hearing noises throughout the apartment. Soft footsteps, a cupboard shifting, something lightly tapping against the walls. I know apartments settle, pipes knock, neighbors move around. But these noises never seemed to come from the same place twice, and they always stopped when I went to investigate. Gordy started acting differently too. He follows me from room to room now. Sometimes he sits in the hallway and meows at the wall. Other times, he stares over my shoulder with his eyes completely fixed on something behind me. I know cats do strange things. I'm not saying every little movement means something. But when you're alone in an unfamiliar apartment, it starts to get under your skin. The worst incident happened after I came home from having dinner with some friends. I checked the apartment like I always do. I checked the front door, the windows, and especially the sliding balcony door. I clearly remember pulling it shut and locking it. The door is heavy. It takes real effort to move it, and Gordy couldn't have opened it. Besides, he stayed in the bedroom with me the entire time. About an hour later, I walked into the kitchen. The balcony door was wide open. Not cracked, not slightly moved. Completely open. Cold air was blowing through the apartment, and the curtains were lifting in the wind. That same night, I set the thermostat to 69 degrees before going to sleep. The air conditioner was working normally for a while, and then it suddenly stopped. A few minutes later, hot air started pouring from the vents. The bedroom became so warm that I had to open the windows. By the time I finally fell asleep, I was sweating. When I woke up the next morning, the thermostat had been changed to 82 degrees. I watched too many true crime videos, so my first thought was that someone was hiding in the apartment. I started wondering whether an intruder had changed the temperature to force me out of the bedroom. Then I looked in the mirror. There was a cluster of small bruises along my jaw and 2 more marks on my upper arm. They looked almost like tiny suction marks. They didn't hurt, they didn't itch, and I felt completely normal otherwise. I don't usually believe in ghosts. Honestly, I would rather this be something supernatural than discover that a real person has been inside the apartment with me. There's one more thing I almost forgot. Every night, the bathroom develops this horrible smell. It smells like something has died inside the walls. I've cleaned the entire room several times. In the morning, it smells fresh and normal. By nighttime, the odor always comes back. Lately, small flies have also started appearing in the hallway outside the owner's bedroom. It could just be the summer heat. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. I don't know whether all of this has a reasonable explanation, but I'm becoming more frightened every night I stay here. And the strangest part is that Gordy no longer sleeps beside me. Now he sleeps in front of the bedroom door, facing the hallway, as though he's waiting for something to come closer. I don't usually call things demons, mostly because I'm not sure what truly qualifies as one. I've had strange experiences with spirits before, but whatever was in that building felt completely different. For a while, my partner and I lived in an old residence that had once been connected to a convent school. The building was well over a century old, with narrow staircases, high ceilings, and long hallways that seemed to belong to another time. Before moving in, I was honestly fascinated by it. It had so much character, and I thought living there would be an adventure. The place had been converted into student housing, so there were around 30 other people living there with us. Most of the building felt normal to me. I didn't sense anything unusual in the kitchen, the common rooms, or downstairs. But the upstairs corridor, where my bedroom was located, was another story. At night, walking down that hallway made every instinct in my body scream at me to run. I would feel something directly behind me, moving at the same pace, getting closer with every step. By the time I reached my room, I would rush inside, slam the door, and hold it shut for a few seconds, even though nothing ever tried to open it. The strange part was that the feeling disappeared the moment a light came on. That never made sense to me. In my previous experiences, spirits didn't simply vanish because a lamp was switched on. I've felt presences in full daylight before. Whatever was in that corridor seemed tied to the darkness itself. Then things started going missing or breaking. Plates cracked for no obvious reason. Mugs vanished even though nobody remembered taking them. One morning, my partner found that a section of his silver ring was simply gone. It looked as though someone had neatly removed a piece from the band, leaving it unable to form a complete circle. It wasn't bent or snapped. Part of it was just missing. Even when we eventually moved out, the strange incidents continued. While our belongings were being loaded, the side window of the moving van suddenly shattered. Nothing struck it. It simply broke. Living there also seemed to affect our health. We were constantly exhausted and catching one illness after another. My bedroom was the worst place to spend time. The air felt heavy, and even after sleeping for hours, I would wake up feeling drained. My partner's room was on the opposite side of the building, and we always felt calmer there. Whenever we left for a weekend or listed family, the difference was immediate. We felt lighter, healthier, and strangely relieved, almost as though we had been carrying a weight without realizing it. My personality changed in that building too. I'm normally a calm person, but while I lived there, I often felt tense and unusually angry. The emotions would appear suddenly and feel far more intense than the situation deserved. I never acted on them, but they frightened me because they didn't feel like me. Once I left the building, those feelings would fade. That was one of the reasons I spent so much time studying at a cafe near campus. I told myself it was easier to concentrate there, But the truth was that I simply didn't want to be in the house. We also had serious problems with several of the other residents. Some of them were cruel, confrontational, and behaved in ways I still struggle to understand. Part of me believes their behavior was the real source of the stress, but another part of me still wonders whether they were being affected too. Maybe the anger, hostility, and exhaustion weren't limited to us. Maybe something in that building was feeding on the tension, or making everyone's worst emotions stronger. I'm grateful we moved away, and I've never experienced anything quite like it since. I still don't know what was in that corridor. Maybe it was a deeply negative spirit. Maybe the building itself held years of fear and unhappiness. Or maybe it was something people would call a demon. Whatever it was, it never followed us, and I'm thankful for that. Have you ever heard of the Deviltree near Port St. Lucie, Florida? I hadn't, not until my husband and I rented a house practically across the water from it. What happened during those 2 months still unsettles me, and even after all this time, I don't think I'll ever fully understand what was inside that house. Because of my husband's work, we move around quite a bit. We'll usually rent a furnished home for a few weeks or a couple of months, and until this particular stay, we had never experienced anything unusual. This was in early 2021. We arrived at the rental toward the end of winter, expecting it to be a quiet place to call home for the next couple of months. The first thing I noticed was the pair of stone gargoyles positioned near the entrances. They looked completely out of place. Most homes in that part of Florida had decorations like dolphins, seashells, or brightly colored birds. This house had gargoyles. I remember joking that maybe they were supposed to protect the property. Looking back, they didn't protect us from anything. The backyard opened onto a narrow river, with a small wooden dock at the edge. On the other side of the water was a thick nature preserve. Normally, that kind of backyard would have been perfect for me. I love sitting near the water at sunset, especially after a long day. But from the moment we arrived, I had no desire to go near that dock. The backyard felt unwelcoming. That is the best way I can describe it. Nothing looked wrong, but something felt wrong. Even on warm, beautiful evenings, I would look toward the river and feel this quiet pressure in my chest, telling me to stay inside. About 5 nights after we moved in, I woke up sometime after 3 in the morning because I felt someone gently pulling at my hair. It wasn't painful. It felt almost playful, like someone was running strands of it through their fingers. At first, I assumed it was my husband moving in his sleep. But when I opened my eyes, he was lying on the opposite side of the bed, facing away from me. Then this overwhelming sadness came over me. It was sudden and incredibly heavy. It didn't feel connected to anything happening in my life. It felt foreign, almost like the grief belonged to someone else and had been placed directly inside my chest. I got out of bed and went into the bathroom, trying to shake it off. After that night, the hair pulling happened again and again. Some nights it was only a light tug. Other nights, I would wake up convinced that someone was sitting beside me. A few times, I heard a young woman whisper directly into my ear. I could never understand the words. I would jump out of bed screaming, and my husband would wake up confused and frightened. I had never experienced anything paranormal before, especially not something that happened almost every night. Soon, I became afraid to sleep. One afternoon, while walking our little Boston Terrier, Milo, I met a neighbor outside his home. We started talking, and eventually he asked whether I knew anything about the preserve across the river. I told him I didn't. That was when he told me about the Deviltree. According to him, the preserve had been connected to a local killer named Gerald Schaefer, a former law enforcement officer who targeted young women decades earlier. The neighbor said some of the victims had been taken into those woods, tied to trees, and tortured before they were killed. He claimed the tree across from our rental had become notorious because of that history. Over the years, people had supposedly gathered there at night to perform rituals. Candles, strange symbols, animal bones, and other objects had reported been discovered around its roots. The neighbor also told me that workers had once tried to remove the tree, but their equipment kept failing. Another attempt was made to poison it, but the tree survived. The unsettling part was how excited he seemed while telling me. He spoke about it almost proudly, like the tree was a local attraction instead of a place connected to terrible suffering. As soon as I got home, I opened my laptop and started researching. The deeper I went, the worse I felt. There were photographs of the tree, reports about the crimes, and stories about disturbing objects being found nearby. Some of the details differed depending on the source, but enough of the history matched what the neighbor had told me that I felt sick. The preserve wasn't somewhere miles away. It was directly behind our house. After I learned about the tree, the activity inside the home became much more intense. My husband and I would leave for dinner, and when we returned, chairs would be knocked over. Small tables would be shifted. Once, a heavy piece of furniture had been tipped onto its side. At first, we blamed Milo, but he weighed barely 25 pounds. There was no possible way he could have moved some of those things. He also began urinating throughout the house whenever we left him alone. He had been trained for years and had never behaved that way before. Every time we came home, he looked terrified. He would shake, press himself against our legs, and refuse to walk toward the back rooms. I still feel guilty when I think about leaving him alone there. At the time, we kept trying to find normal explanations, but the house no longer felt normal. My husband and I both felt watched constantly. You could be sitting quietly in the living room and suddenly feel certain that someone was standing behind you. There was also a sense of dread that never completely lifted. It was like carrying a weight around inside your body. A few weeks later, my parents came to visit. I didn't tell them what had been happening. Part of me didn't want to frighten them, but honestly, another part of me was relieved to have more people in the house while my husband was working. On their first night, my mother sat on the back porch with a glass of wine. I went inside to get ready for bed, and when I returned, she looked pale. She asked me whether I had heard the scream. I hadn't. She said it had come from the preserve across the river. According to her, it sounded like a woman screaming in absolute terror. Not an animal, not someone laughing, not teenagers playing around. She said it sounded like a woman being attacked. I told her it was probably a fox or some kids in the woods. I tried to sound calm, but inside, I was panicking. During the following week, both of my parents began experiencing the same things we had. My father said he kept waking up with the feeling that someone was standing beside the bed, watching him. He admitted that he was afraid to open his eyes because he didn't know what he might see. He laughed when he said it, trying to dismiss it as a nightmare, but I could tell he was genuinely disturbed. My mother has always been sensitive to the atmosphere of places. She told me the back half of the house felt wrong, and that she didn't want to spend time near the porch or the river. All of us became exhausted. It didn't matter how long we slept. We woke up feeling drained, sad, and strangely anxious. Then came the final night. My husband and my father were outside with Milo, walking near the edge of the river. The evening was hot and humid, but as they passed one particular area, they were hit by an overpowering smell of sulfur. At the same moment, the air around them became noticeably cold. They both described it as walking into an invisible wall. Neither of them said anything at first. They kept moving for a few seconds, each one apparently wondering whether the other person had noticed it. Then my husband turned to my father and said, "I think we should go back inside." The moment they walked away from that spot, the smell disappeared. When they returned to the house, my father immediately began closing every blind. He looked more frightened than I had ever seen him. That was when I finally told my parents everything. I told them about the hair pulling, the whispering, the furniture, Milo's behavior, the history of the preserve, and the deviltry across the river. Once I said it all out loud, none of us wanted to remain there. The activity had progressed from uneasy feelings to voices, physical contact, moving furniture, and something outside that both my husband and father had experienced at exactly the same time. We decided we were finished. We packed as quickly as we could. We didn't care that there were still nearly 2 weeks left on the rental agreement. I remember carrying bags to the car with my hands shaking. Before we left, I burned sage around our belongings and inside the vehicle. Then we pulled out of the driveway so fast that the tires scraped against the pavement. None of us looked back. We stayed in a hotel for the remaining nights. The change was immediate. We slept normally. Milo relaxed and returned to his usual playful self. The heaviness in my chest disappeared, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe again. For a while after we left, I continued cleansing our belongings because I was afraid something might have followed us. Thankfully, nothing else happened. Every so often, I still search for the house online. It never seems to remain occupied for very long. The listing disappears for a few months, then returns. People rent it briefly, but no one appears to stay. I truly believe something is attached to that land. Maybe several things. Sometimes I wonder whether the young woman who touched my hair was one of the victims connected to the area. I don't know whether she was trying to frighten me, warn me, or protect me from something darker. The sadness I felt that first night seemed so personal that I still believe it belonged to her. I also wonder whether the scream my mother heard came from someone reliving the final moments of her life. That entire place felt caught between two forces. There was something deeply threatening there, but there was also a presence that seemed desperate to be noticed. Maybe the innocent spirits remain because they cannot leave. Or maybe they stay to warn people who wander too close to whatever darkness still lives beneath those trees. I think about those women often. More than anything, I hope they eventually find peace. But I will never return to that house to find out. You know, the strangest thing happened to me recently. I was scrolling online when I came across a trailer for a new werewolf film, and honestly, it unsettled me. Not because it looked terrible. Actually, it looked beautifully made. But something about it pulled open a door in my memory that I thought I had locked a long time ago. I grew up in the countryside, on a small farm near Laranjal Paulista in Sao Paulo. The town is much bigger now, but back then, it felt surrounded by nothing but fields, dirt roads, and thick stretches of forest. I still remember the little school I attended. I remember the children in my class, the traveling circus that came through town, the horses, and the smell of the woods after it rained. I was never especially close to anyone there. People tended to keep their distance from my family. Still, I remember the place with a strange kind of tenderness. When I was 15, my older sister Marina took me away to Sao Paulo. We left in the middle of the night without saying goodbye to anyone. At the time, it felt terrifying. Looking back now, I sometimes laugh at how quickly everything happened. One moment I was asleep in my bed, and the next, I was sitting beside her in an old car with 2 bags at our feet. I never returned. The reason we left is also the reason people in Laranjal still speak badly about my family. Ask anyone there about the Sertao family, and they might tell you we all died. Some will say we were driven out by the church. Others will insist we fled because something evil lived in our home. The truth is simpler. although I doubt anyone would call it believable. My father was a werewolf. He was the youngest child and the only boy among 6 older sisters. Every one of those sisters died before reaching middle age, and none of their deaths was ever properly explained. Whenever there was a full moon, my father locked himself beneath the house. We called it a cellar, but it was really just a cramped stone chamber dug below the living room. He went down there willingly. He knew what would happen to him. Most nights, the lock held. Sometimes it didn't. When he escaped, he would vanish into the forest, and the rest of us would sleep at a neighbor's farm several kilometers away. He never attacked us. At least, not while we stayed away from the house. By sunrise, he would usually return. He would be exhausted, barefoot, and covered in dirt. There was often blood on his clothes, but the worst of it was always around his mouth. God, I can still see his mouth. His teeth would be stained dark red, and the blood would run down his chin and across his chest. Sometimes he cried when he realized we were looking at him. I think that frightened me more than the blood did. Then one night, my sister decided she had had enough of the stories. Marina was 17 and going through a very rebellious phase. She wore black clothes, listened to loud music, and treated every warning as though it were a personal challenge. She invited 2 friends over and refused to leave the house with the rest of us. She said the curse was nonsense. Sometime after midnight, my father broke out of the cellar. He attacked her. Marina found our uncle's revolver and fired every bullet into his chest. But by then, she told me later, he no longer looked like our father. After the gun was empty, she ran into the woods. I still don't know how she survived the light. The next morning, she came to the house where I was staying. Her clothes were torn, and there was dried blood all over her arms and face. She didn't explain anything. She simply grabbed me, packed a few things, and put me in the car. We drove to Sao Paulo and never looked back. I never saw the farm again. I never saw the rest of my family again. And I never learned what happened to my father. Marina raised me after that. We lived together for many years until she passed away. These days, my life is almost ordinary. I studied history at the University of Sao Paulo. I'm engaged, and I'm getting married next week. A few days after the wedding, I'll be moving overseas to begin a master's program. The title of my research is The Evolution of Lupine Legends Across Cultures. Funny, isn't it? I spent my whole life running away from that story, only to build my future around it. And when I think about my childhood now, I don't only remember the terror. I remember my father before sunset, fixing fences and humming to himself. I remember my sister laughing in the kitchen. I remember the circus lights glowing beyond the fields. I remember my classmates, the horses, and the endless green of the forest. Even the terrible things have become tangled up with the beautiful ones. Some mornings we would find an animal dead near the edge of the property, its body marked with deep bites. I knew what those wounds meant, and still, somehow, I miss the farm. I miss my father. I miss Marina. I miss the family I lost without ever getting the chance to say goodbye. More than anything, I miss the woods. Sometimes I wonder whether they remember me too. I can honestly say, what you described is almost exactly what I witnessed one night. Even now, nearly 20 years later, I can still picture it clearly. My wife and I started dating in high school. Back then, we were both still living with our parents, so finding time alone together required a little creativity. We met in parking lots, took long drives, and found quiet places where nobody was likely to disturb us. One winter evening, she suggested something different. Her grandparents spent several weeks down south every year, leaving their house empty. She had a key to the back door and thought we could slip inside for a little privacy. I wasn't comfortable with the idea. Technically, we weren't breaking in, but it still felt wrong sneaking into someone else's home. Eventually, though, she convinced me. The house was in a quiet Midwestern neighborhood where all the homes sat close together. We parked around the corner so the car wouldn't look suspicious, then walked down the narrow driveway toward the back entrance. She unlocked the door, and we stepped into a small kitchen. We took off our shoes and left every light turned off. The last thing we wanted was for a neighbor to notice movement inside a house that was supposed to be empty. This was my first time there, so I had no idea where anything was. I simply followed her through the darkness until we reached a basement door at the end of a short hallway. She led me down an open staircase. At the bottom, just off to the right, was a small bedroom with 2 twin beds and an old dresser covered in framed photographs and little porcelain decorations. We went straight into the room and climbed onto one of the beds. Maybe 15 minutes later, I was already dressed and ready to leave. My nerves had never completely settled, and I kept imagining headlights pulling into the driveway or someone unlocking the front door. She was moving around the room, gathering her clothes, straightening the blankets, and carefully putting the pillows back the way she remembered them. Eventually, she switched on a small lamp sitting on the dresser. For the first time, I could actually see the room. While I waited, I looked over the photographs and decorations. Then, for no particular reason, I glanced through the open doorway. There was a man standing beside the staircase. My entire body froze. He was only a few feet away, tall and perfectly still. For one terrible second, I thought we had been caught. My stomach dropped, and my mind started racing through excuses. Then, he vanished. Not walked away, not stepped behind the stairs. He simply disappeared. I blinked hard and stared at the empty space, expecting him to return. What I had seen wasn't completely solid. It looked like the outline of a man formed from a faint blue-gray haze. I stood there, trying to understand what had just happened. Finally, I said, very quietly, "I think I just saw someone." She stopped getting dressed and looked at me. Someone? I think it was a ghost. She didn't believe me. She had been inside that house countless times and had never experienced anything strange. I didn't argue with her. I just told her we needed to leave. She finished fixing the room while I waited at the bottom of the stairs. Once the lamp went out, the basement became completely dark again. Every second felt longer than the last. Eventually, we climbed the stairs, crossed the kitchen, and put our shoes back on. We stood side by side at the rear entrance. The moment I reached for the doorknob, the wooden door swung open. Neither of us had touched it. At first, I thought someone was entering the house, but the glass storm door behind it was still closed and latched. There was nobody outside. We looked at each other. She knew she hadn't opened it. I knew I hadn't opened it. And suddenly, the figure I had seen downstairs didn't seem so impossible to her anymore. We ran. She pulled the back door shut, and we sprinted down the driveway to my car. I drove away without looking back. Neither of us spoke until we reached the parking lot where she had left her car earlier that evening. I put the car in park and asked her, "Did you touch that door?" She shook her head. "No." Then I asked the only other question I had. "What was that?" She had no answer. It has been almost 20 years since that night. We've only talked about it a few times, and it took me a long while before I was willing to enter that house again. We had gone there searching for a little privacy. Instead, something in that house seemed determined to let us know we were not alone. I used to work as a paramedic, although I left the service not too long ago. This happened during my first year after qualifying. My crewmate and I were called to a young man in his early 20s who had gone into severe anaphylactic shock. One of his friends had already used an adrenaline injector, but it hadn't been enough. By the time we arrived, his breathing was dangerously slow and shallow. We inserted an airway device, lifted him from the roadside onto the stretcher, and rushed him into the ambulance. Less than 2 minutes into the journey, his heart stopped. I stayed at his head, managing his airway, while my crewmate worked on getting intravenous access. A second ambulance crew had joined us, so one paramedic began chest compressions, while the other tracked the timings and passed equipment. We worked on him for what felt like an eternity, although it was probably closer to 10 minutes. Then we checked the monitor and saw a rhythm. His heart had started beating again. He still wasn't breathing properly, so I kept ventilating him with the bag. For a few minutes, everything was focused and controlled. We were still fighting, but there was a small sense that perhaps we had pulled him back. Then his eyes suddenly opened. He stared directly at me. It wasn't the confused look you sometimes see when someone regains consciousness. His gaze was fixed and intense, as though he was looking through me or beyond me. One of his arms shot upward, reaching towards something that none of us could see. Then he began trying to scream around the airway device. We removed it as quickly as we safely could. The sound he made afterward has never left me. It wasn't simply a cry of pain. It was raw, overwhelming terror. He sounded completely petrified, as though he had awakened into the middle of something unbearable. For perhaps 20 or 30 seconds, he screamed and reached out, his whole body consumed by fear. Then, just as suddenly, his heart stopped again. We immediately resumed resuscitation, but this time we couldn't bring him back. We continued all the way to the hospital, where his death was confirmed. I know there could have been a medical explanation for what happened. His brain had been deprived of oxygen. His body had gone through an unimaginable trauma. I understand that. But understanding those possibilities has never erased the memory. He was around my age, and he was the first patient whose death felt deeply personal to me. I had been the last person he looked at. For a long time afterward, I kept seeing his eyes and hearing those screams. As a child, I had always been frightened of death. Becoming a paramedic had helped me make peace with it. I had started to believe that death could be quiet, gentle, even calm. That night shattered that belief. Afterward, comforting dying patients became much harder. I would hold their hands and tell them they weren't alone. I would reassure them that everything was going to be all right. But inside, that memory would begin playing again. His eyes opening, his hand reaching upward, that terrible fear in his voice. I began to feel dishonest, almost like a fraud. How could I promise peace when I had witnessed something that looked so frightening? I'm not claiming that he saw another world, or that his reaction proved what happens after death. I honestly don't know what he experienced. But in those final moments, it felt as though he had returned with a message he couldn't put into words. And whatever that message was, it terrified him. Quite frankly, I still struggle to comprehend it. That single call changed the way I think about dying, and it brought back fears I thought I had outgrown. I once believed that death would be peaceful. Now, when I imagine my own final moments, I can't help remembering his face. I work in hotel marketing now, but when I first joined the hotel, I was part of the front desk team. I used to work a lot of overnight shifts, and during those quiet hours, guests would sometimes come down to the lobby because they couldn't sleep. Some were lonely, some were restless after a long journey. Others simply wanted another human being nearby for a little while. Most of the time, I enjoyed talking with them. They would tell me about the places they had visited, the people they had met, or whatever happened to be keeping them awake. Those conversations made the long nights feel a little less empty. Of course, there were moments when it was difficult. I might be halfway through balancing the accounts or preparing the morning handover when a guest would begin a conversation that lasted 40 minutes. But that was part of working at the front desk. You learned how to listen warmly while still keeping one eye on the paperwork. One night, though, a guest told me something that made me forget about work completely. It was sometime after 2 in the morning. The lobby was almost silent, and I was finishing a report when a man came downstairs and stepped outside for some air. A few minutes later, he returned and asked whether I had a lighter. I handed him one, and, after a long pause, he began talking. His wife had died about 18 months earlier. They had been married for 11 years and had 4 children, all still quite young. Her death had been sudden. She had been feeling unwell for a while, but no one realized how serious it was until doctors discovered a tumor in her brain. By then, there was very little they could do. Their marriage had been arranged by their families when they were young. He told me he had accepted it willingly. He thought she was intelligent, spirited, and beautiful. He believed they could build a peaceful life together, and for many years, he believed they had. But shortly before she died, she asked him to sit beside her because she needed to tell him the truth. She confessed that before their marriage, she had been deeply in love with another man. Her family had refused to let them be together and had pressured her into marrying someone else. She had hoped that, with time, those feelings would disappear. She told her husband that she had tried to love him. She had tried to become the wife he believed she was. She cared for their home, raised their children, celebrated anniversaries, and stood beside him through all the ordinary seasons of life. But in her heart, she had never fully let go of the man she had loved before. A few years into the marriage, after their first child was born, she found him again. They began meeting in secret. The affair continued on and off for years, hidden behind the life she shared with her husband. The man sitting across from me said he had never known. Then, on her deathbed, she told him there was something even more painful. She wasn't certain that all 4 children were his. One child, possibly 2, might have been fathered by the other man. She said she couldn't die without confessing. She wanted to leave the world with an honest heart, even if that honesty broke his. She died only a few days later. And suddenly, he was grieving 2 different lives. He was grieving the wife he had lost, and he was grieving the marriage he had believed was real. Every memory had become a question. Every family photograph felt different. Even when he looked at his children, he found himself searching their faces for answers he was ashamed to want. His wife had never revealed the other man's identity. She took that secret with her. He told me he had never shared the story with anyone, not with his relatives, not with his closest friends, not even with the people who had tried to comfort him after the funeral. But that night, in a quiet hotel lobby, he told everything to a stranger holding a borrowed lighter. I didn't interrupt him. I didn't ask whether he planned to have the children tested. I didn't ask whether he hated his wife or whether he still loved her. I just listened. Maybe that was why he chose me. I knew nothing about his life, and by morning, we would probably never see each other again. I had no side to take and no judgment to offer. When he finally stopped speaking, he looked exhausted, but somehow lighter too. He thanked me, returned the lighter, and went back upstairs. I never learned what happened to him after that night, but I've never forgotten what he taught me. Sometimes, people aren't looking for advice. They aren't asking you to fix what has been broken. Sometimes the weight inside them has simply become too heavy, and for one quiet moment, they need someone willing to help them carry it. He just needed to be heard. wrote this down a few days after it happened, so some parts are already starting to blur. But the feeling of it hasn't faded at all. I've always had a strange relationship with nightmares. I grew up loving horror, so most of the time, even when a dream scares me, part of me enjoys it. It feels like being trapped inside a private horror movie. But this one was different. This was the first nightmare I can remember where I didn't wake up when things became unbearable. It felt as though the dream was physically holding me down, forcing me to stay until it was finished with me. It began in the house where I grew up. I was standing in the basement, in the area where I used to play video games as a kid. The basement was divided into 2 rooms by a narrow doorway with no actual door. I knew this place immediately because I used to have the same nightmare about it over and over. In that old dream, I would hear someone speaking from the room on the other side. I could never understand what the voice was saying. I only knew it wanted me to come closer. And because I was a child, I always did. Waiting beyond the doorway was this swollen, misshapen thing. It was vaguely human, but only in the cruelest sense of the word. Its body was heavy and distorted, and it would simply stand there, watching me. It never spoke once I saw it. It would just begin chasing me. Every time I would run for the basement stairs. Every time I would feel it getting closer behind me. And every time I would wake before reaching the top. Except this time, I made it. I climbed onto the main floor and felt this enormous rush of relief. For some reason, I became convinced that I was awake. I remember looking around the house and thinking, "It's over. I'm safe now." That safety lasted only a few seconds. Something appeared at the far end of the room. It looked more human than the creature in the basement, which somehow made it worse. It was unnaturally tall, with arms that hung almost to the floor. Its movements were slow and deliberate, as though it already knew there was nowhere I could go. I think it spoke to me, and I may have answered, but I can't remember the words. I only remember the certainty that it was coming for me. My first instinct was to run outside. I reached the front door and looked toward the trees behind the house. But those woods belonged to another nightmare I used to have as a child. The moment I saw them, I could feel that old dream waking up too. There were shapes moving between the trees. So I turned around. The only place left was my childhood bedroom. I ran upstairs, down the hallway, and into the room at the very end. I slammed the door behind me, climbed into bed, and pulled the blankets over my head. That bed had always been my safe place. In so many childhood nightmares, reaching it meant the dream was almost over. But then I heard something enter the room. At first, it was above me. Then it was beside me. Then it seemed to be everywhere. I kept my eyes shut beneath the covers. Somehow I knew it wanted me to look at it. I could feel the command pressing into my mind. Open your eyes. I resisted for as long as I could. Eventually my eyes opened. What I saw wasn't really a face. It was more like a nightmare's attempt to remember what a face should be. The creature leaned over me and placed one long hand beneath its jaw and the other over the top of its head. Then it pulled its mouth apart. Inside was another face. That second face was darker, older, and rotting. Its features looked crushed together, as though they had been buried for years and dug up alive. Then it screamed. I don't know how to describe that sound properly. It wasn't simply loud. It felt endless. It carried every kind of fear at once: grief, rage, pain, hunger. That was the moment when I should have woken up. I didn't. I threw myself sideways and rolled out of the bed, tangled in the blankets. I hit the floor hard, crawled into the hallway, and headed for my mother's bedroom. Even in the dream, I knew she was gone. but that room still felt like the safest place I had ever known. I crawled inside and shut the door. For a moment, it held. I went to the window and looked outside. The creatures from the woods were standing in the yard now. Some were between the trees. Others had come closer to the house. They were waiting in complete silence. There was no way out. And then, for one brief moment, I became aware that I was dreaming. I told myself, this is the safest room in the world. If I have to face this thing, I'm doing it here. I tried to hold on to that thought. I remembered my mother. I remembered being a child. I remembered what it felt like to believe that nothing could reach me as long as she was nearby. But the screaming continued outside the door. The wood began to bend inward. Then the door gave way. I hid inside the closet, curled up in the darkness, feeling smaller than I had felt in years. The creature entered the room. I heard it breathing. I heard its hands dragging along the walls. Every few seconds, it released another broken scream. It searched the room, but it never opened the closet. I still don't understand why. Maybe it was because that closet held good memories. That was where presents used to be hidden before birthdays and holidays. Maybe some part of my mind had turned it into another kind of shelter. Or maybe the creature simply chose to leave me there. Eventually, I heard it walk away. Not angrily, not defeated. It moved with the slow, heavy footsteps of an animal losing interest. Each step shook the floor until the sound finally disappeared. And then the nightmare released me. I woke up without knowing what had saved me. That's the part I keep thinking about. The dream gave me so many moments when I should have awakened. The basement, the stairs, the bedroom, the face, the screaming, the door breaking open. Any one of those should have been enough. But I remained trapped inside it, moving from one childhood fear to another until I reached the closet. I'm sure I've forgotten pieces. There may even be more of the dream that I haven't managed to remember yet. But the thing that stays with me is simple. I should have woken up 10 times over, and I didn't. I don't usually have nightmares where monsters are chasing me or anything like that. Mine tend to be frightening because they feel possible, almost ordinary, right up until everything goes wrong. The most disturbing one happened near the end of September 2017. In the dream, I was house-sitting a luxury apartment in Las Vegas for an older relative. They were supposedly away for several days, and somehow I understood that I had already spent almost the entire week alone inside the place. It was my last full day there, and I remember thinking, I've barely left this apartment. I should at least go see the city. They had left me some spending money, so I decided I might buy a few souvenirs, see a show, and maybe gamble a little, just for the experience. The apartment was near the Strip, at the top of a building that was around 15 stories tall. The penthouse had this unusual glass roof, almost like a pyramid. Inside, it was mostly one large room with a bed in the center, a television across from it, and a small kitchen and bathroom tucked behind a dividing wall. I left the building and walked toward an open-air shopping center across the road. The mall had 2 levels of stores built around a wide central courtyard. I had only been walking around for a few minutes when I heard a series of faint popping sounds from the other side of the courtyard. At first, I thought they were those tiny fireworks people throw on the ground. Then the sounds became louder. People started screaming. Everyone began running, and suddenly I understood what I was hearing. Gunshots. The shots were coming quickly, one after another. I could hear bullets striking the concrete near me, so I ran behind a thick pillar and pressed myself against it. Pieces of concrete and dust sprayed against my clothes. It didn't hurt, but it told me how close the bullets were landing. Right beside me was an electronics store with televisions playing in the window. One of the screens showed helicopter footage of the shopping center, and a banner at the bottom said there was an active shooter at a Las Vegas mall. That was the moment the dream became terrifyingly real. I pulled out my phone and called my mother. I told her where I was and said I was safe for the moment. I promised I would call again as soon as I knew what was happening. When I looked back at the television, the news footage had changed. The camera was focused on a tall, pale-colored hotel several blocks away. It had reflective golden windows and looked about 40 stories high. Near the upper floors, there was a large opening where one of the windows had been shattered. The reporters believed the shots were coming from there. The shooting stopped less than 10 minutes later. The silence afterward felt almost worse. Soon, heavily armed officers entered the shopping center. A voice came over the loudspeaker telling everyone to remain hidden until officers reached them. When they found me, they checked that I wasn't a threat and ordered me to leave through a designated emergency exit. I ran. All around me, people were crying, shouting names, calling relatives, and begging for help. There was blood across the pavement. I saw people lying motionless on the ground, but I didn't stop long enough to understand what I was seeing. By the time I reached the exit, it was dark outside. People wandered through the street in shock. Some were injured. Others were searching desperately for friends and family. A police officer asked where I was staying. When I told him about the penthouse, his expression changed immediately. He looked straight at me and said, "You need to come with me." We walked back toward the apartment building, and the entire area was surrounded by police vehicles. When we reached the penthouse, officers were everywhere. That was when I learned the shooter had used the apartment I had been staying in. He had fired through the glass before aiming at the people below. And I suddenly understood that if I had stayed inside that evening, I would have been the first person he encountered. That was when I woke up. For a moment, I didn't know where I was. My heart was racing, and the whole dream still felt completely real. But after calming down, I told myself it was only a nightmare. A few days later, on October 1st, I began seeing messages online saying, "Pray for Las Vegas." I searched for the news and felt my stomach drop. A gunman had opened fire on an outdoor concert from a tall hotel with gold-tinted windows. He had been positioned high in the building, though not on the very top floor, and had used rapid-firing weapons. The attack itself lasted only a short time. The location in my dream had been different, and many details were not exact, but enough of them felt similar that it deeply unsettled me. Afterward, I had 2 or 3 more dreams involving mass shootings. For a while, I was terrified that they might happen too. I even wondered whether I should tell someone, although I had no idea what I could possibly say. Thankfully, none of those other dreams came true. Still, the first one stayed with me for a long time. And what has always bothered me is how such a devastating event can slowly fade from everyday conversation. Something that shattered so many lives seemed to disappear from public attention. I've never been able to forget the feeling of waking from that dream, seeing the news days later, and wondering how something imagined could feel so uncomfortably close to something real. When I was younger, I used to have these strange episodes where I would see things while I was completely awake. Most of the time, it happened in the basement of my childhood home, but my grandmother's house was where I felt truly afraid. There was this shadowy figure there. I can barely picture it clearly now, but I remember the feeling it gave me. Whenever I stayed overnight, I would sleep with my head buried under the covers. I kept doing that well into my teenage years, unless someone else was sleeping in the room with me. I have memories of the figure standing beside the bed, almost leaning over me. Once, I could have sworn something touched my feet through the blanket. Even now, Thinking about it makes my stomach tighten. Things also had a habit of disappearing in that house. Sometimes they would turn up in completely ordinary places, but other times, they would somehow end up in the basement. That basement was awful. It was dimly lit, full of deep corners, old shelves, and a narrow crawl space that nobody wanted to go near. There was always some explanation for why it felt unpleasant. Bad lighting, damp air, an old house settling. But none of those explanations captured the feeling of dread you got just walking past the basement door. And it was not only me. My mother avoided it. My grandmother avoided it. My older brothers would find excuses not to go down there. Years later, I finally talked to my cousins about the house, and every one of them remembered seeing dark figures moving through the rooms whenever they stayed there. They especially remembered the guest room across from the basement door. It had 3 narrow beds lined up along the walls, and somehow that room always felt colder than the rest of the house. Hearing that they had seen the same kinds of things made the whole place feel even more disturbing. My mother told me that every house my grandmother lived in seemed to have something strange about it. When my mother was young, she heard scratching inside the walls, footsteps crossing empty rooms, and the handle of her closet rattling in the middle of the night. My uncles later confirmed those stories without being prompted. The house where I grew up was unsettling too, although not in quite the same way. It sat deep in the woods, far enough from the road that nighttime felt completely black. There were 2 places inside that I hated most: my bedroom and the storage room directly beneath it. The storage room was built against the side of the hill, and one wall was basically packed earth hidden behind a thin layer of drywall. The door would tremble whenever someone walked past it, even when there was no breeze. I never went down that hallway alone. My mother's office was at the top of the basement stairs, and she later told me that she sometimes saw our old dog running down those steps long after he had died. She would catch the movement out of the corner of her eye, hear the familiar sound of paws, and turn just in time to see him disappear toward the basement. I only learned that recently. What makes it stranger is that something similar happened to me when I was a kid. We had adopted another dog who looked almost identical to the one we had lost. One afternoon, I was playing with her when I saw her run down the basement stairs. I followed her into the hallway and watched her disappear toward the storage room. The door was slightly open. The lights were off. There was no chance I was going inside, so I stood there and called her name. A moment later, she came bounding down the stairs behind me. She had never gone into the basement at all. We lived in that house for 13 years, so there are plenty of other stories I could tell. There was also a lot of sadness there. Illness, unexpected deaths, and stretches of terrible luck that seemed to arrive one after another. At the same time, it was a beautiful place to grow up. I loved the woods, the quiet, and the sense of freedom I had there. That is what makes my feelings about the house so complicated. Part of me remembers it fondly. Another part of me still believes something was wrong with it. When I was very small, my parents kept a playpen in the basement. These memories could have been dreams, but they have always felt real to me. Whenever my father stepped away for a moment, I remember strange shapes appearing nearby. I cannot clearly describe them. I only remember knowing that they were watching me. Our second dog, Snoopy, seemed uncomfortable in the house too. She was normally gentle and calm, but she rarely went near the basement stairs. Some nights, she would sit at the foot of my bed and growl toward an empty corner of the room. After we moved, she seemed lighter somehow, more relaxed. She still loved exploring the woods, but she stopped staring into empty rooms. I know memories can shift over time, especially childhood memories. Maybe some of these moments have ordinary explanations. Maybe fear filled in the details. But these are the things I remember, and they are also the things my family remembers. Whatever was inside those houses, real or imagined, none of us ever felt completely alone. When I was younger, I used to have these strange episodes where I would see things while I was completely awake. Most of the time, it happened in the basement of my childhood home, but my grandmother's house was where I felt truly afraid. There was this shadowy figure there. I can barely picture it clearly now, but I remember the feeling it gave me. Whenever I stayed overnight, I would sleep with my head buried under the covers. I kept doing that well into my teenage years, unless someone else was sleeping in the room with me. I have memories of the figure standing beside the bed, almost leaning over me. Once, I could have sworn something touched my feet through the blanket. Even now, thinking about it makes my stomach tighten. Things also had a habit of disappearing in that house. Sometimes they would turn up in completely ordinary places, but other times they would somehow end up in the basement. That basement was awful. It was dimly lit, full of deep corners, old shelves, and a narrow crawl space that nobody wanted to go near. There was always some explanation for why it felt unpleasant. Bad lighting, damp air, an old house settling. But none of those explanations captured the feeling of dread you got just walking past the basement door. And it was not only me. My mother avoided it. My grandmother avoided it. My older brothers would find excuses not to go down there. Years later, I finally talked to my cousins about the house, and every one of them remembered seeing dark figures moving through the rooms whenever they stayed there. They especially remembered the guest room across from the basement door. It had 3 narrow beds lined up along the walls, and somehow that room always felt colder than the rest of the house. Hearing that they had seen the same kinds of things made the whole place feel even more disturbing. My mother told me that every house my grandmother lived in seemed to have something strange about it. When my mother was young, she heard scratching inside the walls, footsteps crossing empty rooms, and the handle of her closet rattling in the middle of the night. My uncles later confirmed those stories without being prompted. The house where I grew up was unsettling too, although not in quite the same way. It sat deep in the woods, far enough from the road that nighttime felt completely black. There were 2 places inside that I hated most: my bedroom and the storage room directly beneath it. The storage room was built against the side of the hill, and one wall was basically packed earth hidden behind a thin layer of drywall. The door would tremble whenever someone walked past it, even when there was no breeze. I never went down that hallway alone. My mother's office was at the top of the basement stairs, and she later told me that she sometimes saw our old dog running down those steps long after he had died. She would catch the movement out of the corner of her eye, hear the familiar sound of paws, and turn just in time to see him disappear toward the basement. I only learned that recently. What makes it stranger is that something similar happened to me when I was a kid. We had adopted another dog who looked almost identical to the one we had lost. One afternoon, I was playing with her when I saw her run down the basement stairs. I followed her into the hallway and watched her disappear toward the storage room. The door was slightly open. The lights were off. There was no chance I was going inside, so I stood there and called her name. A moment later, she came bounding down the stairs behind me. She had never gone into the basement at all. We lived in that house for 13 years, so there are plenty of other stories I could tell. There was also a lot of sadness there. Illness, unexpected deaths, and stretches of terrible luck that seemed to arrive one after another. At the same time, it was a beautiful place to grow up. I loved the woods, the quiet, and the sense of freedom I had there. That is what makes my feelings about the house so complicated. Part of me remembers it fondly. Another part of me still believes something was wrong with it. When I was very small, my parents kept a playpen in the basement. These memories could have been dreams, but they have always felt real to me. Whenever my father stepped away for a moment, I remember strange shapes appearing nearby. I cannot clearly describe them. I only remember knowing that they were watching me. Our second dog, Snoopy, seemed uncomfortable in the house too. She was normally gentle and calm, but she rarely went near the basement stairs. Some nights, she would sit at the foot of my bed and growl toward an empty corner of the room. After we moved, she seemed lighter somehow, more relaxed. She still loved exploring the woods, but she stopped staring into empty rooms. I know memories can shift over time, especially childhood memories. Maybe some of these moments have ordinary explanations. Maybe fear filled in the details. But these are the things I remember, and they are also the things my family remembers. Whatever was inside those houses, real or ashamed, none of us ever felt completely alone. Honestly, it sounds strange when I say it out loud, but this is one of those childhood memories that has never faded. When I was little, my family spent several years living in Cuenca, Ecuador, and later near Medellin, Colombia. My parents were missionaries, and my dad worked as a pastor, so we moved around quite a bit and visited churches in some very remote places. There were 7 of us in a small house, so my brothers and I all shared one bedroom. We had an old wooden bunk bed that creaked whenever anyone moved. My younger brother Benji slept on the top bunk. My older brother Eli and I shared the bottom mattress. We were only about 5 and 7, so we slept at opposite ends, with our feet pointing toward each other. One week, a church from back home sent us a care package filled with things that were difficult to find where we lived. Inside were snacks, books, and 2 little action figures with tiny shields and launchers. Eli immediately chose the green figure because green was his favorite color. I got the orange one. It was not exactly the color I wanted, but I was still thrilled to have it. That night, we brought the figures to bed with us. After the lights were out, Eli whispered, "Let's put them under our pillows, count to 10, pretend to sleep, and see what happens." It made perfect sense to us at the time. That is how childhood logic works. You invent a ritual, and somehow you are completely certain the universe will participate. So we placed the figures beneath our pillows. Together, we whispered from 1 to 10, closed our eyes for a moment, and then reached underneath. The orange figure was under Eli's pillow. The green one was under mine. We just stared at them. At first, I thought we had mixed them up before putting them away. Eli insisted we had not. I knew I had placed the orange figure beneath my own head. We were confused, but we were also excited. It felt less frightening than magical. So we tried it again. We put the figures back under our pillows, counted slowly to 10, and pretended to fall asleep. When I reached beneath my pillow, the orange figure was back. Eli had the green one again. I remember holding the toy close to the small nightlight near the foot of the bed, turning it over in my hand and checking every detail. Less than a minute earlier, I had been holding the other figure. We repeated the game 3 or 4 more times. Every single time, the figures switched places. Eventually, the bed started creaking so loudly that we became worried our parents would hear us. We stopped, tucked the toys beside us, and went to sleep. The following night, we tried the same thing again. Nothing happened. The figures stayed exactly where we put them. At the time, we were disappointed. Looking back, that was probably for the best. For one night, though, something happened that neither of us could explain. Eli and I did not talk about it for nearly 2 decades. Then, one day, the memory came up unexpectedly. I wondered whether he remembered it differently, or whether I had exaggerated parts of it over the years. But he described the same room, the same toys, the same whispered counting, and the same impossible switching. He still insists he never moved them, and honestly, I do not know how he could have. We were lying at opposite ends of the mattress. The figures were beneath our pillows, and that old bed made noise if someone so much as lifted an elbow. More than 30 years have passed, and we still do not have an explanation. That was not the only unusual thing I remember from those years. In the clay brick house where we lived, there was a narrow closet with a wooden door that never closed completely. Sometimes I would sit on the floor outside it and whisper through the crack. Something would whisper back. I never saw anyone inside. I was far too afraid to open the door. I would ask a question, wait several seconds, and then hear a child's voice answer from the darkness. We talked about ordinary things, video games, cartoon movies, flying carpets, and jungle adventures. The kinds of subjects children could discuss forever. But there was something wrong with the voice. I cannot explain what made it feel wrong. It sounded young, but not quite human. Familiar, yet empty somehow. Even then, I sensed that I should not step inside that closet. The churches we visited could be unsettling too. Many were hidden in mountain villages that could only be reached by rough roads and four-wheel drive vehicles. Inside those little buildings, we sometimes heard tapping from within the walls. Footsteps crossed empty hallways. Voices seemed to speak from rooms where no one was standing. My father knows far more about those years than he has ever told us. Some of his stories involved violence, frightened villagers, police officers, and ceremonies he refuses to describe in detail. Life around us was already dangerous. There were kidnappings, drugs, and murders. Eventually, missionary families began receiving warnings that their children might be taken for ransom. My parents decided it was time to leave. Whenever I ask my father about that period, he rarely says much. He simply looks down for a moment and tells me, "We should never have stayed as long as we did." Somewhere in storage, we still have boxes filled with old home videotapes from those years. Part of me would love to watch them again. Another part of me is not sure what might be waiting in the background. So when someone tells me they remember speaking to a person who was not really there, or witnessing something that refuses to fit inside a logical explanation, I believe them. Not because I understand what happened. I believe them because, for one night in an old, creaking bed, I watched two little toy soldiers move through the darkness without anyone touching them. I've experienced sleep paralysis for as long as I can remember. I must have been 3 or 4 years old when it first started, and some of those nights are still among my earliest memories. When I was younger, it was usually simple. I'd wake up unable to move and see a shadow standing near the foot of my bed. But as I got older, especially once I reached high school, the episodes changed. They became more vivid, more violent, and much harder to explain. I started seeing hooded figures and these twisted, unnatural-looking beings. Sometimes it felt like I was being pulled from the bed. Other times, I'd wake up with scratches, bruises, or marks that looked like fingerprints. A few times, there were even small bite marks. These weren't things I imagined seeing in the dark. The marks were still there after I was fully awake. This continued until I was close to 30. I rarely told anyone the full story. Whenever I mentioned sleep paralysis to friends, they usually laughed it off or told me it was just a strange dream. I'd had episodes while staying at other people's houses, but I always tried to keep quiet. I didn't want anyone thinking I was unstable, and I definitely didn't want them to become afraid of being around me. Then there was the night my friend AJ stayed over. We'd spent most of the day playing video games, eating junk food, and talking about nothing important. Sometime after 2 in the morning, we finally decided to sleep. He took the spare bed across the room. Before I drifted off, I had that familiar feeling in my chest. It's hard to describe, but I always seemed to know when an episode was coming. I remember lying there and thinking, please don't let anything happen tonight, not while he's here. At some point during the night, I woke up completely frozen. There were 6 figures standing around my bed. They wore long, dark robes, and their faces were hidden beneath their hoods. They were chanting in low voices while their hands grabbed at my arms, shoulders, and legs. I could feel myself being pulled across the mattress, but I couldn't fight back. I could barely breathe. There was also this sharp pressure in my stomach, almost like something was being pushed into me. Inside my head, I kept repeating, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave." At first, I couldn't force the words out. My mouth wouldn't move. I kept trying until I managed to turn my head slightly toward the other side of the room. That's when I saw AJ. He was sitting straight up in bed. His face had gone completely pale. His mouth was open, and he was staring directly at the figures around me. He wasn't dreaming. He wasn't half asleep. He was awake, and he was watching everything happen. That frightened me more than the figures did. I kept fighting until I finally managed to speak the words out loud. The moment I did, everything changed. The figures were pulled backward toward the closet, almost as though a powerful gust had caught them. They disappeared through the closed doorway, and then the closet door slammed so hard that the sound echoed through the house. For a few seconds, neither of us said anything. When I could finally move again, AJ was still sitting there, shaking. He kept asking me what had happened and what those things were. I had to whisper for him to calm down because I was afraid we'd wake everyone else in the house. Then he started describing what he had seen. He saw the robed figures surrounding my bed. He saw them pulling at me. He saw my body moving across the mattress even though I appeared unable to move on my own. He saw them vanish toward the closet, and he watched the door slam shut. He had seen exactly what I had seen. That was the first time anyone had ever witnessed one of my episodes from outside of it. Until then, part of me had always believed there had to be a neurological explanation. Maybe my brain was creating everything. Maybe the marks came from something I was doing in my sleep. But hearing someone else describe the same figures changed the way I understood all of it. AJ never stayed at my house again. Our friendship lasted a little while after that, but it slowly faded. He stopped calling as often. He always had an excuse when I invited him over, and eventually, we barely spoke at all. Before he left the next morning, he told me he didn't think he could ever sleep in that house again. He said he had never seen anything like what happened in that room. I couldn't blame him, but losing that friendship still hurt. He had been one of my closest friends. Not long afterward, he began struggling with drugs, and his life went in a difficult direction. I don't know whether that night had anything to do with it, and I would never claim that it did, but something in him seemed different afterward. As I got older and started dating more seriously, I became very careful about letting anyone stay overnight. Whenever I felt an episode coming, I would invent an excuse to get them to leave. I'd say a family member needed help, or that I had forgotten an early appointment. I wasn't trying to push them away. I was trying to protect them. I didn't want anyone else to see what AJ had seen. Years later, I lived with my former fiancée for nearly 6 years. She witnessed several things during that time, and some of those experiences were even more intense. That is a much longer story for another day. But when someone tells me they've started seeing the same things their partner sees, even though they've never experienced sleep paralysis themselves, I don't dismiss them. I believe them. Because there is a profound difference between waking from a terrifying experience and wondering whether your own mind created it, and turning your head to discover that someone else in the room is staring at the very same thing. I didn't grow up believing in ghosts or anything supernatural. Honestly, I thought most stories like that had a reasonable explanation hiding somewhere. That changed when I moved into my first apartment during college. Almost immediately, the place felt wrong. At night, I would get this strong feeling that someone was standing nearby, watching me. Whenever I turned my back to one of the hallways, I'd suddenly feel something rushing toward me, only to spin around and find nothing there. Sometimes while I was showering, I'd hear the front door open and close. Then footsteps would race down the hallway outside the bathroom. I lived alone, and every time I checked, the door was still locked. There was also a large dark stain on the kitchen floor. I tried cleaning it more than once, but it never really faded. For a while, I told myself the building was old. Pipes made noise. Floors creaked. My imagination was getting carried away. Then, one afternoon, I helped a neighbor move some furniture in his apartment. He lived in the same building, and his unit had almost the exact same layout as mine. When we reached his kitchen, I noticed something strange. In the spot where I had that stain, he had a built-in breakfast booth with a small wooden table. I remember joking, "Well, that's unfair. I guess my apartment got the budget version." I didn't think much about it after that. Nearly a year later, I was talking with a coworker named Marcus. We weren't close, and I had never told him about the things happening in my apartment. He asked where I lived, so I told him the name of the building. His expression changed immediately. He looked at me and said, "You know what happened there, right?" I laughed a little and told him I had no idea what he was talking about. Then he explained that years earlier, a man had died by suicide inside one of the apartments. According to Marcus, the man had been sitting at his kitchen table when it happened. He said it was on the top floor, in the first apartment on the right. My apartment. At first, I didn't believe him. I thought he was trying to scare me. But then, I realized something. Marcus didn't know about the footsteps. He didn't know about the feeling of being watched. He didn't know about the stain in the kitchen or the missing booth. When I went home that evening, I stood in the kitchen and stared at the floor. The stain suddenly looked different to me. I thought about the table that should have been there. I thought about every strange sound and every moment when I had felt something moving just beyond my sight. And for the first time, I truly believed that I wasn't alone in that apartment. The thought that frightened me most was that whatever was there might now know that I understood. My apartment had an unusual layout. The living room was completely separate from the rest of the unit, with its own heavy wooden door. The frame was solid, and the lock clicked firmly into place. That door didn't drift open. It had to be pushed. The night after Marcus told me the building's history, I couldn't sleep. I sat in the living room with the door closed and locked. I turned on the television, hoping the noise would calm me down. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I fell asleep on the couch. Sometime later, a sound woke me. It was the living room door. I heard the handle move. Then came the slow, mechanical click of the lock being released. The door opened just a few inches. Beyond it was the dark hallway. I sat upright, convinced someone had broken into the apartment. My heart was pounding so hard that I could hear it. But no one came through the doorway. There was only silence. I stood and slowly moved toward the door. Every instinct in my body was telling me to stay back, but I needed to know what was there. I reached for the handle. Just as I began pulling the door open, something pale moved across the hallway. It looked like a thin cloud of white mist passing quickly from one side to the other. I threw the door open. Nothing was there. The hallway was empty. The front door was still closed and locked. Every window was shut. The apartment was completely still. I just stood there, shaking, trying to understand how that heavy door had unlocked and opened by itself. That wasn't the last strange thing that happened in the apartment. There were more sounds, more shadows, and more moments I still can't explain. Maybe there was a logical reason for all of it. But after learning that someone's life had ended inside those walls, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been left behind. Not a person, exactly, more like an emotion so powerful that it had soaked into the floors, the doors, and the rooms themselves. Whatever remained in that apartment could move things. It knew I was there. And by the end, I think it knew that I was listening. I've learned that dementia can take so much from a person, but every now and then, love finds a tiny door that it can still walk through. My great-grandmother, Nana May, was an extraordinary woman. During World War II, when so many men were sent overseas, she became one of the first women hired as a welder by the Pennsylvania Railroad. She was a real-life Rosie the Riveter, tough enough to work in the rail yard and brave enough to rebuild her entire life. She left an abusive husband, took her children with her, and started over. At the railroad yard near Harrisburg, she met the man I grew up calling Pop Pop. The military had rejected him because of problems with his feet, so he stayed home and worked on the railroad. That was where their life together began. I was lucky enough to have Nana May in my life throughout most of my childhood. She loved me in a way that never left room for doubt. I knew it every single day, and honestly, I still feel it now. She always kept a new box of markers waiting for me. She encouraged every drawing, every strange little painting, every creative idea I had. During summer vacations, I would stay with her for weeks at a time. One summer, when she was already in her late 60s, she climbed down into a rocky creek bed with me because I wanted to find unusual stones to paint. That was who she was. She didn't just tell me my interests mattered. She climbed down into the dirt and helped me look. She also had a nickname for me. She called me her Miss America. Now, let me be honest. I was not anyone's idea of Miss America. I was a round-faced tomboy with a crooked bowl cut, scraped knees, and absolutely no interest in dresses. But Nana May refused to accept that version of reality. In her mind, I was beautiful, brilliant, and destined for a crown. Then Alzheimer's came, and slowly, the woman I knew began disappearing behind it. Eventually, our family moved her into a care home. It was a peaceful place, bright and well cared for, paid for in part by the railroad pension she had earned through all those years of hard work. Still, I struggled with whether I should visit. My dad warned me that it might be better to remember her as she had been, strong, funny, energetic, and completely herself. I understood what he meant, but I also felt that after all the love she had given me, I owed her the courage to show up. So I went. When I entered her room, the curtains were partly closed and she was asleep. I sat beside her and gently held her hand. After a while, she opened her eyes. The moment she saw me, she looked frightened. I can't blame her. I was a teenager by then, with dark eyeliner, tattoos, and long, twisted hair. To her, I must have looked like a stranger who had wandered into her room. But seeing fear in the eyes of someone who had always looked at me with such love nearly broke me. My voice was shaking, and I was trying desperately not to cry when I said, "Nana, it's me. I'm your Miss America." She stared at me for several long seconds. Not past me, not through me, into me. Then something in her expression softened. She sat up slightly, reached for my hand, and said, "Yes, you are." That was it. Just 4 words. But for that brief moment, she came back to me. I held her hand and told her how much I loved her. I fought the urge to collapse into tears because I wanted those few seconds to remain gentle and peaceful. Soon, she closed her eyes and fell asleep again. I left before she woke up, because I knew that if she opened her eyes a second time, she might not know me anymore. When I told my dad what had happened, he cried. Nana May never recognized another family member after that visit. It remains one of the most beautiful and painful moments of my life. I miss her every day. The little cabin she loved, the one she called her mountain house, is still in our family. It passed from her to Pop, then to my dad, and eventually to me. Someday, it will belong to my son. My husband and I chose to get married there because I wanted Nana May to feel close. Whenever I visit, I sleep in the room that used to be hers. Before the wedding, my parents arrived at the cabin ahead of me. When I walked into Nana May's room, there was a brand new box of markers waiting on the bed. And for one quiet moment, I felt like her Miss America all over again. Another story comes to mind. It wasn't exactly a deathbed confession, but it was one of the strangest and most unsettling things I ever experienced. For a while, I worked as a caregiver in a facility that provided hospice and memory care. On the unit where I was assigned, one of our residents was actively dying. That sounds harsh to say, but in that kind of work, it was a familiar part of the job. We never knew exactly when someone would pass. It could happen within minutes, or they might hold on for another day or two. That evening, her hospice nurse was there, along with several members of her family. The room was peaceful, she was comfortable, and the people who loved her were gathered around her. A few doors down lived another resident. I'll call her Dottie. Dottie was the oldest person in the building, somewhere around 103. There had been several occasions when we thought we were going to lose her, but somehow she always recovered. She was incredibly frail, yet stubbornly determined to remain. After dinner, I checked on the woman who was dying. She was still stable. The hospice nurse told me she believed the resident would probably pass sometime the next morning, though she reminded me that nobody could ever truly predict it. Then I went to help Dottie get ready for bed. Everything began normally. I helped her to the bathroom, cleaned her dentures, changed her into her nightgown, and listened as she chatted about little things. She had dementia, but she still enjoyed conversation, even when her thoughts wandered. We were walking from the bathroom toward her bed when she suddenly stopped speaking. Her entire expression changed. She stared directly at the edge of the bed, as though someone were sitting there, waiting for her. Her eyes became bright and excited, and for a moment, she seemed to forget I was even in the room. Then she smiled. "Oh, my dear friend," she said. "You finally came. Should I bring anything for the journey?" She paused. Not an empty pause either. She looked like she was listening carefully to someone answering her. Slowly, the happiness faded from her face. "Oh," she whispered. "I understand." She listened again. "Are you certain? You can't take me with you tonight?" Another silence. Her shoulders sank. "You're not here for me?" She waited, then asked softly, "But you'll come back, won't you? You promise you won't forget?" After another moment, she gave a sad little nod. "Well, I suppose you should go then. Perhaps next time there will be a place for me." Her eyes moved upward, following something I couldn't see. Then they shifted across the room, tracking it as though it had risen from the bed and was walking toward the door. As it seemed to pass beside us, Dottie tilted her head back and said, "I love you too. I'll see you soon." Then, just like that, she blinked and looked at me again. The brightness was gone. She seemed tired and disappointed. I gently asked, "Are you all right? Are you ready to get into bed?" She nodded and said sleep sounded nice. Once I had tucked her in, she looked at me and asked, "Did you see him?" I said, "No. Maybe your visitor didn't want me to." She considered that for a moment, then nodded. "That's probably true. You're much too young for him to show himself to you." I asked her who she had been talking to. She gave me a small laugh, almost as though the answer should have been obvious. "That was Death," she said. "I don't know what else to call him. The name makes him sound frightening, but he isn't frightening at all." Then she glanced toward the doorway. "He visits sometimes, but he never comes for me. He keeps saying he'll return when the time is right." Her voice grew quieter. "He came for someone else tonight. Someone farther down the hall." Then she looked at me with tears gathering in her eyes. "Why couldn't he take me too? Why must I wait so long? I'm so tired." I stayed with her for another minute, wished her good night, and left the room. Then I hurried down the hallway to check on the woman who had been actively dying. When I entered, the room was completely still. Her family told me she had taken her final breath only a few minutes earlier. I want to share two strange experiences that happened to me personally. I still don't know whether they were paranormal, sleep-related, or something else entirely. Maybe someone listening has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of them. The first happened a little over 2 years ago. I was 22 and looking after my parents' house while they were away on a 3-week trip. I was the youngest of 3 siblings and the only one who still stayed there regularly, so being alone in the house wasn't unusual for me. I had watched it for days at a time before without any problems. Honestly, I was happy to do it. I was a broke university student. My parents were paying me, and I got the whole house to myself. It seemed like a perfect arrangement. About 6 days into their trip, I woke up early one morning. It must have been around 7:30 because sunlight was already slipping through the edges of my sleep mask. I wasn't fully asleep anymore, but I wasn't ready to get up either. I remember lying on my side, facing the open edge of the bed, trying to drift off again. Then I heard a man's voice. It was incredibly close to me, almost as though someone had crouched beside the bed and leaned toward my face. He whispered a name. Not mine exactly, but close enough that, in that moment, I believed he was speaking directly to me. The whisper began quietly and became sharper and more urgent toward the end. Then it stopped. It only happened once. I froze. My first thought was that someone had broken into the house and found me sleeping. The voice hadn't sounded distant or dreamlike. It sounded real. It felt as though whoever had spoken was only inches away. I stayed completely still beneath the covers, listening for footsteps, breathing, a door closing, anything at all. But the house was silent. It took me several minutes to gather enough courage to pull off my sleep mask. There was no one beside the bed, no one in the room. I checked the hallway, the doors, and every room in the house, but nothing had been disturbed. I've tried to convince myself that it was just one of those sounds your brain creates when you're between sleeping and waking. But what still bothers me is the feeling that came with it. The room suddenly felt heavy and deeply wrong, as though something unfriendly had been standing beside me. The second experience happened roughly a year later, during my final year at university. I was living in an apartment-style dorm with a roommate. By then, I had been there for a couple of months and knew all the normal sounds of the building. The elevator humming outside our unit, pipes shifting in the walls, doors closing down the hall, and the air conditioning system switching on and off. My bedroom was also naturally noisy. The air conditioning unit was inside a utility closet, and I usually slept with an air purifier and a standing fan running. With all 3 going, I could barely hear my roommate calling from the living room. That detail matters because of what happened one night. It was sometime after 3 in the morning when I woke up beneath my sleep mask. At first, I didn't know what had disturbed me. Then I heard it. Bare feet were walking across the small section of tile near my bathroom and vanity. They sounded wet. Each step made a soft, sticky slap against the floor. The footsteps moved slowly from the bathroom toward the utility closet, stopped, and then turned back. A few moments later, they started again. Back and forth. Sometimes they seemed to come closer to my bed before retreating toward the bathroom. I lay there completely rigid, trying to breathe as quietly as possible. I kept thinking that someone had entered my room, but I couldn't understand how they had gotten inside or why they were silently pacing around with wet feet. This went on for several minutes. Then, without warning, the footsteps stopped. I waited a little longer before reaching for the remote beside my pillow and switching on the lights. The room was empty. The bathroom floor was dry. The closet door was closed. My bedroom door was still locked from the inside. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end of it. Over the next 10 days, I heard the same wet footsteps several more times. It always happened in the early morning, and the sound always came from the same tiled area between the bathroom and the air conditioning closet. Sometimes there were only 3 or 4 steps. Other nights, the pacing continued long enough that I found myself counting each pass across the floor. Every time I turned on the lights, there was nothing there. Eventually, I became desperate enough to sprinkle a thin line of salt in front of the bedroom door, the bathroom entrance, the closet, and the window. I had no idea whether that would actually help. I just needed to feel as though I was doing something. A few nights later, the footsteps stopped. I never heard them again. I'm grateful for that, but I still think about both experiences. In each one, I was awakened by something that sounded impossibly close. Both times, I felt the same intense sense of dread before I even understood what I was hearing. Maybe there's a reasonable explanation. Maybe they were vivid auditory hallucinations caused by waking suddenly. But part of me still wonders whether the whisper in my parents' house and the footsteps in my dorm were somehow connected. Whatever they were, I hope I never hear either of them again. Hey, I want to share some stories with you. Stories that have haunted me in one way or another. They're not just spooky tales, but experiences that have shaped how I see the world and what lingers just beyond our sight. So, grab a cup of tea, maybe a blanket, and let me take you through these moments. First, let me tell you about the house I grew up in. I'm from a place where history clings to every stone and corner. Our family home isn't just any house. It's a place with over 2 centuries of layered stories. The property was once a complex of several buildings, but the part we lived in was modest, just 2 tiny rooms, barely enough space for a tall person like me to lie down comfortably. There was a small, rickety shack for a toilet beside the rooms, and a well right there in the yard. Now, here's the eerie part. The house was right next to an old graveyard. One of the original rooms had a window that faced the graveyard, and if you opened it, the graves were just 2 feet away. Imagine that. The resting places of the long gone just inches from where we lived. No one really knows how old the buildings originally are or what they were first used for, but after some digging through local history and land records, I found out the land was once part of a royal estate. Since then, it changed hands a couple of times before my grandparents bought it, not quite 100 years ago. There's some conflicting info. Some say it was a taxation office back in the 1700s, then a trader owned it, though I couldn't find much about him. My grandpa was involved in the independence movement of our country, and the place became a hub for secret resistance meetings held in the various buildings. Because of that, my grandparents lived in those small rooms on the side of the complex. There are old legends that a lot of people were killed on the property during the royal times. Tax evaders, they say. My grandma told me these stories, but I don't know how much is true. Around the 60s, the graveyard was moved for reasons unknown, and the area around our home was redeveloped. Grandpa expanded the house, incorporating the old structures, more rooms, better toilets. He also bought adjacent plots and built a wall around the property. One chilling event. One day, they found a dead body floating in the well. Someone had jumped the wall and taken their own life there. They pulled the body out, cleaned the well, and kept using it for water. In the 70s, during a communist uprising, violence struck the area. Someone was stabbed to death inside our house, and even the house was bombed. People were killed in the other buildings too. After things settled, my grandparents built a new house next to the old one, right on land that used to be part of the graveyard. That's the backdrop. Now for my own story. Since I was a toddler, I saw a lady around the house. I'd talk to her, but when anyone asked who, I'd point and say, "There she is." But no one else could see her. My grandma saw a lady in one of the other buildings, and my parents and even guests have reported seeing people around the house. But I'll tell you what happened to me. When I was about 5 or 6, one night the power went out. When it came back on, I saw a shadowy figure, humanoid but with a fox-like tail, climbing the stairs. I remember that image so clearly even now. After that, I got a fever and was sick for days. That was probably the start of my horror. At 12 or 13, a friend came over and saw something that scared her so badly, she never talked to me again. The feeling in the house was always weird, like someone was watching us, footsteps on the stairs. But nothing else happened to me for a while. But then, when I was about 15 or 16, I began having vivid dreams about a girl wearing glasses. We'd talk on the roof of our house, and she'd tell me about herself. These dreams repeated every night. At the same time, my school crush used to visit me. One night after she left, she woke up hearing a voice calling her name from a tree near her house. When she looked out, she saw someone hanging from that tree. She was terrified, and soon after, she moved away. Then, one evening around that time, I saw the girl from my dreams standing outside my room. She called my name, then turned and vanished. I was alone in the house with my mom, and the front door was locked. No one else had seen her leave, and my mom saw and heard her too, but couldn't find where she went. After that, my dreams of her stopped, but new problems started. I saw that fox-tailed shadow again, and soon after, someone in the house died. The atmosphere became heavy and uneasy. For weeks, no one felt safe, but eventually, things calmed down. Since then, I've had strange dreams and nightmares almost every night, mostly about ghosts. Even now, people still see things around the house. Now, here's another story from my college days. I moved away from home to study in India and rented a house with 7 friends. It had 2 floors. The ground floor was locked and off-limits, and upstairs had 2 bedrooms and a windowless storage room. The house shared walls and terrace with neighbors, so at night, we'd often hear footsteps. We thought it was neighbors, but deep down, we felt something was off. We had stray puppies that came around, and one night, while my friends went out for tea, I stayed back to finish an assignment. After they left, I heard footsteps but ignored them. One of the pups came upstairs, but instead of coming in, he sat outside my door, howling. I got goosebumps and my heart raced. I called him, but he wouldn't come in. That howl sent me into survival mode. I bolted out of the house and didn't look back until I found my friends. They laughed it off, but I knew something was wrong. Another friend experienced sleep paralysis. He said an old, scary lady sat on his chest, and he couldn't move or speak. Another friend saw him struggling and woke him up. We didn't know about sleep paralysis then. It was terrifying. Last night, my friend and I wanted to get scared, so we went to the woods with flashlights and a knife. We turned off the flashlights to feel the full chill. We stood there, the silence broken only by our breaths, and felt like we were being watched. The feeling was overwhelming, so we left. Later, we hung out near our houses on a dark street bordering the woods. That same eerie feeling came back. We looked into the woods and noticed one patch was pitch black while the rest was faintly visible. Suddenly, we heard footsteps, crunching leaves, twigs snapping. The silence felt deafening, and dread wrapped around us like a shroud. Without a word, we sprinted away, but I glanced back and saw a girl in a white gown where the darkness was darkest. She had no body, just a gray aura outlining her shape. We ran to my house, unable to express the terror we felt. I'm staying far from those woods for a while. Let me take you back to the spring of 1977. When I was 5, my mom's friend Vicky invited us to spend the weekend at her house. Vicky's house was relatively new, not the typical haunted-looking place. But Vicky herself wasn't very nice to us kids, always on edge like we'd break something. In her basement, there was a hanging wicker chair, one of those half-basket styles popular back then. I was sitting carefully in it, not wanting to give Vicky a reason to scold me. Suddenly, the chain holding the chair broke and it fell forward, trapping me inside like a cage. At the exact moment I hit the floor, the stereo blared on at full volume. I screamed for my mom. She and Vicky rushed down, freed me, and Vicky shut off the stereo. Then Vicky started yelling at me for breaking the chair and messing with the stereo, but my mom told her to stop. We left soon after I calmed down. To this day, I remember that terror, the chair falling and the stereo blasting. Years later, when I told my mom, she recalled the incident and believed I couldn't have caused it all in the split second between the stereo turning on and me screaming. She thought Vicky was just mean, and after that, we never went back. Something in that house didn't like me, and it wasn't just Vicky. Finally, I want to tell you about a bed in my family home where strange things happen. Since childhood, I shared a room with my sisters. We had 2 beds, a queen size and a regular double bed. Before I had my own room, I shared the double bed with my oldest sister. As a kid, I saw dark figures and heard whispering under the bed, but I was scared and imaginative, so I wasn't sure if it was real. Fast forward to now, my middle sister uses the room alone and sleeps on the queen bed. I recently stayed in that room while she was away and slept on the double bed. Even though it's my longtime home, I felt an eerie presence in the room, like I wasn't alone. Several nights I woke up feeling something was beside me, though I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. I'd turn on the light multiple times to check, shut the balcony doors and windows to calm down. The dreams I had on that bed were horrible. Visions of being pulled into the wall and trapped alive, deaths of people I knew, and even my own death. I'm used to dreaming a lot, so I brushed it off. Then my sister came back and told me she'd experienced something strange too. While on the bigger bed, talking to her fiancé, she felt something tugging at her blanket repeatedly. She told him she thought something was in the room. After praying, she went back to her regular bed, and nothing happened. She's been having terrible dreams on that bed as well. One night, my mom saw her sleeping in a twisted, uncomfortable position. When she woke up, her wrist was burning with pain so severe she had to bandage it, like a sprain. It was as if something had hurt her while she slept. I don't know what's with that bed, but I'm torn. Should I confront whatever is there, shout it out, or try other ways? I'm not scared exactly, but I don't want to invite any violent encounters. These stories, these moments, they're threads in a tapestry of shadows and whispers, places where the past bleeds into the present. Sometimes I wonder if it's a curse or just history refusing to fade. But they remind me that some things, some feelings, are harder to explain than simply seeing or hearing. Thanks for listening. If you ever feel a chill or a shadow flicker at the edge of your vision, maybe you'll remember these tales and know you're not alone. You know, this story has stayed with me for nearly a decade now, and honestly, I still can't wrap my head around what happened that night without leaning towards something, well, paranormal. It was a summer evening, about 8 years ago, and the clock was creeping toward 3 a.m. I was driving home after hanging out with some friends, and I was giving a lift to one of them. Let's call him Mark. We were both pretty hungry, so Mark invited me inside his house to grab a bite. We warmed up some pizza in the oven, ate, and spent a while just chatting about life and random things. The house was quiet except for our voices and the faint hum of the fridge. After some time, around 4 a.m., I got ready to leave. Mark and I stood near the entrance, in this small, cozy hallway that smelled faintly of old wood and something like lavender air freshener. He had his back to the door, and I was facing him, about 1.5 meters away. Right beside me, his cat, this sleek, curious thing, was weaving between my legs as we talked about her antics. Mark was sharing stories about her odd behaviors, how she'd sometimes just stare at nothing, and we were both laughing when, suddenly, our conversation was cut off by something unexpected. Something passed between us. At first, I thought it might have been the cat, but no, this was different. There was this faint, dull noise, like something brushing softly against the wall, or a piece of wood sliding. We both froze instantly, that sudden, sharp sense of awareness taking over. The kind of moment when the air feels thicker and your heartbeat sounds unusually loud in your ears. We stood there, perfectly still, as silence stretched out between us. Finally, I broke it, trying to keep my voice steady and neutral. "Mark, tell me what you just saw." He looked at me, eyes wide, and said he saw a figure, a person, passing between us. What he described matched exactly what I had seen, and that was when I knew it wasn't just my imagination. This figure was dark, like a shadow, but you could see right through it. It was tall, taller than both of us, because when it moved past, its upper body was definitely higher than Mark's head. I remember clearly the shape, the profile of a person, maybe a woman. I could make out the forehead, nose, lips, chin, neck, and even the chest. But below that, the body just faded away, as if it didn't have legs or feet. It was just an upper torso, floating smoothly from my right side to my left, moving a bit faster than a normal walking pace, but the head stayed perfectly still, no bobbing as you'd expect from someone walking. Mark mentioned something else that caught our attention, the blue comb sitting on a shelf to my left. He said it had moved slightly, which must have caused that dull noise we heard when the shadow passed between us. The next morning, Mark's brother, who had woken up earlier, told him he'd seen a ghost in the kitchen. Now, I don't know how much to trust that, since we didn't get many details, but it added a strange layer to the whole experience. We never really investigated further, and nothing else strange happened in the house after that night. What's hard for me to explain is that we were two independent witnesses, standing in different spots, but both seeing the same thing pass right between us. All the lights in the house were on. We weren't near any windows or doors that could have let shadows creep in. The door was closed tight. So the idea of it being some kind of trick of light or shadow just doesn't sit right with me. I also distinctly remember seeing Mark's face through that shadowy figure, like it was transparent, so it couldn't have been a power flicker or anything dimming the lights. To this day, I have no solid explanation. It remains this eerie, beautiful, and unsettling moment, a glimpse of something beyond what we usually perceive. And while I sometimes wish I could forget it, part of me is grateful for that strange, shared encounter in the middle of a quiet summer night. Hey, I want to share a story with you, one that stayed with me since I was a kid. It's about my best friend, Marco, and the monster in his life. Not the kind you read about in fairy tales, but the kind hiding in the shadows of a place that's supposed to be safe. Home. Marco lived just a block away from me, in a part of the city where the streetlights flickered and the sidewalks were cracked. It wasn't a neighborhood most people wanted to spend time in, but somehow, my parents had a way of keeping me out of trouble. Marco's parents weren't as lucky. When Marco went to school, his clothes were often stained or torn, and the teachers, tired of his tough attitude, usually just sent him out of the classroom or to detention. People started avoiding him, except for me and his little sister, Candy. We'd been friends since first grade, connected over the kind of silly things kids bond over, shared snacks, a secret handshake, that sort of thing. But what really held us together was knowing what Marco's life was like at home. Most people didn't know, or maybe they just didn't want to know. His mom was a kind woman when she was awake, and not caught up in whatever she was addicted to at the time. His dad was almost never home, but when he was, nobody was safe. Marco's dad was involved with a gang, and the fear he cast over their house was something I only understood more clearly as I got older. I remember hearing about a woman who had tried to help the family. She called social services, but then she turned up dead, and the whole case disappeared. No one dared to stand up to Marco's father. He didn't care about his kids like a dad should. He just saw them as a way to get government money. And if Marco's mom had more kids, well, that just meant more money. One afternoon, when my parents weren't home, the phone rang. It was Marco, and I could hear his parents fighting in the background, a low, angry rumble behind his whispered voice. "Can you come over, please?" he asked, barely above a whisper, afraid he'd be caught. Marco never outright asked for help, so I knew it was serious. I grabbed my bike and pedaled as fast as I could to his place. I left my bike hidden in the tall grass between our houses and crept to his bedroom window, the one he usually sneaked out of. It was dark, silent. Not a good sign. Before I could knock, the window slid open and a bag was tossed out, nearly hitting me. Marco leaned out, surprised I got there so fast. "We're leaving," he said, his voice tight with fear. "I don't know where we'll go, but we have to get out of here." I felt a lump in my throat, but tried to stay calm. At least I could get them to stay at my place for a while. I half joked about telling my aunt and uncle to take them in, but deep down, I knew it was complicated, maybe even illegal. "Candy won't leave without her bunny," Marco told me. "If she has a meltdown, it'll be all over. But she's always been good with you." That explained why he called me. I climbed in through the window, and we listened carefully for sounds from downstairs, knowing that if his dad caught us, things would go very badly. Candy, only 5, had tear-streaked cheeks. She clung to my arm, her little hand trembling. "Where's her bunny?" I whispered. Candy's eyes filled with fresh tears. "Mommy has Bun Bun," she said softly, almost too scared to say it. My heart sank. Their mom was usually passed out on the couch when his dad was home. From what I'd heard over the phone, they were both inside. If the dad was still there, we couldn't risk Candy screaming for her bunny. We had to be quiet. "Maybe we can check," I suggested, swallowing my fear. Marco hesitated but nodded. We crept down the filthy hallway, Candy between us, holding both our hands. The stench in the kitchen made me gag, a mix of spoiled food and smoke. I knew Marco tried to keep things clean, but it was way too much for a kid his age. Suddenly, voices stopped us cold. Marco's eyes met mine, and in that silent moment, we decided to press on, just to peek inside the living room. There she was, Marco's mom, slumped on the couch, needles and drug paraphernalia scattered on the coffee table. It was the first time I'd actually seen it up close, and it broke something inside me. Beside her stood Marco's dad, red-faced and furious, arguing with a man I didn't recognize. Candy's pink bunny lay on the floor, just out of reach. The other man's voice was sharp and angry. "So you don't have my product or the money to replace it?" he growled. Marco's dad shouted back, blaming his wife for taking everything. The other man scowled, kicking an empty can. "Take her," Marco's dad said suddenly. "She can work it off. She's done it before. Might teach her a lesson." My skin crawled. I didn't understand all the details then, but I knew it was horrible. Candy let out a small cry, and we quickly hushed her, clutching her tightly. The man wasn't convinced. He threatened Marco's dad, demanding the rest of what was owed. Suddenly, Marco's dad froze, his face draining of color. Behind the man, a new figure appeared, tall, slender, and utterly terrifying, but strangely elegant. This creature had a human-like form, but with black hooves, a long snout filled with sharp teeth, and eyes hidden beneath flowing dark hair. He wore a white dress shirt, partly unbuttoned, and a long tail flicked behind him lazily. The man seemed angry the woman had died so quickly. Marco and Candy had just lost their mother, though Candy was too young to fully understand it. I held her close, tears welling up in my eyes. The man ordered the creature to take care of Marco's dad and search the house. Marco's dad tried to plead for his kids, but the creature moved with lightning speed. One moment, Marco's dad was standing there. The next, he was dragged out of sight behind the couch, a horrible scream trailing after him. Candy broke down, crying loudly, drawing the attention of the man, who crushed his cigarette on the carpet and lunged after us. We ran, but the creature was faster, blocking our way. It scooped us up effortlessly, carrying us back to the living room. Instead of harm, we were placed before the man who looked at us like we were nothing more than merchandise. Marco, ever brave, stood between his sister and this nightmare. I was frozen, shaking, unable to do anything but watch. "At least this trip wasn't a waste," the man muttered. "We can sell these three and make back what I lost. I should have taken them a year ago with their mother." I couldn't believe this was real. Monsters weren't supposed to be real, but here we were, trapped in a room with one. The dark creature behind us suddenly spoke, his voice calm but edged with amusement. "Selling children? I didn't think you'd stoop so low." The man snapped at him, anger creeping in. The creature reminded him of their old contract, the one where the man let the creature eat anyone he permitted. But now, the creature said, he was canceling the contract. Before we could react, the creature grabbed the man by the throat, lifting him off the ground. The sickening sound of his neck breaking filled the room. We all trembled, Candy wailing softly. Then, the creature did something unexpected. He cleaned Candy's tear-streaked face with the sleeve of his shirt, soaked warm in the sink. His voice was gentle as he scolded humanity for letting children suffer. "Humans are so distasteful," he said softly. "Letting children rot away in places like this, then trying to sell them? How has your race come this far?" He picked up Candy and bounced her gently, comforting her like a child. Marco and I watched, mouths slightly open, confused by this strange kindness after witnessing such horror. He asked our names and listened carefully, then pondered how long humans typically live. "I can last 100 years without eating," he finally said, "so 3 days without food should be manageable. Now, do you have somewhere to stay? I need to arrange human identities for you. A Lewis won't do as a name here." Marco was quick to ask if a Lewis would teach him how to be strong enough to protect Candy. The creature promised they'd protect her together. He asked me to take Marco and Candy in for a few days while he sorted things out, and promised he'd come back for them. Candy, surprisingly, smiled at a Lewis and asked if he really meant it. He nodded, a strange smile on his terrifying face. We left the house that night, Candy without her beloved bunny, which Lewis persuaded her to leave with their mother to keep her happy. The ride back was quiet, the weight of everything pressing down on us. My parents never asked what happened, giving us space to process. The weekend passed in a blur of silence and unease. Then Monday came. We were in my room when there was a knock at the door. Peeking down the stairs, we saw two police officers and a dark-haired man being led into our living room by my parents. We waited, unsure, but ready to face whatever was coming next. I've had quite a few experiences over the years. Some were strange, some unexpectedly funny, and others affected me in ways I still struggle to explain. 3 of them have stayed with me more than the rest. For context, these events happened during a period when I was deeply involved in occult and paranormal practices. I pushed myself much further than I should have, and looking back, there are choices I genuinely regret. One night, I was lying face down in bed, holding my pillow and feeling painfully lonely. I kept hearing knocks against the wall beside me, almost as though something was trying to get my attention. In my mind, I said, "I'm trying to sleep. We can talk tomorrow. I'm really not in the mood tonight." The knocking stopped. Later, I began crying quietly into my pillow. Then I felt a hand brush playfully across my lower back and ruffle the blanket near my hip. It should have frightened me, but it didn't. The energy felt lighthearted, almost teasing, as though someone was trying to interrupt my sadness and make me smile. And somehow, it worked. I actually laughed. Out loud, I said, "Very funny. Thank you, but I'm going to sleep now. Good night." Then I rolled onto my side and moved closer to the wall, just to be safe. The next morning, I told my sister what had happened. She said she had also felt something touch her during the night, but her experience had frightened her badly. I thought the presence had been playful. She was convinced it was something far less innocent. A few months later, I had a much more serious experience. I was lying in bed during one of the darkest nights of my life. I felt exhausted, hopeless, and dangerously close to giving up. There was a pistol beneath my pillow, and I was holding on to it while thinking about ending my life. Then the mattress slowly dipped behind me. I froze. A moment later, I felt what seemed like a man's arms wrapping around me. The embrace was firm but gentle, and although it startled me, there was nothing threatening about it. The feeling was calm, intimate, and deeply comforting. I started crying. For perhaps 2 minutes, I simply let myself be held. The tension drained from my body, and the thoughts that had been overwhelming me began to loosen their grip. I felt cared for. More than that, I felt as though I was being reminded that my life was still worth caring for. Then, without warning, the sensation vanished. The room was empty again. I was grateful, but I also felt incredibly vulnerable. I had not sensed anything enter the room, and I had no idea what had touched me. I kept hold of the gun afterward, but now it was out of fear of the unknown rather than a desire to hurt myself. The experience that meant the most to me involved my grandfather. He helped raise me, and I loved and respected him more than I can easily put into words. After he died, I tried many times to discover whether some part of him was still nearby. One evening, I sat in meditation and silently repeated, "I love you, Grandpa. Can you see me?" As I focused, I imagined a small light glowing above my head. Soon, I felt a presence directly in front of me. The entire room seemed charged, almost electric. In my mind, I saw a radiant golden sphere slowly turning in place. Then, a wave of emotion hit me so powerfully that I began to cry. I broke out of the meditation, but the presence remained. I felt love, tenderness, and sadness all at once. It seemed as though he was telling me that he was all right, that he loved me, and that he needed to move on. Then the presence disappeared. The room instantly became quiet and still. I cried for a long time afterward. Part of me felt peaceful because I believed he was safe. Another part of me missed him more deeply than ever. The following night, however, something very different happened. While drifting between sleep and wakefulness, I saw a horrible green shape hovering in the same part of the room. It had a distorted mouth filled with teeth. Instead of pulling away, I challenged it. I told it that it could not frighten me and tried to draw it toward me. That was a mistake. The image expanded until it filled my entire field of vision. I felt as though it swallowed me and tore my body apart. Whether it was a nightmare, a hallucination, or something else entirely, I came away feeling that I had opened myself too recklessly after the emotional experience of the previous night. Years later, my brother began reporting sightings of our grandfather in the house. He described him as he had appeared near the end of his life, walking slowly, confused, and sometimes passing through the wall near a room where I had once tried to contact him. My brother also heard familiar footsteps moving through the hallway. What confuses me is the timing. These things did not happen immediately after my grandfather died. They began nearly a decade later. I still don't know what any of these experiences truly were. Some brought comfort. Some frightened me. Others left me questioning how much of the unknown we should really invite into our lives. But whatever their explanation, they felt real to me, and they changed the way I understood grief, loneliness, and the strange ways comfort can sometimes find us in the dark. Hey, I want to share with you this really intense experience I had a while back. Something that's stuck with me ever since. So I was living with my family, my brother, my parents, in this apartment up in the northern part of the city. You know, it was our home for years, more than 2 decades actually. But then, due to some legal stuff, we got evicted. It was a tough time, and we all had to split up. My parents and brother moved into a flat nearby, but I was struggling financially and couldn't afford rent. That's when my aunt stepped in and kindly offered me a place to stay in her second house. Now, this house was in the eastern side of the city, quite a distance from the life and neighborhood I'd known forever. It wasn't exactly the safest area either, the kind of neighborhood where you'd be cautious walking around at night. But the house itself? Man, it was huge. A massive metal door greeted you at the entrance, and inside there was this big kitchen and living room, 4 double bedrooms, 2 full bathrooms, a little extra room for service, and even a small chapel tucked away in one corner. It was a lot to take in. Here's something interesting about my uncle. He'd studied to be a priest before diving into psychoanalysis. He was an incredibly educated man, deeply familiar with things like black magic, tarot cards, exorcisms, all these mystical and spiritual realms. This house wasn't just a home, it was his consulting space. He held therapy sessions, conferences, and saw patients right there. So the house had this aura, you know? Like it was alive with stories and secrets. The very first night I moved in, I felt this uneasy chill right away. I went to my room, but sleep was hard to come by. Then, around 11 p.m., something happened that literally shook me. I heard 3 loud, booming bangs coming from inside the closet. I honestly thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest. I called my aunt, desperate, and she told me it was probably the neighbors making noise. But honestly, the sound was way too heavy and close to be just that. Every night after that, coming home from work was a battle with my nerves. I'd rush inside, slam the big metal door shut, then sprint upstairs flicking on every light until I finally reached my room. Once inside, I'd stick to my space, avoiding wandering around the house after dark. The only exception was the bathroom, which was just next door. But even then, I'd hear these strange noises, the creaks and groans of the old house settling, or sometimes a window sliding open all by itself. You can imagine how creepy that felt, right? One night, my girlfriend stayed over. She was curious, so she explored every room, trying to find anything spooky or unusual. That's when she found an old cassette tape, labeled as a therapy session. We played it, and what we heard gave us chills. It was my uncle talking to a woman. She mentioned she had a headache and then oddly said, "The voices in my head are trying to say something." When my uncle asked what they were saying, the woman suddenly switched to this deep, guttural voice, speaking in a language neither of us could recognize. My uncle pressed her for an explanation, and the guttural voice responded again before the tape abruptly cut off. After that, the weirdness escalated. Spiders, big, creepy ones, and scorpions started appearing, but only upstairs, near the bedrooms. It was like the house was crawling with these unsettling visitors. One night, while my girlfriend and I were playing cards, we both saw the deck slide slowly from the center of the table all the way to the corner. There was no one else in the room, and the air just grew colder. Sleeping was a nightmare. I kept the side lamp on all night and barely slept between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. The house had these zones you just didn't enter after dark. The kitchen, the tiny chapel, and the room where we found that cassette. Just stepping into those rooms gave me the feeling someone was watching me, right behind my back. It was suffocating. Eventually, I confided all this to my cousin, and she told me something that made everything click. Apparently, her father, my uncle, had performed a kind of exorcism in that very house. He'd sensed something was off, but didn't think it was too dangerous. The tapes? They were evidence, proof that these supernatural things were real and, in a way, normal in his line of work. I only stayed there for 2 months, but it felt like years. Funny thing is, the only people who regularly visited the house were my uncle and my girlfriend. My aunt? She only came once when I was moving out, and she stayed in the car park the whole time. Months later, I asked her why she avoided going inside, and she just chuckled and said she knew the house was haunted. So yeah, that's the story of my time in that eerie old house. A place filled with shadows, whispers, and a history I never could have imagined. It really changed how I see the world around me, and sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still get that same chill, wondering what else might be lurking just out of sight. Hey there, I want to share with you a story from my childhood, something that's been with me for years, something that's shaped how I see the world. Growing up in a Christian family, I was always taught about the battle between good and evil, that these forces exist whether we notice them or not. We went to church every Sunday, attended Sunday school, and learned about how God wants us to live. But no one ever prepared me for how my faith would make me a target for dark, demonic spirits that attacked me and my family for years during my childhood. My name's Mia, and this story covers some of the most intense moments from those years. It all began with an evil spirit attaching itself to me. Over time, it escalated into 2 major events that changed everything. I won't get into the first event here. It's a long story on its own, and I don't want to rush it. But basically, this entity that followed me ended up physically attacking some of my classmates at a friend's birthday party. The second event happened at my church, and it was when my sister Jess was violently attacked by an unseen force. That moment was the turning point and ended a terrible chapter of spiritual warfare that had engulfed our family. Back in 2014, my family moved from Colorado, where I was born and raised, to Tucson, Arizona. My dad had a new job opportunity to start a business there. It was a big change, trading the Rocky Mountains for the desert. Honestly, I never got used to seeing all those cacti everywhere, poking out from the dry earth. During spring break that year, we took a trip back to Colorado to visit my cousins. They lived way out in the country, in a house surrounded by endless fields and rows of corn stalks. The nearest neighbors were half a mile down a dusty dirt road. The house itself was huge, 2 stories plus a basement, with a modern cement exterior. It was beautiful, but also incredibly isolated. You could see the house from miles away, and at night, it felt like the darkness swallowed everything around it. Even as a kid, I had this uneasy feeling about that property. There was nothing really wrong with the house, no history of deaths or anything like that, but it just felt creepy. One night, right before bed, my cousin Savannah told me something that sent chills down my spine. She said that every few nights, she'd see a little girl standing at the edge of her bed, just staring at her. Imagine that, a ghostly child appearing like that. I couldn't blame her for not wanting to sleep in her room, so she took to sleeping in the living room while we visited. That night, Savannah, her friend Taylor, and I had our own little sleepover in the living room. We huddled close, trying to make it fun despite the creepy stories. And then Taylor started telling the tale of Courtner Road, a local legend that's just a few minutes away from their house. It's about a man who supposedly went insane, murdered his wife and kids, skinned the family dog, and hung his daughter's body from a tree over the road for anyone passing by to see. The story said he burned down the house in a fit of rage, and now only the charred remains of the foundation and basement stand. Taylor and Savannah had both been to the property to see for themselves, and they confirmed that all that's left are those burned-out ruins. When I asked if anything strange happened during their visits, they told me about people seeing the little girl in the pink dress hanging from the tree, or the white dog chasing trespassers away, and, the scariest, a tall man in a black cloak who appears to visitors and haunts them afterward. I wanted to believe it was just stories made up to scare me, so I brushed it off. Eventually, we stopped scaring each other and fell asleep, or at least tried to. Savannah and Taylor took the couches, and I laid on the carpet in front of Savannah's couch, wrapped in a blanket with a pillow. Around midnight, I woke up from a deep sleep. The house was silent except for Savannah's soft snoring and Taylor stretching awkwardly on her couch. As I sat up and looked toward the kitchen to check the oven clock, something caught my eye. There, standing in the foyer, right by the front door, was the tallest man I'd ever seen. He was enormous, hunched over, staring down at the floor. I couldn't make out any features because his face was hidden under a sagging black hood. His entire body was covered in black, like the perfect image of the Grim Reaper, with hands hanging limp by his sides. I thought maybe I was dreaming or hallucinating, but the longer I stared, the more real he became. A cold wave washed over me, like my blood had turned to ice. My heart pounded, and fear gripped me tightly. I ducked under my blanket, hoping he hadn't noticed me. But then, I heard it, a man's voice, speaking right above my head in a language I couldn't understand, gibberish that somehow carried pure menace. I knew this spirit wanted to hurt me. Summoning every ounce of courage, I shouted for Savannah, my voice trembling but growing louder with desperation. The voice above me stopped, and soon I heard Savannah's groggy reply. I climbed onto the couch beside her, tears streaming down my face as I told her and Taylor what had just happened. I stayed there the rest of the night, too scared to move or sleep, watching the TV and waiting for dawn. After we returned to Arizona, the haunting didn't stop. I needed white noise to fall asleep, or I'd hear that tall man calling my name over and over again. I slept with the closet light on because the darkness felt suffocating, like the shadows were closing in. Some nights, I'd wake to the mattress vibrating as if it was alive and breathing beneath me. The spirit made itself known not just at night, but during the day. I saw shadow figures darting through the house, and my dog Harley reacted too, growling or chasing after something invisible. About a year later, my parents divorced. Mom took me and my sister Jess back to Colorado Springs to live with a family friend while we looked for a place. Jess had been diagnosed with PNES, post-non-epileptic seizures, and the spirits that haunted me started targeting her, exploiting her illness. Jess's seizures grew violent. During episodes, she screamed in agony, terrified, telling Mom she saw shadow figures holding her down and whispering terrible things. The demonic oppression wore her down mentally and emotionally. At 16, Jess attempted suicide multiple times and was diagnosed with signs of schizophrenia. She was sent to psychiatric hospitals several times over the next months. When Jess was home, we kept trying to go to church every Sunday, hoping for relief. But her episodes became worse during services, forcing us to leave early. Mom cried on the way home, desperate for help. Our sanctuary felt lost. Jess fought to keep going to church, but one day, after staying for an entire service, she collapsed after the final prayer. Wayne, a close family friend and church member, rushed to help her. But then, something unseen attacked Jess in his arms. She screamed a scream so raw and painful it still haunts me. Church members quickly surrounded her, laying hands on her and praying with a fierce intensity I'd never witnessed, speaking in tongues, holding Jess down as she struggled and wailed. After nearly 10 minutes, Jess finally went limp, unconscious in Wayne's arms. More prayer brought her back, tears streaming down her face, tears of joy and relief that the attack had ended. That day marked a turning point. Jess's seizures returned to their earlier convulsive form, and the nighttime hauntings that plagued me gradually faded. Recently, while talking to Mom about those years, I realized the haunting stopped the day of Jess's last church episode. That realization made me want to share this story, to remind people that evil exists in this world, that it's a real and serious problem. Over the years, I've researched everything I could about those events and the legend of Courtner Road. The story I was told was part of the satanic panic era of the 70s and 80s, an exaggerated myth. The truth, according to someone who knew the family, is that the man and his wife died naturally in the 60s, and their children are alive today. The rumors led to trespassers trying to summon spirits, which caused trouble and eventually led to the house being burned down to stop the trespassing. Knowing this didn't ease my fear. If anything, it made me more cautious about what truly haunts that place. I've never been there, but the entity that followed me took on the shape of this legend. The tall, cloaked man. We unknowingly invited something we couldn't handle. So, that's my story. A story of faith, fear, and the shadowy battle between light and darkness that I lived through. I hope sharing it helps others understand. Evil is real, but so is hope. And sometimes, that hope comes through the faith and prayers of those who stand with us when we need it most. Hey there. I want to share a story that's been told in my family for years, mostly by my mom, because she always says I have this special connection with people around me. When I was little, I thought that just meant because she was my mom, but as I grew up, even strangers would tell me they felt like they'd known me forever and somehow felt calm just being near me. It's a strange, comforting feeling, really. So, let me take you back to when I was around 4 or 5. My mom was responsible for her senior class that year, and it was tradition for the class to go on a week-long road trip to a ski resort perched high up in the Andes, right on the border between Chile and Argentina. Since my dad was working far away in the north, I tagged along with my mom and some parents. It was a fun trip for everyone, but I had a little secret. Most days, while the older kids were busy with their skiing and classes, I would escape to the hotel's third-floor lobby to play. I always said I was playing with a blonde friend. I remember telling my mom I liked playing with him because he had these old toy cars. Real cool ones, apparently. Mom thought this friend was just another kid staying at the hotel, maybe with his family or one of her students. She was okay with it because from her room, she could hear us playing in the lobby and the hallways. But the day we were leaving, everything changed. Mom went to talk to the hotel manager to ask if I'd been too much trouble with the noise. The manager's face went pale as she said we were actually the only group staying at the hotel that week, since it was still off-season for skiing. Then she told Mom a story about a British boy who had died there during a blizzard back in the 1960s. Ever since, the boy's spirit was said to linger in the hotel all year, always friendly, but never seen playing with anyone. Mom's face went white too, and she thanked the manager quietly. She got on the bus with me, and I could tell she was thinking hard. On the way down the mountain, she asked me about this playmate. I described him as a blonde boy wearing green pants and a matching jacket with this funny little black tie and a yellowish shirt. I told her he always felt cold, except when I invited him to play. And those cool old toys? Yeah, I loved them. I could feel she was worried, but she reassured me there was nothing to be afraid of. We have pictures and videos from that trip, but strangely, I don't remember much about the week itself. It's like the memories are there, but floating just out of reach. Now, shifting gears a bit, I want to tell you about a house I lived in when I was about 12 or 13. It was a long, ranch-style house set against a hill. The front door was on the left side, and right next to it was a huge panoramic window into the living room. To the right of the living room was the kitchen and my sister's room, which also had access to the attic. If you went left from the kitchen, you'd hit the basement, which, by the way, was half underground and half sticking out of the hill. My room was technically on the second floor because of the hill. At first, things were small and weird. Objects weren't where we left them, the dogs would stare at empty spaces, and sometimes we'd hear knocks or scratching. At first, we tried ignoring it, but the strange activity only grew worse. The dogs began barking frantically, and sometimes even peed out of fear. One day, my dad told me he heard two little girls calling to him and tugging on his leg like kids do. The basement was the worst. The moment I stepped onto those stairs, a suffocating feeling of dread and paralysis would wash over me. Shadows that looked like people shuffled across the floor. I heard angry shouting, and once, while letting the dogs out, I felt something grab my ankle. I avoided the basement whenever I could. The nighttime voices grew louder. I'd hear footsteps when I was home alone, see faces in the corner of my eye that vanished when I looked. The bathroom was creepy too. After 9 p.m. and before dawn, you could see a man with a blacked-out face staring at himself in the mirror. I even had blackouts and visions of horrible deaths. Sometimes I would wake up, floating, or at least it felt like it. Everyone but me saw my doppelganger, a version of me with too many teeth or a scar that shouldn't have been there. When my parents went up to the attic to store the Christmas tree, they found something so unsettling, they never talked about it. We moved out shortly after. After that, we lived in a small apartment when I was about 13 or 14. It was a simple 2-bedroom with a kitchen, bath, and living room in a square layout. My room was in the corner, right next to my parents and sisters. The bathroom was between our rooms. The activity there wasn't constant, but intense. The bathroom felt like someone was always watching. Laughter sometimes echoed from there while we sat in the living room. My room was the hot spot. Footsteps, things flying across the room, and one night, this is the wild part, I was lying in bed with my head under the covers, trying to block everything out. I had a fan and a noise machine running to drown out sounds. Suddenly, both the fan and noise machine switched off, like someone had reached over and turned them off. It was 10:33 p.m., my phone was charging, and the house fell deathly silent. I felt this urge to look out the window, and when I did, two glowing, translucent figures stared right back at me. I couldn't scream. My throat just froze. I jumped back, pulled the blinds shut, and hid under my covers, sweating and shaking until about 11:30 p.m. When I finally dared to turn things back on and shine a flashlight, I crawled into bed. That was the scariest moment of my life. At 17, I moved into my grandmother's house. My room is right across from the basement door. Convenient because I spend a lot of time down there, but also terrifying because that's where most of the activity happens. The basement is huge and open, with a wood shop in one corner and another room known as the hot spot. I've been spoken to there, had things thrown at me, even touched on the neck with a voice telling me to get out of my domain. Once I was playing a game when something threw an object behind me. I turned around to see the door, which I'd shut with the light on, swinging open with the light off. It's left scratches on my neck and back, and once tried to drag me down the stairs. The things I've seen and felt in this house would fill a book, but I'll stop here, for now. Switching gears again, I want to tell you about a haunted house experience from my friend Emma. She's 21 now, but moved into her current home when she was just 13. She grew up with both her parents, 4 cats, and a dog, and now lives there with her dad, girlfriend, 3 cats, and a dog. The house they bought belonged to a woman named Helen, who had passed away in a hospice. Helen's spirit is known there. She's often smelled as an old lady's perfume and brings a calming presence upstairs. But the basement holds something dark and masculine, and the main floor gets poltergeist activity. Emma's most famous experience came when she was about 14. She was lying in bed, responding to Snapchat messages, taking pictures of her bedroom door because the hall light was on. Suddenly, her camera struggled to focus. When she finally took the photo, a dark, blurry figure was peering in. Of course, she freaked out, but when she looked up, no one was there. She took another picture, which came out clear. Then, days later, she found scratches on her back after a shower. A Wiccan priest friend told her that candles give off a pure white light, but if placed in front of a mirror, that light doubles and becomes impure, opening a portal to darker realms. Emma remembered she'd been taking photos sitting in front of her bedroom mirror with a candle in her lap. The priest advised covering the mirror with a sheet and removing it. When they covered the mirror, the power went out in her room, but nowhere else in the house. Things calmed down briefly, but then Emma had a terrifying episode. While on FaceTime with her best friend, she went into the bathroom, a hotspot for activity, and then blacked out. Her friend said the lights flickered, and Emma stopped talking, staring blankly. She told her friend she couldn't leave because someone was blocking the door. Their other friend came over to check on Emma but couldn't find her anywhere. Then, Emma appeared calmly on the main floor, telling her friend to leave, saying, "You aren't welcome here," in a way that wasn't like her. After 3 hours, Emma posted a chilling photo of herself in the mirror that was covered, the same mirror that opened the portal, with a creepy caption about stopping fear. Then she snapped back to herself on the couch, feeling like waking from a nap. They had the house and Emma blessed by a priest, but the haunting continues. She hears growls from the basement stairs. Her dog refuses to go down there, and sometimes she gets touched or sees orbs on camera. Lastly, I want to share a strange family story about a church visit. A few years ago, during a regular Sunday Mass, my extended family, which included my parents, siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins, left suddenly. My aunt was hysterical, crying and hugging my dad. I was just 7 and confused. Years later, at a family gathering, they explained what happened. About 30 minutes into the Mass, my aunt spotted a man who looked exactly like my deceased uncle sitting in the crowd. She nudged my dad, who was shocked. The man smiled at Dad, then looked back to the priest. The man got up, excused himself, and walked toward the exit. Another uncle followed him, but lost sight after a corner. The man had a distinctive scar on his left forearm, the same one my late uncle had from a childhood accident. Since then, no one has seen the man again, though some distant family members say they've glimpsed someone who looks just like him. These are just some of the stories from my life and those close to me. I know it might sound unbelievable, but I hope you felt what I did sharing them, with all their fear, wonder, and strange comfort. Whenever you feel like asking more, just reach out. I'd be happy to share the pictures and stories that I didn't mention today. I was about 12 years old when I saw something in the basement that I still can't explain. The basement itself was almost completely dark, but there was a small light above the staircase. I remember walking down, slowly, reaching the final step and looking straight ahead. Maybe 4 feet away from me, a large, hunched figure suddenly darted into the darkness. It was completely black. Not dark clothing, not a shadow cast against the wall. It looked solid, and it moved. What has always stayed with me most is the sound. I heard its footsteps racing across the basement floor. It was so close that I could hear each step disappearing farther into the dark. I know how strange that sounds, but I don't believe I imagined it. Even at that age, I understood that something extraordinary had happened. I went straight to the family computer and wrote down everything I could remember. I promised myself I would never edit the document because I wanted a record of exactly what I had seen before time could soften or change the memory. At first, I tried to convince myself it had been one of our dogs. The figure was much larger than either of them and didn't move like a dog, but I desperately wanted a normal explanation. Then I found both dogs outside. That basement already had a troubling atmosphere. Years later, one of my father's girlfriend's daughters slept down there after she and some friends had used a Ouija board. The following morning, she woke up with a long scratch across her back. I was young when the older kids experimented with those things, and I may have been nearby more than once. Sometimes I wonder whether that opened a door none of us understood. The basement wasn't my only experience. When I was in my early 20s, I lived in a house where unsettling things happened constantly. The strangest recurring problem was in the garage. The light bulbs would somehow become unscrewed just enough that they wouldn't turn on. I would tighten them, test the switch, and everything would work again. Then, a few days later, the same bulbs would be loose. It felt as though something in that house preferred the darkness. One morning, I woke to the sound of a bar of soap hitting my bedroom floor. The soap had been sitting at the bottom of a tall storage box, nearly 2 feet deep. My bedroom door was closed, and I was alone. For that soap to land where it did, it would have needed to rise out of the box, travel sideways, and then fall. I checked the room repeatedly, hoping I had overlooked something obvious. I hadn't. My fear of dolls began much earlier. My grandmother kept several old dolls in the hallway near the bathroom. At night, I had to walk past them, and I remember begging her to move them. I don't consciously remember seeing one move or hearing one speak. Still, something about them terrified me in a way I couldn't explain. Even now, I have variations of the same nightmare. In the dream, I'm staring at a doll. I already know it's going to move, so I watch it closely, waiting. The room becomes unbearably quiet. Then the doll's head turns, or its mouth opens, or it suddenly begins walking toward me. I run. Sometimes I leap down an entire staircase just to escape. In other versions, the dolls jump and scream at the same time. No matter how the dream changes, I always feel that the presence inside them is not human. It feels ancient, intelligent, and deeply hostile. The fear is difficult to describe. It isn't ordinary nervousness. It feels as though every part of your body recognizes a threat before your mind can understand it. I've wondered whether something involving those dolls happened when I was very young and I simply blocked it out. I can't claim that it did because I don't remember an actual event. I only know that the fear has followed me into adulthood, and the nightmares feel more like memories than inventions. Years ago, I watched an interview with Lorraine Warren inside the museum where the Annabelle doll was kept. While discussing it, she said she would not look directly at the doll. The way she said it stopped me cold. There was something in her voice that sounded exactly like the fear I had felt as a child. It was the recognition of something you didn't want to acknowledge because acknowledging it made it feel closer. I also had one dream that changed how I thought about time and free will. In the dream, my girlfriend and I were leaving an electronics store. As we passed the checkout area, I noticed a cashier with one arm whose other arm appeared badly injured. The layout of the store, the position of the cashier, the lighting, and even the direction we were walking were unusually vivid. When I woke up, I had a strong feeling that the scene would happen. I kept thinking about it for weeks. Around 2 months later, my girlfriend and I walked out of an electronics store and passed the checkout area. There was the cashier from my dream, standing in the exact place I had seen him. Every detail matched. For several days afterward, I felt deeply unsettled. It wasn't the event itself that frightened me. It was the idea that I had been shown something before it happened. I began wondering whether our lives followed patterns that had already been set in motion, or whether time was stranger than we understood. I still have dreams that later resemble real events, although most are completely ordinary. Once, I dreamed that my family and I were spreading dark soil across the yard. When I woke up, I remember thinking, why would we ever be doing that? It seemed so random that I almost laughed. A few months later, my father decided to repair the lawn because the ground was too sandy. We spent the afternoon spreading fresh topsoil, exactly as I had seen in the dream. Experiences like that no longer disturb me as much as they once did. There are too many dreams to record, and most predictions, even when they come true, don't seem to serve any clear purpose. The shadow in the basement is different. Whenever I tell that story, my eyes begin watering without warning. I'm not necessarily crying, and I don't feel emotional in the usual sense. My body simply reacts. I grew up in several old houses, and many of them felt haunted. One had a foundation made from rounded field stones fitted together by hand. I don't remember seeing anything specific there, but I was terrified of sleeping upstairs. Most nights, I slept on the couch downstairs. Even then, I positioned myself so I could reach an outside door quickly if something came toward me. The safest I ever felt as a child was when we lived in a newer apartment. For the first time, I could sleep with the lights off. It felt incredible to lie in the dark without sensing that something was watching me. Even as an adult, I often keep a light on at night. I don't enjoy sleeping that way, but sometimes the feeling of being watched becomes too intense. There were smaller incidents too. At my cousin's house, a closet door once slammed shut when no one was near it. Toys without batteries occasionally lit up or made sounds. Each individual event might have had a harmless explanation, but together they created an atmosphere that was difficult to dismiss. After especially frightening dreams, I began praying and calling on Jesus, Michael, and Uriel. I know fear can make the mind reach for protection, but prayer genuinely helps me calm down. Christian music helps too. I experimented with gentle instrumental music and soft singers because I assumed the fear was psychological. The music was beautiful, but it did nothing to remove the sensation that something was in the room with me. Christian music was different. When I played it, the atmosphere seemed to lift, and I could finally sleep. Sometimes it helped even on nights when the lights were already on and I still felt watched. That experience forced me to reconsider things I had once treated as distant religious ideas. Angels, demons, Jesus, spiritual protection. Could those things actually be real? I don't pretend to have the answer. I've developed theories about haunted objects and why certain dolls seem to carry such an unbearable presence. At times, I've wondered whether rituals could somehow attach a spirit to an object. Still, what I felt never seemed human. The terror was too complete. as though the presence inside the doll belonged to something that had never been human at all. A few months ago, I had another intense nightmare involving a doll. Afterward, I tried reading other people's paranormal experiences online. One story felt so genuine that I had to stop halfway through. My fear became overwhelming because the details were stirring memories and sensations I didn't want to revisit. I've removed every doll from my current home. The house has had a few strange moments, but nothing as severe as the places where I grew up. These days, I try to live as honestly and peacefully as possible. Whether something has followed me, or whether these experiences are connected in ways I don't understand, I can't say. I only know what I saw, what I heard, and how those moments made me feel. Someday, I hope to buy an empty piece of land here in New Jersey and build a completely new house. I want it blessed before I move in. I imagine clean rooms, sunlight through every window, and a bedroom where I can switch off the lamp without feeling watched. More than anything, I want to know what it feels like to sleep peacefully in the dark. I was 6 years old when this happened, and even now, I can remember it more clearly than things that happened just last week. Back then, I was always the first person awake in our house. Before sunrise, while everyone else was still sleeping, I would quietly climb out of bed and wander down the hallway. My bedroom was at the far end of the house, so I had to pass through a small study and playroom before reaching the living room. There wasn't a proper door separating those areas. It was just a wide, open entrance, which meant you could see most of the living room from the hallway. One morning, I was following that same familiar path when I suddenly stopped. There was a little girl standing behind our sofa. She looked around my age, maybe a year younger. She wore a long, pale dress with lace around the sleeves, the kind of dress you might see in a very old photograph. But she didn't look like a normal person. Her entire body seemed drained of color. She was almost black and white, with a faint, shadowy appearance, yet I could still make out every detail. Her hair was tied into 2 loose braids. Her hands were resting gently on the back of the sofa, and she was facing away from me. For a few seconds, she didn't move. Then, very slowly, she turned her head and looked straight at me. I completely froze. The fear came over me so quickly that I couldn't even scream. I stepped behind the wall and pressed myself against it, trying to stay as quiet as possible. I stood there for what felt like several minutes, arguing with myself about whether I should look again. Eventually, I leaned around the corner. She was gone. The living room was completely empty. I hadn't heard footsteps. I hadn't heard the floorboards creak. There was no sound at all. I ran into my parents' bedroom, climbed into their bed, and refused to leave until morning. After that, I stopped waking up early. For years, I couldn't walk into the living room alone while the house was dark. I'm 15 now, and I can still picture that girl standing behind the sofa. I've told my relatives about her, but I can usually see from their faces that they don't fully believe me. I understand why. But I also know what I saw. And that little girl wasn't the only strange thing I experienced in that house. As I got older, I began noticing movement from the corner of my eye. Sometimes it looked like a person passing through a doorway. Other times, I would think someone was standing quietly in another room. I would turn to look, and there would be nobody there. Just an empty room. Sometimes I would also get the feeling that someone was watching me. It wasn't always frightening, but it was strong enough to make the hairs on my arms rise. My father helped build that house with a few relatives when he was younger. When I finally told him everything I had been seeing, I expected him to laugh or tell me I had an overactive imagination. Instead, he became very quiet. Then he told me he had seen things too. He said that ever since he was a child, He had sometimes noticed shadowy figures moving at the edge of his vision. He didn't believe they were dangerous, though. He thought they might be relatives who had passed away, keeping watch over the family. Later, my grandmother told me she had experienced similar things. That was when I began wondering whether it might run in our family. Maybe some people are simply more sensitive to things that everyone else overlooks. Even now, I occasionally see something. It doesn't happen as often since we moved into a different house, but every so often, usually late at night, I'll notice a shape in a doorway or movement behind me. The strange thing is, it never happens when I'm searching for it. Whenever I deliberately look around, there's nothing there. It only seems to happen when I'm distracted, when I'm alone, when I'm not expecting it. And every time, I feel like that frightened 6-year-old again, standing in the hallway with the feeling that something had been watching me long before I noticed it. When we first moved into our new home, our family went through a terrible period. My father became seriously ill. One of my brothers injured his ankle, and another needed surgery after hurting his shoulder. With so many things happening at once, we asked a few people from a nearby church to come and bless the house. After that, things seemed calmer. The strange sightings didn't stop completely, but they became much less frequent. I still don't know who that little girl was. I don't know why she was standing in our living room or why she chose to look at me that morning. But as frightening as the memory is, part of me no longer believes she meant to harm me. Maybe she was simply watching over the house. Maybe she was protecting someone. Or maybe she was something I'll never be able to understand. Whatever the truth is, I know I'll never forget the pale little girl standing silently beside our sofa. I want to share something with you, and I'm asking you to listen with an open mind. Everything I'm about to tell you is true, at least as I experienced it. I haven't invented any of this, and I honestly have no reason to. I don't drink, I don't use drugs, and at 42 years old, I'm well past the age of making up frightening stories for attention. I grew up in northern Germany and lived there for most of my life. I've always been interested in paranormal subjects. I read books, watched documentaries, and listened to other people describe experiences they couldn't explain. For a long time, that was all it was: curiosity. Then, little by little, I began noticing things myself. Sometimes I would enter a room and immediately sense a change in the atmosphere. The air might feel unusually heavy, peaceful, or deeply uncomfortable. Occasionally, I would notice a scent that had no obvious source. At other times, I would have the unmistakable feeling that someone was standing beside me. I know everyone experiences comfort and discomfort, but this felt different. It was stronger, almost physical, and sometimes threatening. It's difficult to explain unless you've felt it yourself. One night, I had a dream that stayed with me. In the dream, I was sitting on a tram, looking out of the window. There were a few elderly people standing near the pavement, along with a man who seemed to be staring at the ground as though he had lost something. What disturbed me was how still he was. His head was lowered, but the rest of his body didn't move at all. As the tram passed him, he suddenly lifted his face and looked directly at me. He smiled in a way that made my stomach turn. Then he said, very clearly, "I'll be with you soon." He was outside, and I was behind the closed window, but I heard every word as though he had whispered it into my ear. I understand that dreams can be strange. Anything can happen in them. So at first, I tried not to give it too much importance. But sometime after that, I began seeing shadows from the corners of my eyes. They looked like people walking past me. Whenever I turned my head, nothing was there. At first, I blamed tiredness, reflections, or my imagination. I didn't focus on it. But the shadows became more frequent, and over time, they seemed clearer. About 18 months ago, after the end of my marriage, I moved to a small town in central Germany. I needed a fresh start, some distance, and a little peace. The shadows followed me. In fact, they became more intense. One afternoon, I was standing beside the cabinet in my bedroom. I may have been cleaning or adjusting something near the television. From that spot, I could see into the hallway and toward the open staircase leading to the attic. I lifted my head and glanced toward the stairs. That was when I saw it. There was a pale, almost transparent figure moving up the staircase. It was completely white and roughly the height of a young child. I couldn't see a face or any clear features. I only saw the shape climb 2 or 3 steps before disappearing from view. I turned away in shock, then immediately looked back. Nothing was there. I remember saying out loud, "Seriously? What was that?" I was frightened, but strangely, I was also angry. It felt as though something had crossed a boundary. A close friend was in the house with me. She looked at me and asked what had happened because, according to her, all the color had drained from my face. I told her what I had seen. She laughed nervously and said, "Maybe it's just the house spirit." We tried to joke about it and moved on with our day, but I never truly moved on from it. I can still picture that figure on the stairs. A few days later, the same friend and I were standing outside near the back door. Suddenly, I felt someone press a finger firmly into the back of my neck. I immediately told her to stop because I hate being touched there. She stared at me, completely confused, and said she hadn't touched me. I insisted that she had. The sensation had been so clear and so physical that I couldn't imagine any other explanation. She became frustrated and swore she had been standing too far away to reach me. We actually argued about it. Even now, she gets annoyed when I mention it because she is certain she never touched me. And I'm just as certain that something did. There have also been smaller incidents. When I'm standing outside near the driveway, I sometimes hear whispering or quiet mumbling nearby. It sounds as though someone has spoken directly to me, but I can't quite understand the words. I often turn to whoever is with me and ask, "What did you say?" They always respond, "I didn't say anything." It has happened around friends, co-workers, and visitors. Different people, different days, always the same answer. No one said a word. Recently, I was lying in bed watching a series on my laptop. Beside the bed is a storage box with a folded blanket and a spare pillow resting on top. They had been sitting there untouched for weeks. Without warning, the pillow fell onto the floor. It didn't slowly slide. It dropped suddenly, as though it had been pushed. I cannot describe how badly it frightened me. My heart was beating so hard that I could feel it in my chest and throat. Then, just last night, I was sitting in the living room. The window looks toward the center of the village, where there is a small playground and a row of streetlights. I was on the sofa, sending messages to a few people on my phone. When I sat up and looked toward the window, I saw another pale shape. It was faint, whitish, and almost transparent. I couldn't make out a clear body, but I saw it move across the window from right to left. I immediately said to myself, "There it is again." These are the main things I've been experiencing, and I honestly don't know what to make of them. I'm willing to accept that some incidents might have ordinary explanations, perhaps tiredness, reflections, sounds carrying from nearby houses, or objects shifting on their own. But that doesn't explain everything. Why do I hear voices when no one is speaking? Why do I notice pleasant or unpleasant smells when there is no source? What touched the back of my neck? What was climbing those stairs? Why do certain places feel so intensely different the moment I enter them? And why do I continue to see shadows and occasional flashes of light at the edges of my vision? You may think I'm imagining all of this. I understand that reaction. But these experiences are real to me, and they have continued for a long time. I'm not living in constant fear. I still go to work, see friends, and live my life normally. But what has happened over the past several months has left me unsettled and searching for answers. I would like to speak with someone serious and trustworthy who understands unusual experiences like these. Perhaps a reputable medium, a paranormal researcher, or simply someone who can help me examine everything calmly without immediately dismissing me. I don't know who to contact or where to begin. More than anything, I want to understand what I've been experiencing and find a way to put it into perspective. Thank you for listening to my story. It means more than you might realize. I don't usually talk about this. Not because I'm ashamed of it exactly, but because I know how it sounds. The moment you tell someone you've seen things other people can't see, they start searching for an explanation. Maybe you were dreaming. Maybe you were stressed. Maybe the light played a trick on you. And honestly, maybe they're right. I've spent most of my life trying to explain these experiences away. But some of them have stayed with me for years, and no matter how hard I try, I still can't make sense of them. I first realized something unusual was happening when I was about 9 years old. It may have started earlier, but that was when I understood that other people weren't experiencing the same things I was. Back then, I sometimes saw people standing in our house. They never looked frightening. Most of the time, they simply seemed to be passing through. Occasionally, I would hear them speak to me, and their voices sounded as real as anyone else's. At that age, I assumed everyone could see them. I couldn't understand why my parents became tense whenever I mentioned the woman near the staircase, or the man I sometimes saw standing by the kitchen window. There were nights when my parents would hear me talking in my room long after I was supposed to be asleep. They would open the door and find me sitting upright in bed, answering questions from someone they couldn't see. At first, they would ask me who I was talking to. Eventually, they stopped asking. I think ignoring it became easier for them. Maybe they hoped I would grow out of it. In a way, I did. As I got older, I stopped seeing full figures as often. The experiences became less frequent, but they never disappeared completely. They just changed. I have significant hearing loss in one ear, so I've often wondered whether that explains the voices I still hear. Every so often, I'll hear a conversation somewhere nearby. It might sound like two women speaking in the hallway, or a man talking quietly from another room. The voices are always clear enough for me to recognize that people are talking, but never clear enough for me to understand the words. I'll pause whatever I'm doing and listen. Then, I'll check the house. No television, no radio, no neighbors outside. No one there. It has happened so many times that I rarely go looking anymore. Still, every time it begins, I feel that same cold little shiver move through me. Objects move too, although never in the dramatic way people expect. A pen rolls off a flat counter. A cup shifts when nobody is near it. A picture frame falls even though it has been sitting in the same place for months. Once, while I was reading at the dining table, a set of keys slid across the surface and dropped beside my chair. Nothing has ever seriously hurt me. Nothing valuable has been destroyed. But sometimes the movement feels deliberate, almost like a quiet tap on the shoulder. A reminder. Inside the house, I mostly see shadows now. They appear at the edge of my vision. I'll notice something moving past a doorway or catch the outline of a person crossing the hall. But when I turn to look directly at it, there's nothing there. Sometimes I wonder whether they're hiding from me. Other times I wonder whether they simply don't know I can still see them. The nights are the hardest. There have been countless times when I've felt the mattress dip beside me, as though someone has carefully sat down on the edge of the bed. It isn't just a vague feeling that someone is nearby. I can feel the bed shift beneath their weight. A few times, while lying awake and watching videos on my phone, I felt a light tug against my hair. Not painful, almost gentle. I've spoken aloud and asked it to stop. Sometimes, the pressure disappears immediately. Sometimes, it stays. Even during quiet moments, I often feel as though I'm being watched. It's difficult to describe that feeling without sounding dramatic. It's simply the certainty that someone is standing behind you, looking directly at you, even though you know you're alone. I've trained myself not to turn around too quickly. There's always a tiny part of me that fears one day I'll turn around and finally see who has been standing there. Things feel different when I'm away from home. Once in a while, I notice people who seem out of place. They don't look terrifying or unnatural. There's just something about them that doesn't belong. Sometimes it's their clothing, an old-fashioned coat, a formal dress that looks decades out of date, shoes nobody seems to wear anymore. I'll glance away for only a moment, and when I look back, they're gone. No doorway nearby, no crowd to disappear into. Just gone. It happened much more often when I was young, but every now and then, it still does. My dogs make these experiences harder to dismiss. I have 2 dogs, and sometimes both of them will suddenly stare at the same empty corner. Their bodies become stiff, their ears lift. One of them may growl softly, while the other refuses to move any closer. There are also certain rooms they occasionally refuse to enter, even though nothing inside has changed. Maybe they hear pipes settling in the walls. Maybe they smell something I can't. I'd be relieved if that were all it was. But there's one part of this that I've rarely spoken about. Every so often, I'm overcome by the feeling that something terrible is about to happen. It comes without warning. My chest tightens, my hands begin to shake, and I feel a wave of fear so strong that I can barely breathe. Sometimes, brief images appear in my mind. A damaged car beside a wet road, flashing emergency lights, a hospital corridor, a place I don't recognize. Most of the time, I try to tell myself it's anxiety. I wait for the feeling to pass and go on with my day. Then, hours later or the following morning, I hear that someone I know was injured, or that there was a serious accident nearby. It doesn't happen every time. That's important to say. But it has happened often enough that I can't completely ignore it anymore. I've searched for reasonable explanations for all of this. My hearing loss might explain the voices. Exhaustion could explain the shadows. Anxiety could explain the sense of danger. The dogs may simply notice sounds or smells that I can't detect. I would honestly prefer those answers. But they don't explain everything. They don't explain the weight settling beside me in bed. They don't explain footsteps moving through the hallway when I'm the only person home. And they don't explain why, even after all these years, I sometimes feel that something is still standing just beyond the doorway, waiting for me to notice it. Maybe there is a perfectly ordinary explanation. I hope there is. I just haven't found it yet. Hey, I want to share something that's been happening to me lately. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination, stress, or something else entirely, but it's been pretty unsettling. So I'm a 25-year-old law student, and after finishing college, I moved back home to live with my parents. You know how it is, trying to save money, get my bearings before jumping fully into the legal world. But ever since I've been back, especially this year, I've started feeling like there's something following me around. It's hard to explain, but I swear, I feel it most strongly when I lie down in bed. It's like there's a presence, a small being, maybe a child or a little dog, that sneaks in with me, moves around, circles the bed. Sometimes I can almost feel the springs beneath me shift, like something settling in close. It's this subtle pressure, a strange heaviness or imbalance, like the weight distribution on my mattress is off. I can't see anything, just this sensation that something's there. But it's not just at home. One time I was crashing at a friend's place, resting on his couch, and I got this feeling like his dog was right there, sniffing near my ear. I even pulled away to look, but there was nothing. No dog, no movement, just silence. This has happened a handful of times now, and honestly, it messes with me. Sometimes I feel like I'm actually being touched, light, almost affectionate touches, like a small nose nudging or soft fingers brushing. Sometimes it feels like sniffing, like that invisible little animal is checking me out. Now, I'm under a lot of stress with school, so I keep telling myself maybe it's hallucinations from exhaustion or anxiety. But the feelings are so vivid, so persistent, it's hard to just brush them off. I'm a bit jumpy by nature, sure, but this is different. Here's something that might add some context. My house has some history. When I was a baby, my siblings played with a Ouija board in what's now my room, and they swear they contacted a spirit. Over the years, pretty much everyone in the family has reported seeing strange lights, hearing unexplained noises, spotting shadows or figures moving on their own. For a long time, these things were rare, just occasional odd moments. But more recently, it's gotten, well, weirder. For example, sometimes I swear I hear my mom calling me, clear as day, like right here in the hallway or from another room. I get up to answer, but when I check, she never actually called me. Even my oldest sister experiences this, and sometimes I hear my little sister calling my full name. Adolf Oliver Nipples, Mom's calling you. It's creepy and confusing. I should probably mention my mental state isn't the best right now. Living at home isn't really my thing. School is pretty overwhelming, and there's this general feeling of apathy. So yeah, I'm definitely considering whether I need mental health support. But on the other hand, my mom does these house blessings semi-regularly. She burns sage while praying, opens every door and window to let in fresh air and sunlight, sprinkles holy water in every corner, closet, bed, door, and window, all while continuing her prayers. Then she lights incense, closes everything up, and hopes for peace. Still, these feelings and experiences keep creeping in. Now, on a different but related note, I want to tell you about something that happened with my dog, Saggy. Saggy's a Canaan dog, well, mostly black and white, not the usual brown you might expect. She's full of life, super smart, and trained to the point where she can open our bedroom door whenever she wants to go downstairs for food or just to roam. Watching her is like seeing pure excitement in motion. She's always buzzing with energy, the smartest dog I've ever had. So my boyfriend and I share Saggy, and we usually stay up late together. He streams on Twitch, playing games like Call of Duty or Minecraft, and I hang out with him. This one night, around 2 a.m., Saggy was in our room, just sitting near his setup, watching him play. Suddenly, he gets hungry, and I decide to go downstairs to make some noodles. When I open the door, I talk to Saggy in a baby voice, asking if she wants to come downstairs. Usually, if she wants to, she runs out of the room and waits at the top of the stairs, ready to follow me down. If she doesn't want to, she just sits and watches. That night she sat down, which told me she was staying put. I went downstairs, nothing unusual. After finishing the noodles, I start heading back up with the bowl, and at the bottom of the stairs, I see Saggy lying right in the middle of the stairway. That shocked me, because if she changes her mind or wants to check on me, she usually just runs down to me, following every step. I didn't hear the door open, but I figured maybe I just missed the sound. Saggy looked tired, which was strange because she never sleeps downstairs. She always sleeps with us. I was a little concerned, but not enough to panic, just thinking maybe she wanted to rest there for a bit. I pet her and said, "Love you," in my baby voice, expecting the bedroom door to be open. She can open doors but not close them, so I assumed my boyfriend had closed it. When I opened the door, Saggy jumped on me, all hyper like usual. I spun around quickly to look at the stairs, but the Saggy I saw lying there was gone. I didn't hear any footsteps or shuffling as if she had gotten up and walked away. It happened so fast, almost like she teleported. I asked my boyfriend if he had let Saggy out or heard her open the door. He said no, and that she'd been waiting in the room the entire time. I told him what I saw, and he just shrugged it off, saying maybe I was tired. But here's the thing, our sleep schedule is totally messed up. We sleep during the day and wake up late at night for streaming, so I was fully awake and alert when this happened. I was speechless, trying to process what I touched. I physically petted her fur, felt her warmth, but it wasn't her. My boyfriend just laughed and joked that the house must be haunted, teasing, "Saggy, do you have a twin?" I laughed too, but deep down, I was rattled. I went back downstairs to check everything, and while I was in the kitchen, the whole thing gave me goosebumps. I tried to ignore it, but the more I think about it, the more it unsettles me. I can't blame it on tiredness. I was wide awake. It can't be my eyes playing tricks because I literally touched it, felt it, and it looked exactly like Saggy. It was surreal, like a glitch in reality. Nothing spooky happened before or after. No eerie noises or shadows, just that one moment. It wasn't some creepy haunted house vibe. It was something supernatural, something I witnessed firsthand. I'm sharing this because I need some kind of explanation or closure. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I'm not a great writer, so I'm sorry if this didn't all make perfect sense, but I'm here, willing to explain more if you have questions. Because honestly, I just can't ignore it. Hey, I want to share something really personal with you. Something that's been weighing on me for a while now. It's about my ex, who I believe might be haunting our home, and honestly, I'm scared he might want to hurt me. Let me take you back a bit so you can understand how all this started. So last year, in March 2021, I ended my relationship with the father of my child. We had been together for 6 long years, not married but deeply connected, and our little boy was just 2 years old when we split. It was hard, but we tried to move on. However, a few months later, in October, he tragically took his own life. That loss hit me like a tidal wave. After that, strange things started happening in the apartment where we used to live together. I would catch my son talking to the wall, and sometimes, late at night, I thought I saw a shadow or a figure in my room. One night, I decided to try something. I turned on a spirit box, hoping maybe I could hear something, anything. To my shock, a voice came through, clear as day, saying, "Hey, little one," in his voice. I didn't hear it myself at the moment, but my new boyfriend was recording nearby and caught it all on video. Feeling unsettled, I moved us out of that apartment and into a bigger place in September this year, wanting a 2-bedroom for my son, my boyfriend, and me. But the strange occurrences didn't stop. One evening, I was listening through the baby monitor when I heard a soft voice say, "Hey." It was so faint but unmistakable. Another time, my boyfriend and I were fixing something in the closet when suddenly we heard the jingling of keys, but no keys anywhere to be found. My son has woken up crying a few times, pointing at the bedroom door. Next to that door, I keep a small bookshelf with a photo of my son and his father, along with a lock of their hair sealed in resin, and a necklace that holds some of his ashes. Sometimes at night, we think we see a head peeking out from behind the wall in our bedroom, and I swear, I always feel like someone's watching me, even when I'm completely alone. Even our cat acts strange. She'll sit for long stretches, staring intently down the hallway to the bedrooms, refusing to look away. That's totally unusual for her. She's usually so distracted and playful. For Halloween, I decided to set up a little table with some decorations. I'm a practicing witch, so I included one of my tarot decks. I spread out several cards, placing the death card on top, upright. I knew it might creep out my friends, but the upright death card means the end of a cycle and change coming. I left the house for a few hours, no one home but us, and when I came back, the card was still there, but reversed. The death card upside down means fear of change and clinging to the past. It was the only card reversed, and that gave me chills. But the scariest night was when my boyfriend and I were asleep. I was curled up against his chest when he shifted, turning his back to me. Suddenly, I felt it. Sleep paralysis. My body was frozen, but I could feel hands grabbing my wrists and arms, holding me down. I couldn't scream, couldn't make a sound, though I tried so hard. My throat felt like it was closing up, and it was getting harder to breathe. Then I heard a sing-song voice, hauntingly familiar, repeating over and over, "I'm gonna get you in a minute." I looked up at my boyfriend, and his head slowly turned around, twisting a full 180 degrees with a serious, almost menacing expression. That terrified me enough to jolt awake. But then, before I could fully catch my breath, I plunged right back into sleep paralysis. It was almost the same, more hands grabbing me, the same eerie song about getting me. This time, though, my boyfriend's head didn't turn. I was struggling, trying to dig my nails into his side, the only thing I could move. I was sure I was going to die. All I could think was that my ex had finally found me, that he was seeking revenge for me leaving him. Meanwhile, my boyfriend was having a nightmare at the same time. He dreamt someone was kissing me, while dozens of hands tried to touch me inappropriately. He was fighting them off, desperate to protect me. He only woke up when he heard my muffled struggles during the paralysis. I don't know if all of this is connected to my ex, but since October marked a year since he passed, that's when the activity intensified. Part of me believes it's him, reaching out, maybe even trying to harm me. I'm lost on what to do next, but I wanted to share this with you because sometimes just talking about it helps me feel a little less alone. Thank you for listening. So this happened during a long weekend trip my best friend Mara and I took to Thornton, New Hampshire in July of 2026. The trip was meant to celebrate her 3rd sober anniversary. We wanted something quiet and low-key, so we booked this adorable little cabin in the woods. Our entire plan was to disappear for a few days, read books, play The Sims, eat snacks, and do absolutely nothing productive. Honestly, when we arrived, it seemed perfect. The cabin was private, peaceful, and surrounded by trees. It felt like exactly the kind of place where you could shut out the rest of the world. At least, that's what we thought. We hadn't realized how close the property was to one of the entrances leading toward the White Mountains. We also knew nothing about the unsettling stories connected to the surrounding forest or the nearby Mad River. Had we known any of that beforehand, I don't think either of us would have booked the place. As soon as we got inside, we picked our beds and unpacked. The cabin had an open loft layout. From the upstairs sleeping area, you could look down into the living room below. In the center of the living room was this huge wooden front door with a large glass window built into it. Directly above the door, level with the loft, was another tall window. That upper window faced my bed. Both windows looked straight toward the tree line, and they were the only windows in the entire cabin without curtains. That bothered me almost immediately. It wasn't enough to ruin the mood, but I remember looking at that dark glass and thinking that anyone, or anything, standing outside could see directly into the cabin. That afternoon, we went outside to check out the fire pit. I took a bunch of photos and short videos of the cabin and the woods around us. The hosts sold bundles of firewood, but Mara loves gathering natural materials, so she walked over to the edge of the property and collected some fallen branches instead. I thought she looked completely in her element, carrying this ridiculous armful of sticks, so I took several pictures of her. Those photos became important later. Beside the tree line was a narrow dirt driveway leading to another rental farther into the woods. That cabin appeared to be empty during our stay. The area immediately around our place had been cleared, so the yard felt wide and exposed. Beyond that open space, though, the forest became thick, shadowy, and strangely difficult to see through. Later that evening, I drove to a grocery store about half an hour away. When I returned, there was a large toad sitting directly in front of the cabin door. It wasn't there when I left. It was just sitting there, facing the glass, almost as though it were staring inside. I thought it was odd, but we were in the woods. Toads happen. We made dinner, relaxed for a while, and eventually went back outside with dessert. When we opened the door, the toad was still in the exact same place, facing the exact same direction. I gently moved it toward the side of the cabin so neither of us would accidentally step on it. Then we sat by the fire pit, eating and talking while facing the woods. At some point, in the middle of our conversation, I realized something. The forest was completely silent. There were no crickets, no insects, no rustling leaves, nothing calling in the distance. It was summer, yet the woods sounded empty. I remember saying, "It's way too quiet out here. I really don't like that." We kept talking, but after I said it, Mara started watching the tree line. I was halfway through a sentence when she suddenly interrupted me. Her voice was sharp and urgent. She said, "There's something tan moving behind those trees." We both immediately said, "Nope." We jumped out of our chairs, grabbed our things, and hurried inside. Of course, the rational explanation was that it had been an animal. A deer, maybe. A bear. Something completely normal. We were spooked, but we laughed it off and continued our night. When I went upstairs to sleep, though, I couldn't stop looking at that uncovered window across from my bed. The darkness outside felt pressed right up against the glass. I told myself I was being dramatic. I reminded myself that we were safe. The doors were locked, and the thing Mara saw had probably been wildlife. Eventually, I fell asleep. The following morning, Mara woke up before me and went outside to read by the fire pit. I stayed upstairs to get dressed. While I was changing, I suddenly felt this strong urge to look through the window facing the woods. I don't know why. There wasn't a sound or movement that caught my attention. I simply looked up. That was when I saw it. Between two trees, just beyond the cleared part of the property, there was a white humanoid figure. It appeared to be facing Mara, and because of the angle, it also seemed to be facing me through the window. It was so bright and pale that it stood out sharply against the dark trees behind it. At first, I shook my head and told myself my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe it was a dead tree. Maybe it was a pale patch of bark catching the sunlight. I continued getting dressed, but I kept glancing back. The figure was still there. Once I was finished, I leaned over the loft railing and stared at it. The longer I looked, the more uneasy I became. This was the middle of the day. The sun was out. I could see the yard clearly. The best way I can describe the figure is that it looked like an extremely tall person wearing a bulky spacesuit. It had to be at least 10 feet tall, possibly taller. Its head was wide and rounded, almost like a helmet. There was no visible neck. The head seemed to connect directly to broad shoulders. I could make out 2 arms and 2 long legs, but there were no other details. No clothing. No facial features. No shadows where eyes or a mouth should have been. just a tall, white shape standing completely still between the trees. I still wasn't ready to believe what I was seeing, so I went downstairs and looked through the window in the front door. It was still there. The angle had changed, but the figure hadn't. It hadn't moved at all. My immediate thought was that I needed to get closer. I wanted to figure out what it was, take a picture, and tell Mara to come inside. Maybe the daylight made me feel braver than I should have. I grabbed my phone, opened the front door, and stepped outside. The moment I crossed the doorway, I forgot why I had gone out there. Completely. I stood on the porch, feeling confused. I even went back inside for a moment and asked myself, was I supposed to grab something? I couldn't remember. So I went back outside, sat beside Mara, and spent the rest of the afternoon reading and talking with her. The strangest part is that I didn't think about the figure again. Not once. It was as though the entire memory had been removed from my mind. That evening, we went inside before dark. Mara sat on the couch reading while I played The Sims. I was changing one of my character's outfits when I scrolled past something resembling a white astronaut suit. The memory hit me all at once. I sat upright so quickly that I nearly dropped my laptop. Then I told Mara everything. I told her about the figure, how long I had watched it, how I had gone downstairs to see it from another window, and how I had planned to go outside and warn her. I also told her how I had forgotten the entire thing the moment I stepped through the door. That frightened me more than the figure itself. I'm not someone who easily forgets things, especially when I feel threatened. If anything, I become hyper-aware. The idea that I could see something so alarming, form a plan, walk outside, and then lose the memory entirely made both of us feel deeply unsettled. I barely slept that night. Every time I opened my eyes, that uncovered window was right there. We were supposed to stay one more night, but the next morning we decided to leave early. The weather had also started behaving strangely. The forecast called for clear skies, but the conditions kept changing without warning. One moment, sunlight covered the yard. A few minutes later, everything would disappear beneath thick gray fog and heavy clouds. It felt as though the entire atmosphere of the property had changed. As we drove out, we looked toward the section of woods where Mara had seen the tan movement and where I had seen the white figure. From the fire pit, the forest had appeared deep and endless because the trees were so dark and tightly packed. From the driveway, however, we could suddenly see that the wooded area was surprisingly narrow. Later, we looked at maps and researched the property. That thin strip of forest was the only thing separating the cabin from an old cemetery dating back to the 19th century. When we got home, I started going through the photos from our first afternoon. I zoomed in on the pictures of Mara collecting branches near the tree line. In more than one image, there appeared to be dark shapes among the trees. They didn't resemble the tan movement Mara had described. They also looked nothing like the white figure I had seen. These shapes looked darker, lower to the ground, and almost distorted. What made it worse was that we had taken other photos of the same areas later that day. In those pictures, the shapes were gone. Whatever appeared in the earlier photographs had changed position or moved away. I still don't know what happened during that trip. Was the toad sitting at the door connected somehow? Or was it simply a toad? What did Mara see moving behind the tree line that first night? What was the tall white figure watching us in broad daylight? And why did I forget about it the instant I stepped outside? I also have no explanation for the shapes in the photographs. Maybe every part of the experience has an ordinary explanation. I genuinely hope it does. But I know what I saw through that window. I know how it felt when the memory suddenly returned. And I know neither of us will ever stay near those woods again. I'm not sure what you're going to think of this story, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Just hear me out. This happened years ago when my husband and I were still dating. We were living in a small apartment and our mattress was directly on the floor. It was late at night, but we had a couple of soft amber lamps glowing, so the room wasn't completely dark. I always kept a Bible beside the bed. My faith is deeply important to me, and that detail matters because everything happened so quickly. I lay down with my back facing my boyfriend, and almost immediately, I felt my pillow rise beneath my head. Not shift, not bunch up. It lifted as though someone had slipped a firm arm underneath it. And I could feel the shape clearly. It was solid. For the first few seconds, I assumed it was my boyfriend trying to pull me closer. But the longer I lay there, the more uneasy I became. Something about it simply didn't feel right. So I turned around, expecting to find him reaching toward me. His entire body was facing the opposite direction. Both of his arms were tucked near his chest. Whatever was beneath my pillow was not him. The atmosphere in the room changed instantly. Everything felt heavy and strangely still. I sat up and pressed down on the pillow with my hand. The solid shape was still there. I reached for my Bible so fast you would have thought I was grabbing a fire extinguisher. Then I started striking the pillow with it, again and again. And I need you to understand this. I wasn't only hitting the pillow. I could feel the book connecting with something firm beneath it. There was resistance, like an actual limb was under there. Anyone who has pressed down on a pillow with an arm beneath it knows the difference. The pillow gives way. The arm does not. I kept swinging until, suddenly, the solid shape disappeared. It didn't slide away. It didn't pull back. It was simply gone. Of course, by then I had woken my boyfriend. He sat up looking completely bewildered, trying to understand why I was attacking my pillow with a Bible in the middle of the night. It took me a minute to explain what had happened, and it took him even longer to process it. But I'll tell you this, whatever it was, it never tried to reach beneath my pillow again. There was another strange incident later involving my cat. He was sitting high on his tower, staring at an empty corner and batting at something I couldn't see. I firmly told him to get down, and thankfully, my stubborn little goblin listened. I mixed some Dead Sea salt with water, prayed over it, and sprinkled it around that part of the room. The activity stopped immediately. I know how unusual all of this sounds, but I still remember the weight beneath that pillow, the resistance when I struck it, and the terrible certainty that no human arm was there. Some sensations stay with you. That one certainly did. Okay, so I know this is going to sound strange, but for the past couple of years, I've had this feeling that I'm sharing my room with someone I can't actually see. It all started after my family moved into a new apartment. At first, everything felt completely normal. Nothing unusual happened, and I never felt uncomfortable there. Then, one night, I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone. It was sometime after 1 in the morning, and my bedroom door was fully closed. I remember that clearly. All of a sudden, it slowly creaked open. I jumped a little, but I told myself I probably hadn't shut it properly. Maybe there was a draft, or maybe the latch hadn't caught. I closed it again and tried not to think about it. But it kept happening. At first, it only happened late at night. Then it started happening during the day too. I became almost obsessive about checking the door. Every time I closed it, I would pull on the handle and make sure it was properly latched. Still, somehow, it would open by itself. Eventually, I stopped reacting to it. I figured that ignoring it was easier than constantly feeling afraid. Then the noises started. Whenever I was home alone, I would hear what sounded like someone struggling with the front door lock. It wasn't just a soft tapping sound. It genuinely sounded like someone was outside, turning the handle and trying to get in. The first few times, I rushed over and looked through the peephole. No one was there. One afternoon, I stood beside the door for several minutes while the sound continued. I could clearly hear the lock moving, but the hallway outside was completely empty. That was when I started getting really scared. Whenever I was alone, I would lock myself inside my bedroom and stay there until someone came home. I might have convinced myself that I was imagining everything, but my best friend heard it too. I was talking to her on the phone one day while walking through the apartment when the front door lock started rattling again. I checked the peephole, but there was nobody outside. Pat, my friend, went quiet and asked, "What was that?" Another time, while we were on a call, I heard the front door open. Right after that, there were slow footsteps moving through the hallway. I remember standing completely still, trying to listen. My friend heard them through the phone too. I searched the entire apartment, but there was no one there. The front door was still locked, and nothing had been disturbed. I tried telling my parents about it, but they said the building was probably making noises, or that my imagination was getting carried away. After a while, I stopped mentioning it. Then one evening, my bedroom door opened while I was getting dressed. I was more annoyed than scared that time. I turned toward the doorway and said, "Whoever you are, please don't open the door when I'm changing. Just give me some privacy." Strangely enough, after that, it stopped happening at inconvenient times. The door still opened occasionally, but never while I was changing or sleeping. That was when I started wondering whether whatever was in the room could actually understand me. A few weeks later, one of my bracelets disappeared. I knew exactly where I had left it, on the corner of my desk beside a small lamp. I searched the drawers, the floor, my bags, and even underneath the bed. It was nowhere. Out of frustration, I finally said, "Please give it back. I really don't want to play this game today." That night, I found the bracelet underneath my pillow. I had changed the pillowcase earlier that day. There was no way it had been there the entire time. After that, it became a pattern. Small things would disappear, I would ask for them back, and later they would turn up in places I had already checked. It felt less frightening after a while, almost like someone was teasing me. But there were also moments when it seemed genuinely kind. One night, I was sitting on the floor beside my bed, crying over something I was deeply worried about. Suddenly, I heard 3 soft knocks coming from the wall behind me. I live in an apartment, so at first I assumed it was one of the neighbors. But it was very late, and the building was completely quiet. The strange part was that the knocking only happened while I was crying. Whenever I managed to calm down, it stopped. When I started crying again, the soft knocking returned. More recently, I went through a painful breakup. For weeks, I barely slept, and I spent a lot of nights crying alone in my room. During one especially bad moment, I felt something gently brush across my back. It felt like a hand trying to comfort me. I froze, but I wasn't afraid. Almost immediately, the heaviness in my chest faded. It didn't disappear completely, but for a little while, I felt calm. A few nights later, I had a dream where someone sat beside me and softly patted my shoulder. When I woke up, I still had the strange feeling that I wasn't alone. So yes, I believe there is something else living in my room. Most of the activity happens there, except for the sounds near the front door. Whatever it is, I don't think it wants to hurt me. It hides my things, opens doors, and occasionally scares me, but it also seems to listen when I set boundaries. And when I'm at my lowest, it somehow knows. Maybe calling it a roommate sounds ridiculous, but honestly, that's what it feels like. A quiet, invisible roommate who likes playing little tricks on me, but never lets me feel completely alone.